Chapter 12:10. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Darkness Incarnation was only at the Emperor realm. The Darkness Incarnation in the Void was a powerful being that could fight against a sacred Venerate, and could even defeat him. Even so, he was still taken away by the celestial demon diagram. How could he resist? Soon, the Darkness Incarnation disappeared. The celestial demon diagram seemed to be satisfied and left. As for the evil demon emperor, the celestial demon diagram did not even care about him. The celestial demon diagram only cared about the Darkness Incarnation. That was probably the most terrifying being in the evil demon world. His real body could not enter this world, but his Darkness Incarnation was already causing trouble everywhere. If there came a day when this world could no longer stop him, it would be a huge disaster for the Wuji world. The island master of the celestial demon island was an extremely powerful being, and even stood at the peak of this world. He had been protecting this world, and for the upcoming war, he had to be prepared. Therefore, it was extremely important to capture the Darkness Incarnation of the mysterious being, and then start studying and analyzing him. The Darkness Incarnation was too powerful. In the previous war, the evil demon clan and those powerful demon gods had brought a huge disaster to this world. However, it was unknown how this monster was born, but it seemed to have already begun enslaving the fiend celestials. All the powerful demon gods had to listen to his commands, and he could even create a monster like the great demon god of dark judgment. Therefore, this monster would be an unprecedented enemy in the Wuji world. The Darkness Incarnation was taken away by the celestial demon diagram. At this moment, Chu Linger had temporarily lost her enemy, and a ray of light shot out from her eyes. That was the eye of heavenly Tao, and it seemed to be able to see through everything. Even the eye of truth could not be as powerful and profound as this. She had already seen that in the depths of the formation. His senior sister Lin Fang was actually already in great danger, because beside her, there was actually an extremely handsome man. This person was not an evil demon, but a human. An extremely real human, and not a transformation of his appearance. Her eye of heavenly Tao could see that. However, this human was different from ordinary humans. His body was filled with all kinds of terrifying auras. It seemed to be endless darkness, but also seemed to be endless shadows. His existence seemed to be a huge threat to the heavenly Tao. At this moment, this man was devouring Lin Fang. Lin Fang was a powerful emperor master, but because of Li Yu's meddling, she was unable to wake up. And this man in front of her actually wanted to devour her. How dare you! At this time, Chu Linger was furious. She directly attacked, and a heavenly retribution force blasted out. However, at this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. Clearly, through the layers of great formations, he saw Chu Linger. Furthermore, he even smiled. Endless power began to rise at this moment. A terrifying shadow power actually negated the power of heavenly retribution. That was not his doing, but the terrifying defensive power. This defensive power was originally set up by Lin Fang so that she could cultivate in seclusion and peace, but at this time, it actually became something to protect the other party. What's more, the man inside seemed to have modified the defensive power, making the original method to get rid of him useless. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. Unless it was a direct impact from an Emperor Realm Master, it was impossible to break through this defensive barrier. Do you want to save her? Unfortunately, your strength is not enough. Your heavenly retribution force can indeed restrain the devil and defeat him, but I'm not a devil. I'm a living creature of this world. Ha ha ha, heaven and earth are heartless. They won't destroy me just because I'm a bad person. His voice rang out. His calm voice was filled with incomparable confidence and complacency. This damn thing. Chu Linger knew that she could not delay any longer, because if she continued, Lin Fang's world would really be in danger. More importantly, if something happened to Lin Fang's world, it would affect the whole situation. Everyone on Heartless Island would probably die. After all, this guy in front of her was too powerful. His power was almost limitless. That terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. She was no match for him. Just as he said, the power of heavenly retribution did not help him. Moreover, the power of heavenly retribution would not stay on her at all times. As the terrifying devil was taken away by the celestial demon diagram that suddenly appeared, the power given to him by the heavenly way was constantly weakening. That was not a good thing. Heartless Island, it's really an interesting place. However, now that Heartless Fairy is not here, what ability do you have? So, you should obediently accept your fate and be devoured by me. The man spoke, his voice was so proud. He continued, everyone will die. Today it's you, and in the future it will be others. If you want to save your senior sister, why don't you save yourself first? After he finished speaking, a hole suddenly appeared beside Chu Linger. In each hole, a demon king appeared. The evil demon king was comparable to a Tao master. At this time, 5 evil demon king appeared directly. 5 evil demon king, it should be enough for you to play with. I hope you can have fun. Of course, I also hope you can survive. He smiled evilly. He began to devour Lin Fang's power while watching the show. He was like a god who controlled everything. No matter what it was, it would be controlled by him. However, at this time, a sword shadow suddenly fell from the sky. The sword shadow fell, and it was as if a huge mountain came crashing down directly. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded. Then, an extremely terrifying wave of air rushed out directly. The huge wave of air was simply unimaginable. These demon kings had not really appeared, but they were immediately hit by the huge wave of air. 2 evil demon kings died directly just like that. In the terrifying huge explosion, a ray of light became more and more dazzling. The dazzling light was extremely dense. The aura released by the light was extremely sharp. It was because it was the most terrifying sword aura. As the sword aura disappeared, the terrifying defensive power began to collapse directly. Duan Mulonghu? He is indeed a terrifying person. At this time, a man appeared in the sky. He was wearing a green robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Beside him was a long sword. The long sword was extremely dazzling and seemed to be extremely heavy. It condensed the power of 1,000 mountains. Duan Mulonghu. It turned out that the man who was causing trouble here was Duan Mulonghu. His gaze landed on the man. Only then did he sense a threat from him. More importantly, this guy knew about him. He narrowed his eyes. In this world, there were not many people who knew about him. Su Yan was not here. Su Yan is right. You are truly a venomous snake in the shadows, recklessly wreaking havoc. Such a person like you is truly disgusting, he said again. When the name Su Yan was mentioned, whether it was Chu Linger or Duan Mulonghu, their expressions changed. At this time, Duan Mulonghu said, Su Yan? So, you are Su Yan's friend? That fellow Su Yan is really like a lingering spirit. Even if he doesn't exist here, he still wants to bring me trouble. The corners of Duan Mulonghu's mouth curled up. That fellow was truly his greatest enemy. Then, tell me, who are you? He asked. At this time, the man in the sky said, me? My name is Zhang Zhe. You should know that a poisonous snake like you has a lot of things under your control. Duan Mulonghu's pupils shrank again. The sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe? It's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You actually broke through to the Emperor realm so quietly. How shocking. Duan Mulonghu said directly. The Emperor realm. At this time, Zhang Zhe was actually in the Emperor realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock everyone. The Taihang sword faction was one of the 10 great sects, but in the past, the Taihang sword faction was weak and almost fell out of the 10 great sects. It was Zhang Zhe who turned the tide and became a Tao master, increasing the strength of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, he was almost the youngest Tao master, and his battle strength was extremely terrifying. Even those with high cultivation in the 10 great sects did not dare to fight with Zhang Zhe, so the Taihang sword faction was able to develop steadily. But now, Zhang Zhe had reached the Emperor realm. How long had it been? You are too polite. I should be the one saying that. Well, now, you can give up. Since I am here, I won't let you continue. As Zhang Zhe spoke, an extremely terrifying sword chi spread out. His sword chi was extremely sharp, as if each sword chi could cut through space. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of sword chi at this time, densely packed, almost able to completely cut through everything. Even the powerful Duanmu Longhu was extremely afraid at this time. However, he could not give up just like that. Devouring an emperor realm was not an opportunity that could come by at any time. This time, he had spent a lot of effort on this plan. Therefore, at this time, with a move of his mind, a huge shadow appeared directly, the divine god's shadow. As the shadow appeared, its terrifying aura rose directly to the sky. The densely packed sword chi was directly shattered by the divine god's shadow. Chapter 1211. Female Literature, Chapter 1209, Zhang Zhe, Duanmu, go and save your senior sister. Leave the matters here to me. Su Yan had told him that Duanmu Longhu was an extremely terrifying existence. Su Yan's strength had increased to a terrifying level. This made Zhang Zhe take his words even more seriously. However, he had secretly mobilized his power to search for Duanmu Longhu for a very long time, yet he was unable to find Duanmu Longhu. However, today, when he saw Duanmu Longhu, he immediately realized that Duanmu Longhu was Duanmu Longhu. Without any hesitation, he immediately confirmed it. Duanmu Longhu's strength was extremely strong. The shadow that he had summoned gave Zhang Zhe a huge amount of pressure. His sword aura was already extremely powerful. However, the power he summoned earlier was actually able to shatter it. All of the sword aura dissipated into nothingness. That was extremely terrifying. The Taixing god's sword trembled slightly, and an even more powerful might was emitted. At this moment, Chu Linger was directly heading toward the Grand Formation. Fortunately, when Zhang Zhe arrived earlier, he had killed 2 of the Demon King with a single strike. As for the other Demon King, it was also because of this that they were unable to struggle free. Thus, Chu Linger did not have any other concerns at this moment. She was able to unleash her power to her heart's content. At this moment, the aura in the sky was constantly evolving. It had simply reached an unimaginable level. However, it was not like before, where there was no gap at all. She was able to directly sneak in through the clash of power between the two of them. Furthermore, the power of the heavenly Tao had not completely left yet. As a heaven-blessed individual, she still possessed enormous power. At the very least, she could still use the power of the eye of the heavenly Tao directly. Scram. How could Duanmu Longhu allow her to enter like this? To him, if he could devour this venerable monarch, his strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level. Perhaps he would be able to directly increase the distance between him and Su Yan. Su Yan had treated him as an old enemy. However, wasn't he the same? After the previous battle, he realized that he had not taken Su Yan seriously enough. Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. Although he did not use all of his trump cards in the previous battle, he knew that Su Yan was the same. This made him feel uncomfortable. He was a person with a strong desire to control. He felt that he should be in control of everything. It wasn't strange for those who had existed longer than him to be stronger than him. Moreover, he didn't care because he believed that after his resurrection, his strength would definitely be extremely terrifying. In fact, he could even become the most powerful person in the world, trampling all the previous powerhouses under his feet. However, at this moment, Duanmu Longhu suddenly appeared. His strength was actually not inferior to his own. Furthermore, Su Yan, he was to Duanmu Longhu. It seemed that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to grow, and the speed of his growth would be even faster than his own. This was truly unimaginable. Needless to say, his terrifying strength was even more frightening. Therefore, Su Yan was his old enemy. In order to surpass this old enemy and kill Su Yan, Duan Mulonghu naturally had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. After not seeing Su Yan for so many years, Duan Mulonghu did not know how strong Su Yan had become. However, he was certain that Su Yan's strength would not be weak. Because of this, Lin Fang, who was at the Emperor realm, was extremely important to Duan Mulonghu. However, things were not going smoothly for Duan Mulonghu. Originally, according to his plan, he could have completed all of this effortlessly. Duan Mulonghu had bewitched Li Yu a long time ago and had been waiting for an opportunity all these years. Others might not know about Heartless Island, but Duan Mulonghu was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, he knew about the existence of Heartless Island. When Li Yu told him that Heartless Fairy had disappeared, Duan Mulonghu immediately knew that his opportunity had come. Of course, in order to have this opportunity, he did not hesitate to join forces with the mysterious existence of the evil demon clan. In fact, the mysterious existence of the evil demon clan was so powerful that Duan Mulonghu was somewhat afraid of it. However, it was only fear. As for the so-called psychological burden, it was not at all. Duan Mulonghu knew very well that cruelty was the nature of this world. The evil demon lord wanted to invade the boundless world, but it was impossible for him to directly fight his way in at this stage. He could only use his methods to break down the power bit by bit. This required someone to help him from the inside. What Duan Mulonghu needed now was power to help him. Therefore, whether it was the shadow creatures or the evil demon lord, Duan Mulonghu did not reject them. Duan Mulonghu's idea was very simple. That was, when his strength reached the peak, these things were nothing to him. He could directly destroy them. Duan Mulonghu was that confident and that terrifying. When he saw Chu Linger come in directly, he naturally took action to stop her. However, at this time, Zhang Zhe also took action. You should be the one who should scram. He snorted coldly, and then a powerful force immediately suppressed her. A terrifying storm directly passed through at this time. Such a powerful force suddenly suppressed him, and his power was immediately dissolved by the sword Qi. Taihang Thousand Mountains, Myriad Sword Dao. Zhang Zhe's power moved, and the violent sword Qi turned into countless mountains and rivers. Then, it directly trapped the huge shadow of the deity within. At this time, his power began to be directly released. The most terrifying aura at this moment had become the most powerful storm power. Duan Mulonghu's footsteps moved forward step by step. At this time, his power was even more terrifying and unparalleled. A gaze fell straight down. Such a violent and terrifying aura turned into a barbaric attack. He wanted to stop Chu Linger from awakening Lin Fang. Lin Fang's strength was extremely powerful. To put it bluntly, even if he were to face Lin Fang at this time, he did not have much confidence that he could completely defeat her. Moreover, there was Zhang Zhe at this time. If Lin Fang woke up at this time, then his plan would fail. Unfortunately, at this time, how could Zhang Zhe let him have his way so easily? The power of the Taihang Divine Sword was fully activated. That violent and terrifying power was really powerful at this time. The sword blade was heavy, and its terrifying majesty was like a mountain. All the mighty power between heaven and earth was vividly displayed at this time. All the aura between heaven and earth was constantly condensing at this time. The battle between the two venerable sovereigns was naturally extremely terrifying. Although Zhang Zhe could not directly defeat him, it was still very easy for him to restrain him. In this way, the power was constantly changing, and directly gave Chu Linger a chance. At this time, Chu Linger finally came to a place not far from Lin Fang. At this time, Lin Fang was lying in a pure white lotus. Her power was protecting her. Naturally, an Emperor Realm Master's protective power would not be weak. Such a powerful aura made even Chu Linger feel frightened at this time. Senior sister, I'm Linger. Please wake up now. We all need your help. She unleashed her own power, then turned this power into a line and directly charged towards it. At this time, she had to find a way to break the barrier and wake Lin Fang up. Of course, Lin Fang's power was too strong, so she could not do it overnight. She could only use her own power to slowly communicate and achieve the goal of dripping water to penetrate stone. At this time, his aura had become extremely powerful. At this time, the power between heaven and earth had undergone a huge change. The battle between Zhang Zhe and Duan Wulonghu was too intense, and the power of the sword Qi and the god's shadow's power were constantly clashing. The terrifying power was unimaginable at this time. Everything between heaven and earth began to change, and became the most direct and powerful terrifying power. Such an aura, if not for the fact that Heartless Island was extremely powerful, perhaps would have begun to collapse at this time. However, at this time, the power of the two people was still constantly clashing, and the extremely powerful power was constantly changing. All the light power between heaven and earth had sunk to the most terrifying level. Zhang Zhe gradually felt the pressure. Su Yan has always said that Duan Wulonghu is an extremely terrifying person, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He was extremely shocked. With such strength, if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm, he would not be a match for his opponent at all. Moreover, at this time, he vaguely felt that his opponent was probably only a Dao master at this time, and had not become an Emperor realm at all. He had always been a genius, and when he was young, he had defeated many experts in the continent. Moreover, to him, fighting against opponents of a higher realm was like eating and drinking. However, at this time, he was directly suppressed by his opponent. This was really unimaginable, as his opponent's realm was lower than his. However, even in this situation, he did not panic. This was because he knew that no matter when, if his heart was in a mess, it would mean that he had failed. He was Zhang Zhe, and in the face of such a strong opponent, not only did he not shrink back, but he also became more and more courageous. His aura increased again, and it was as deep as the sea and as heavy as the abyss. Zhang Zhe, I know that you are a legendary figure with great strength, and that you have led the Taihang sword faction to its current height. However, since you stopped me today, then the hatred between us has already been formed. In the future, I will definitely destroy the Taihang sword faction. Duan Wulonghu's ferocious power was limitless. As the saying goes, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. However, Zhang Zhe said, as the saying goes, life and death are predestined. If the Taihang sword faction is so inexperienced, then destruction is also its fate. You don't need to talk nonsense, just defeat me if you can. Chapter 12:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What kind of person was Zhang Zhe? How could he be scared off by a single sentence from the other party? No pop-up window. If that was the case, he would no longer be the faction leader. Moreover, he had seen all kinds of storms. If the Taihang sword faction was strong enough, they would not be afraid of any enemy. However, if the Taihang sword faction remained weak, it would be destroyed sooner or later. If that was the case, there was no point in him continuing to protect them. He might as well let them disappear in the long river of history. That would be a much more straightforward way. At this point, their strength had reached an extremely terrifying level, and their minds were even more powerful. They could basically ignore everything and put everything in their hearts. This was their true will. At this moment, his sword did not stop at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. The power of the light was unimaginable. It was like the sun rising in the sky. The Taihang sword was a divine sword. Under Zhang Zhe's efforts, the divine spirit in the divine sword had begun to awaken. Once it was fully awakened, its power would increase by another level. Perhaps one day, it could even become a super divine sword like the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the power of the Taihang sword and Zhang Zhe's cooperation was unimaginable. No matter how strong the divine spirit was, it could not gain any advantage over Zhang Zhe. As he spoke, Zhang Zhe charged forward again. He slashed his sword down viciously and collided with Duan Wulonghu's power. Duan Wulonghu, I know that you still have a lot of trump cards. Take them out. Otherwise, your plan will definitely fail today. Since he had already appeared here, he would not allow Duan Wulonghu to succeed. Moreover, at this time, Chu Linger's call seemed to finally have an effect. Lin Feng's consciousness began to awaken. She was a venerable lord with terrifying power. The moment she fully awakened would be the moment he failed. Even if he was the Duan Mulonghu, he would have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, he would have to face the impact of the two of them. Duan Mulonghu also felt this. He clearly knew that if he didn't break through Zhang Zai's defense and interrupt Chu Linger's call, then he would really lose today. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I was doing something else and didn't bring that thing over, even this Zhang Zai would have died here today. He was furious. However, at this time, he had no choice but to start thinking. What should he do now? Should he disregard everything, charge forward bravely, and then reveal his trump card, or should he just retreat at this time? After all, he did not have much time left. If he continued to persist, it would only make things worse. Taxing Tianqing. At this time, Zhang Zai's attack came again. The power of his sword was extremely strong. The terrifying pressure fell fiercely, and the light continued to attack, almost turning into a sword formation. The sword chi was already powerful, and now that it turned into a sword formation, it was even more terrifying. With such power, even Duan Mulonghu had no choice but to retreat. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he was extremely angry with Zhang Zai. This despicable guy. Forget it, I'll retreat today. Otherwise, when Lin Feng wakes up, my chances of winning are not high. Even if he defeated Zhang Zai, it was not possible for him to continue devouring power at this time. Today's matter ends here. However, today is only the beginning. I, Duan Mulonghu, will remember this. So, before I return, all of you should live well. Don't die so easily. His voice was so arrogant that it was as if he did not put anyone in his eyes. At this time, the chaos on Heartless Island was not over yet. The densely packed demons were still flying in the sky. His figure began to disappear gradually. However, just as he was leaving, his palms suddenly tore, and a huge door was opened. The moment this door appeared, an extremely terrifying and heavy aura appeared. Feeling such an aura, such a terrifying pressure, was simply unimaginable. This was not the power of this world. Such a dark and oppressive aura was definitely not from this world. In the sky, rays of light fell directly at this time. The change in power was even more terrifying at this time. At this time, the gaze also began to rise and change. Such rays of light kept flashing at this time. It was the most terrifying light in the world. Demons. There were countless demons. No wonder there was such a huge and heavy pressure at this time. It turned out that such a terrifying demon had appeared at this time. That terrifying power was boundless as it continued to rush through the sky. If all of these terrifying things appeared, how terrifying would it be? Zhang Zai, are you coming to kill me? Duan Mulonghu chuckled. Then, he left calmly. This was because he knew that Zhang Zai would not come to kill him at this time, unless he wanted Heartless Island to be destroyed. At this time, he could only stop the opening of the demon door. If he could not do it, everything here would be completely drowned. Damn thing. At this time, Zhang Zai could only shout angrily. Chu Linger also noticed the changes in this place. However, Zhang Zai immediately shouted, "Don't bother about this place. Wake Lin Feng up." After saying that, his Taxing holy sword started to change. The sword, which was originally a few feet long, expanded by hundreds and thousands of times. Such a terrifying and violent power was displayed at this time. The most terrifying blade trembled slightly at this time. At this time, the terrifying ray of light had already descended. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. An endless amount of aura circulated continuously at this moment. "Break for me, you filthy things!" Zhang Zai shouted angrily. This ray of sword light evolved into countless changes. After being slashed by this sword, the spatial door immediately started to distort and shake, as if it was going to disappear completely. However, at this time, the Demon Emperor, who was trapped by the Big Dipper sword formation, suddenly let out a sharp roar. The moment he roared, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the door that was about to close. That ray of light turned into pitch-black lightning and swept through everything. When the black lightning struck the seven-star sword formation, the 7 Tao masters and fairies of the Passionless Island all spat out blood. They all suffered heavy injuries at the same time. At this time, they naturally did not have the ability to stop this demon emperor. Awu! The demon emperor howled. He reached out his hand, and the Tao master closest to him was pierced by his power. Even though the Tao master's body was strong, he was still heavily injured at this time. At this time, the demon emperor was heading towards the door. Seeing that Zhang Zhe was about to close the door, he didn't allow it and wanted to open the door. The demon emperor's bones were filled with the aura of destruction. Even if it meant his own death, he would destroy everything in his path. This was the demon emperor, a demon emperor born for destruction. Perhaps at the start, the demon emperor wasn't so extreme. However, at this time, the demon emperor was like this. Because at this time, the most terrifying demon emperor appeared. His thoughts were so extreme. In his understanding, everything in this world should be destroyed. Because only destruction was the source of his power. That mysterious and terrifying existence wanted to devour the power after the destruction of this world, and then strengthen himself. Everything about him was built on destruction. It was as if he was born to destroy everything. At this time, in the sky, the terrifying clouds kept accumulating. The dense aura was unimaginable. At this time, the power in the sky started to descend. That demon gate started to flash with dark lightning. Impudent. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. That voice was extremely powerful and majestic. Her strength wasn't inferior to Zhang Zhe's. When this power appeared, all the power on Heartless Island was mobilized. It was as if the entire world was waking up. On Heartless Island, rays of radiance appeared. These radiances were like the stars in the sky. They were extremely dazzling. The existence of these radiances almost lit up the entire world. Under that terrifying power, those powerful demons didn't even have the strength to struggle. They started to perish, or even die. Demons who dare to invade Heartless Island, death is your final destination. That voice was so cold and emotionless. The power that surged out of it was extremely powerful. It's senior sister. She finally woke up. Many people on the Heartless Island were pleasantly surprised when they heard the voice. Their senior sister Lin Fong had finally come back to life. Eldest senior sister Lin Fong was the strongest person after Fairy Heartless. She was a venerable sovereign, a veteran venerable sovereign. Her appearance could immediately turn the situation around. Evil and corrupt things, be destroyed. Heartless destruction. Her voice rang out again. Then, everything fell to the ground. This was her power. Hearing this voice, Zhang Zhe seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since you've woken up, there shouldn't be many problems here. I should leave. Chapter 12-13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As it turned out, Zhang Zhe was not here because he could predict Wan Mulonghu's appearance, but because of Lin Fong. Read the full text. No one knew that the Heartless Island's eldest senior sister, the strongest venerable Emperor Lin Fong, had a relationship. Moreover, it was a relationship between a younger and older sister. Back then, Lin Fong was carrying out a mission outside and coincidentally met him, Zhang Zhe. At that time, Zhang Zhe had just finished his battle. His opponent was an extremely terrifying killer from the Limitless Demon sect. Even with Zhang Zhe's strength, he was still severely injured. However, the most suitable person for him happened to meet Lin Fong. For some reason, Lin Fong, who was supposed to be emotionless, saved Zhang Zhe. The two of them spent a long time together, and even fell in love because of it. However, the two of them did not end up together in the end. Zhang Zhe did not have any thoughts of love at that time. At that time, he only wanted to become stronger and become the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction. He wanted to lead the Taihang sword faction to prosperity. Lin Feng was from the Heartless Island, so she naturally did not want to fall in love. However, perhaps it was the will of the heavens. The two of them did not want to fall in love, but in the end, they had a relationship and even developed feelings for each other. However, the two of them still got separated in the end. It was hard to say who was heartless, but what was done was done. However, it was also because of this that the two of them formed karma. Over the years, Zhang Zhe grew stronger and stronger, and he learned more and more things. He finally understood that the person who had feelings for him was actually from the Heartless Island. At first, it was not a big deal. He thought that at his current level, he had already forgotten and abandoned all feelings. The Great Tao was heartless. If he wanted to become the most powerful and terrifying person, he had to forget everything and devote himself to the way of the sword. However, today, he suddenly felt uneasy. He did not know where this uneasiness came from, but he knew that if he did not do something, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Finally, with the help of the Taihang Divine Sword and the treasures of the Taihang Sword faction, he made a divination and found that Lin Feng's life was in danger. Normally, he wouldn't be so worried, but at this moment, his heart could no longer remain calm. He knew that he could not let go of Lin Feng in the end. Hence, he had unleashed his greatest power and rushed towards her. No matter what, he would not let anyone hurt Lin Feng. This was the thought in his heart. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have really died today. This was the will of heaven. But now that Lin Feng had woken up, it was time for him to leave. He did not belong here. Since that was the case, it was better for him to leave as soon as possible to avoid any awkwardness. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's voice was heard. "You're leaving just like that?" The voice was cold, like the cold wind blowing from Bingshan. However, within this coldness, there seemed to be a trace of warmth. Zhang Zhe laughed bitterly. He felt that his heart was beating a little fast. Now that he thought about it, it was strange that a figure like him would have such emotions. He really didn't know what to say. "Yes, the matter has been settled. I should leave too," Zhang Zhe said. At this moment, Lin Feng continued to speak. "What's wrong, little guy? You don't even have the courage to look at me?" Such provocation was simply a joke. In the current Zhozhou continent, who had the right to call him a little guy? However, Zhang Zhe did not have any resistance when Lin Feng called him that. On the contrary, there were endless memories in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not a matter of courage." He turned his head and suddenly sighed in his heart. Then, he said unexpectedly, "You're still so young, but I'm already old." Lin Feng's appearance had not changed at all. However, Zhang Zhe no longer looked like a young man. Instead, he looked like a thin middle-aged man. Wouldn't it be better if the old and the young were matched? At this moment, Lin Feng actually smiled. Her smile was so beautiful, like the snow lotus in Bingshan. This smile made Zhang Zhe's heart throb. However, at this moment, the Taihang Divine Sword hummed softly. The ripples in his heart were directly broken at this moment. His gaze turned cold, and then sword chi condensed. Taihang Divine Sword, landslide. It turned out that the Fiend Emperor was causing trouble. At this moment, he was still not dead. The appearance of the starlight gave him a huge pressure, but he was still not dead. At this moment, he still had the strength to fight. Therefore, at this moment, he directly erupted his strength. At this moment, he wanted to launch the most direct attack and completely destroy everything. However, for Zhang Zhe, this was simply a huge taboo. Right now, he was talking to Lin Feng. Although he felt that he had let go of his heart, when he truly faced her, he realized that he still missed that period of time so much. Perhaps the two's conversation was extremely short, and even the smile that appeared between them was just a moment. However, because of this, it was precious. However, this guy actually dared to do this at this moment. This was simply courting death. No matter what, he could not forgive this guy. At this moment, his strength appeared, transforming into rays of sword light. The violent sword light fiercely suppressed. Such strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. The terrifying sword chi directly rushed down, and then slashed at the Fiend Emperor's body. The Taihang Divine Sword was extremely sharp. In addition, at this moment, Zhang Zhe was angered. Such a sword directly cut the Fiend Emperor's extremely powerful body in half. Humph, disgusting thing, you still dare to act recklessly. The angry ones were not only Zhang Zhe, but Lin Feng as well. She gently grasped with her beautiful hand, and an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Around the Fiend Emperor's body, thorns immediately appeared. Then, the thorns exploded, and the Fiend Emperor died just like that. There was no luck to speak of. A Fiend Emperor was originally extremely powerful. However, at this moment, it was directly strangled to death, without even a chance to struggle. It could be seen how terrifying the combined strength of these two was. I really did not expect that the little guy from back then had actually become so powerful. Very good, Overlord. The current you is not inferior to me anymore. Lin Feng said playfully. At this moment, she did not seem to be an ice-cold goddess at all. However, at this moment, Su Yan and Zhang Zhe also directly took a step forward. This step directly broke through layers of space, and directly appeared in front of her. His gaze landed directly on Lin Feng's face. Hee, little. At this moment, Zhang Zhe directly hugged Lin Feng. Lin Feng was an overlord. Even if Zhang Zhe was also a Dao sovereign, if Lin Feng was unwilling, Zhang Zhe would not be so close to her. The two of them looked at each other, and just their gazes alone seemed to be able to fill the entire world. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's smile gradually disappeared, and then the icy aura appeared again. The little bit of emotion just now disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of icy coldness. Zhang Zhe naturally felt the change in her, but at this moment, he did not care. Instead, he directly took an inch and wanted a mile, and then planted a kiss on her face. How dare you? Lin Feng's voice was already incomparably cold. This was because her heartless Tao was beginning to take effect. However, Zhang Zhe said indifferently, if you want to kill me, then do it. After all, I have already kissed you. What can you do to me? He was simply acting shamelessly. Lin Feng directly slapped out with her palm. The cold and terrifying palm imprint was like an iceberg. However, this palm imprint did not land on Zhang Zhe's body. At this moment, Zhang Zhe had already left. His figure disappeared completely, and completely disappeared. She smiled gently, and then said, "Humph, coward." However, there was no trace of blame in her words. Not only that, but she also seemed to be a little surprised. Then, she looked around Heartless Island. She showed such a childish attitude to Zhang Zhe, but not to these demons. Destruction. The truly powerful existence among the demons had completely disappeared, and the remaining ones could not withstand her power. At this time, all of them directly disappeared. At this time, she directly looked up at the sky, as if she wanted to see through the void and find her master. Master, do you see? Ling has already comprehended the will of the heavens. In the mysterious void, the Heartless Fairy's heartless domain was continuously being eroded. However, at this time, she did not feel any pain, nor did she feel any panic. Her aura had already stabilized, as if everything was nothing in her eyes. Humph, how is it? You old demon, the Heartless Island is not something you can easily control. When the Heartless Island was facing such a crisis, she could actually feel it. Although she was completely trapped in this place, she was a saint sovereign, and could still sense the movements of her own nest. The terrifying demon did not make a sound, as if it had completely disappeared. Pilgrimage. Yes, at this time, Su Yan was more and more convinced of his own judgment. He could already feel that in the distance, there was a mysterious power awakening. This power was extremely powerful, and filled with a holy aura. Even he had been attracted by this power and had developed a desire for it. It was even more so for those demonic beasts. Since legend had it that this place was once the tomb of an expert, and was even called the god's graveyard, then there must be something mysterious here. Chapter 12-14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Tao masters of the ancient sects had all entered this place at this time. There must be something extraordinary here. Otherwise, why would they be so crazy? Therefore, Su Yan firmly believed. Read the full text. At this time, Lu Wu and He Wenza, who were behind him, also felt the attraction. Greed and yearning flashed in their eyes from time to time. Old Lu, what is this thing? Why do I have such a strong desire in my heart? At this time, he could no longer restrain his inner desires. His desire for that mysterious and unfathomable thing had reached its peak. He only thought that if he could obtain that thing, his strength would definitely reach an extremely terrifying level. He Wenza was the same. Young master, do you feel it? He Wenza was smarter and calmer than Lu Wu. He knew that Su Yan was the most powerful person in this place. Even if that thing was right in front of them, it would be extremely difficult for them to obtain it. Unless Su Yan did not want it, they would not be able to obtain it at all. Su Yan said, I don't know, but this thing seems to be useful to me. However, he then added, but don't worry, as long as you follow me loyally, I can give you everything except that thing. After he finished speaking, Lu Wu and He Wenza immediately looked at each other. At this time, He Wenza asked again, Young master, what is that thing? Su Yan seemed to be in a good mood at this time. He said, it's better that you don't know what I need, but I can tell you that the heavenly spirit grass is there. Heavenly spirit grass. Hearing these 3 words, the two people's eyes became extremely hot at the same time. According to legend, the heavenly spirit grass was a spiritual grass that was nurtured by heaven and earth. If it could be refined, it could improve one's soul and reach a new level. These 2 old men were still in the venerable realm. Although they were not weak, they were not worth mentioning compared to Tao masters. Due to their low aptitude, it was impossible for them to reach the Tao master realm. This was what they knew. However, as long as one was human, there would always be greed or desire. Although reality made them feel helpless, there was always a little bit of hope in their hearts. They hoped that they could break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. And this heavenly spirit grass was exactly what they needed. If they could obtain the heavenly spirit grass, then their strength would increase. Not only that, but their souls would also sublimate. The sublimation of the soul was even more difficult than the so-called rebirth. At that time, they might really be able to become Tao masters. This gave them absolute hope. Sir, you're saying that you can bestow us with the sky spirit grass? Even at this point, they still couldn't believe it. At this time, Su Yan said, well, the sky spirit grass is not of much use to me. If I can get this, then I will give it to you. In addition, if my guess is right, then the key to our escape is there. Hearing this, the 2 of them were overjoyed. Now, only 2 words were left in their minds, and that was the sky spirit grass. If they could obtain the sky spirit grass, then their strength would definitely increase tremendously. However, at this point in time, they did not hear Su Yan clearly. What Su Yan said was if they could obtain it. This showed that it wasn't easy to obtain the sky spirit grass. However, since the 2 of them didn't notice, Su wouldn't remind them. How could it be so easy to obtain this thing? Not to mention other things, the terrifying monster horde might be their enemy. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was also thinking. There seemed to be something hidden under this road, so the monster horde wouldn't charge here. Although he was simply walking, his exalted power was constantly seeping into the ground. Although this world was extremely strange, it was much stranger than the 5 prefectures outside. Fortunately, the exalted power wasn't affected by this place. The powerful aura couldn't completely stop the exalted power. The exalted power was still able to seep into it, so it started to speculate. At this time, Su Yan discovered that there seemed to be an endless river below. Of course, the river wasn't just a river. Instead, it was an extremely terrifying and strange thing. It was an extremely powerful energy, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. The existence of this kind of thing was actually very unstable. If something went wrong, it would immediately explode. However, this thing seemed to be sealed now, so it wouldn't explode for a while. Furthermore, Su Yan discovered that this seemed to be only a small part of it. I want to see if the exalted power can directly devour this power. If it can, then my strength will increase greatly. At this time, his heart was full of desire. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Over 10 years had passed, and his cultivation base had increased a lot. However, he knew that while he was getting stronger, many people were also getting stronger. His own luck was very strong, and he had a huge advantage because he possessed the exalted power. However, deep down, he also knew that he wasn't the only one with good luck in this world. If he guessed correctly, Duan Wulonghu had also made great progress at this time. Since they were old enemies, then it was impossible for him to be left behind so easily. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying enemy, so he couldn't relax in the slightest. Therefore, at this time, he attached great importance to this. To him, this trip to the Gate of God might be an opportunity for him to improve his strength tremendously. The discovery of this energy was definitely a pleasant surprise for him. At this time, he had already implanted the exalted power, hoping that he could gain something from it. Time passed little by little, and they were getting closer and closer to their target. After a while, they were shocked to find that the countless beasts were actually standing there quietly. Some of the demonic beasts were born to be extremely violent and bloodthirsty. However, at this time, they were surprisingly quiet, which was simply outrageous. They were like children quietly sitting there, waiting for their teacher to arrive. What are they waiting for? At this moment, Lu Wu finally could not help but ask. However, Su Yan did not answer, and even He Wenze did not say anything. Their gazes were fixed on the sky. Lu Wu could not help but raise his head as well. At this moment, he finally realized that there was an aurora flickering above his head. The aurora was so dazzling that it was simply dazzling. That little bit of power was even more powerful to the extreme. Every ray of light was filled with terrifying and powerful power. Even if their strengths were not sealed, and they were venerable ones, they would not be a match for this power. If this power landed on them, they would probably die right away. It was also at this moment that the power began to sway gently. Strands of power continued to linger, and in the end, it finally formed a huge pattern. It was a god statue. The god statue was incomparably huge. Its body was similar to a human's, but it was also completely different. This was because its head was not a human's head, nor was it a dragon's head. Instead, it was a terrifying head that had never been seen before. It had 4 pairs of arms, and each arm was so powerful that it contained unimaginable divine power. The appearance of the god statue made the monsters even more eager, and they did not dare to have any auras. "Young master, what should we do?" Lu Wu asked at this moment. Nevertheless, as soon as he spoke, a power directly entered his sea of consciousness. Under the suppression of this power, he almost instinctively knelt down. At this time, he felt so humble, and the god statue in front of him was so high and mighty as if it was born to be worshipped by all living beings. Even the monsters knelt down to thank the statue. Those that could not kneel down prostrated themselves on the ground. Among all of the living beings, there was still one person who was still standing. This person was Su Yan. Su Yan's aura was abundant. As the strong wind blew, it made him look even more resolute. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was mocking with contempt. At this moment, the god statue began to make a sound. This sound was definitely not any language, and it was not even the roar of a wild beast. However, this sound was so clear that it was as if every living being could understand its words. This is the sound of the great path. At this time, He Wenbin began to tremble. It was not out of pain, but out of awe. Originally, when he knelt, he was very hesitant and even unwilling to accept it. But at this moment, that kind of mood had completely disappeared. Like the monsters, he directly prostrated himself on the ground. The sound of the Great Path. Legend had it that the Great Path was the ultimate truth of the world. If one could understand the Great Path, they would be able to receive help from the Great Path, allowing their cultivation to quickly improve. Those extremely powerful and high and mighty existences were all able to make breakthroughs in their cultivation after comprehending the Great Path. They could even reach a heaven-defying level and directly become gods. It was as if the 3 dragon gods had passed down the Great Path of the heavenly dragon that belonged to them. However, the sound of the Great Path was so miraculous that even venerables and powerful existences who had stepped into the Tao Lord realm would not be able to hear it in their lifetime, let alone ordinary people. Only those who had reached the level of sacred venerables and were at the peak of sacred venerables, who were about to embark on a new path, could comprehend the Great Path. Only such people had the ability to express the Great Path. Chapter 12:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If one could listen to the Great Tao, it would be of great help. Why were the people from the ancient sects so powerful? That was because there had been such people in their sects who could recite the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. After listening to the Great Tao Heavenly Melody, the cultivation of their disciples rose to an unimaginable level. That was the reason why the strength of the sect could increase rapidly. Of course, the Great Tao Heavenly Melody couldn't be passed down forever. After all, it was the law of heaven and earth. Normally, even if a sacred venerable or an existence above the sacred venerable were to recite the Great Tao Heavenly Melody, those who had heard it couldn't hear too much. At this point, the Great Tao Heavenly Melody of the various sects had already disappeared. Their cultivation could only rely on the records of Taoist scriptures and books. However, these were only the insights of the writers. How could they be compared to the Great Tao Heavenly Melody? But now, this strange statue that suddenly appeared started to recite the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. This was simply a miracle. The sound continued, and each note was so precious that it made people want to worship it in their hearts. However, there was one person who didn't do so. That person was Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan didn't care about this at all. The Great Tao Heavenly Melody didn't even enter his ears. How dare you! At this moment, a furious roar exploded in his consciousness. Disrespect to the gods is unforgivable. You deserve to be punished. Kneel down now. The terrifying aura kept rolling at this moment, and a terrifying force came crashing down on him. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly appeared around Su Yan, and he persevered in the wind. At this moment, he seemed to have become the heaven and earth of the world. Everything in this world was his enemy. The sandstorm was his enemy. The demonic beasts were his enemy. Even He Wen Bin and Lu Wu were the same. In his consciousness, the terrifying statue appeared directly. The 8 arms of the statue were shining with light. Lightning, fire, ice, storm, earth, divine tree, light, and darkness. 8 arms, 8 forces came crashing down on Su Yan, as if wanting to kill Su Yan. Invading the consciousness? Hee, how interesting. At this moment, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the bright moon suddenly emitted a cold radiance. The cold radiance directly turned into a sword light. The sword light was like a huge crescent moon that swept across. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. That was not all. Such terrifying power rose up again at this moment. The extremely terrifying light condensed again, and then the green lotus appeared. Lotus flowers appeared one after another, wrapping around the idol. The power of God, there really is the power of God here. Su Yan was in disbelief at this time. At this time, he had already seen the essence of this statue. The statue was naturally not real, but it was the power of the gods. Legend had it that this place was once the graveyard of the gods. The gods had fallen here. Now, it seemed that the legend was somewhat credible. The reason why he was able to emit the Great Tao Heavenly Melody was because the power itself was divine power. However, that was not true divine power, but the power condensed from the resentment of a god. He had already discovered that these existences were contributing their own powers when they were listening to the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. That was their souls, and also their lives. They had gained, but they also had to pay. It was just that it was hard to say whether it was worth it to pay or to gain. In this world, it was impossible to gain everything for free. To put it bluntly, they were using their own powers to provide for the gods. These people were grateful to the gods, and even felt that they were very lucky to be able to hear the great Tao heavenly melody. However, in Su Yan's opinion, that was not the case at all. Those experts of the sects preached because they hoped that their sects would become stronger. That was why they did so. However, in reality, preaching the Tao was something that went against the harmony of the heavens. Cultivating the Tao was against the heavens, and preaching the Tao was even more against the heavens. It was also because of this that those existences who had heard of the great Tao would not casually impart the Tao. It was because they knew that if they did so, it was very likely that they would bring death upon themselves. Therefore, if it was not for the inheritance of the sect or a true great sage, how could they impart the great Tao heavenly melody? No matter where he was, no matter how great he was, it was impossible for him to do so. Su Yan had seen through this point, and naturally, he would not submit. Why would he worship? It was because he was moved by the thought in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to grow stronger, and that terrifying aura was even more so at this time. He felt Su Yan's disobedience and rebellion, so he was angry and wanted to kill Su Yan directly. At this time, his brilliance began to rise, and that terrifying power increased bit by bit. That violent aura had reached an unimaginable level. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. This guy seemed to have chosen the wrong battlefield. Of course, it was indeed the simplest thing to disintegrate a person with just one's consciousness. He could recite the great Tao heavenly melody, and even if it was a fake one, it could still show his strength. Such soul power was definitely terrifying. However, Su Yan's soul power was even stronger. When that terrifying power came straight down, Su Yan's power also suddenly erupted. That violent power rose directly at this time, and all the aura was completely suppressed at this time. In the sea of consciousness, the green lotus bright moon was much stronger than before. Such power was simply terrifying, and that power had reached the most terrifying aura. Everything about him was like this at this moment. Everything was like this. The world was changing, and the sun and moon were also rotating. However, in this sea of consciousness, Su Yan's bright moon green lotus was eternal. These two forces were constantly colliding, and the terrifying power was constantly colliding, creating the most terrifying brilliance. At the top of the sky, endless power was constantly appearing. That was the creation. All the aura was constantly condensing and changing at this time. At this time, his power had reached the most terrifying level. In an instant, the sea of consciousness was churning, and terrifying waves appeared. That was a terrifying power. At this time, the eight-armed demon god obviously did not expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fierce, and his counterattack was even more terrifying. Blasphemer, you will be punished. At this time, his thoughts directly attacked Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan sneered, God? He did not care at all. In the sea of consciousness, a sword shadow appeared. That was the supreme sword soul. At this moment, the sword soul surged, and the terrifying power reached an unimaginable level. Blasphemy? What's so great about gods? It's not the first time I blaspheme gods. Su Yan's words were so bold, and the fact was so. This was not the first time he blasphemed gods. He had survived the suppression of the two great gods, the Dragon of Destruction and the Eternal Dragon. Although it was not his own power, it was related to his own survival. So far, what he had experienced had long exceeded everyone's imagination. Therefore, at this time, how could he be afraid of gods? What's more, he clearly knew that these were not gods, but just a bunch of hypocritical existences. When his anger rose, when his strength was strong enough, these existences were all useless and could be directly killed by him. How dare a mere fake god be so presumptuous? His sword chi condensed again, and the most terrifying power had reached a violent and terrifying level. At this moment, he moved forward again, and the power had even reached an unimaginable level. The sea of consciousness was his world, and in his world, he would not be afraid of anyone. At this time, his power was stimulated again, and the violent and terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, his power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The violent pressure of the sea of consciousness, together with the supreme sword soul, directly suppressed him. Didn't you want to invade my sea of consciousness and make me your slave? At this time, the extremely powerful power directly burst out from Su Yan's body. At this time, he had already launched a counterattack. In fact, at the very beginning, he did not expect that guy to be so direct and directly throw his power in. However, since this guy did so, it was an unexpected surprise for him. In this way, he could directly devour the divine consciousness. That's right, Su Yan's thought at this time was to devour the divine consciousness directly. His power roared out bit by bit, and the terrifying aura was constantly surging. It was simply unimaginable. Such a sacred and violent aura was really endless. The power between heaven and earth had reached the most terrifying level. The terror of the power was simply unimaginable. The sea of consciousness swept out, and immediately suppressed the eight-armed demon god. At this time, the eight-armed demon god immediately let out an extremely terrifying roar. His power was actually extremely terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan's strength in the outside world was affected by this space and was directly restrained. However, this was the sea of consciousness, and his original body was still preaching. Therefore, it was destined that not all of them had entered this place at this time. His power was constantly changing, and the terrifying light had become extremely pure. Mortal, if you do this again, I will communicate with my original body and kill you directly. His voice was so majestic that it was simply unimaginable. At this time, he seemed to be really angry and wanted to kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care at this time. How ridiculous. Since he had already made his move, he naturally knew what to do. Chapter 12:16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This strand of divine sense was extremely rare for him. Divine sense was the foundation. If Su Yan's divine sense was captured, then everything about him might be known to others. Therefore, there were so many high and mighty existences who liked to break into people's knowledge sea and then devour it. In this way, not only could they strengthen themselves, but they could also obtain the information they wanted from the other party's knowledge sea. At this time, as long as Su Yan devoured the eight-armed demon god's divine sense, he would be able to obtain a lot of information that he wanted to know. What was even rarer was that he would be able to understand what this place was like. After all, in this place, he was really too passive. He wanted to find Yun Wanqing, but he did not even know where she was. At this time, Su Yan's power began to nibble away at the eight-armed demon god's divine sense little by little. His Taishang power was truly a miraculous power, capable of suppressing all of these things. Su Yan's will was constantly moving, and his aura began to rise at this time. Outside of his body, he was originally only at the spirit channeling realm, but at this time, his cultivation suddenly increased, and at this moment, it had reached a whole new level. As expected, the stronger my power is, the more it will improve me. What a wonderful feeling. The power of the Most Supreme was originally able to help Su Yan break free from the shackles of this world for a short time, allowing him to reach the power he wanted to achieve. However, the process was not so simple. But now, after beginning to nibble away at the eight-armed demon god's divine sense, he vaguely grasped a direction and saw hope. He clearly knew that if he could reach this step, then he could truly complete the transformation. Now, Su Yan was already a Tao Lord. He had gathered all his laws and made himself unprecedentedly strong. This kind of strength was almost heaven-defying. When he had just cultivated, he was able to face the Dragon King Bugadier directly. Although he might not be able to defeat him, at least he was not afraid of him. At this time, if his cultivation improved further, then he might be able to directly defeat the Dragon King Bugadier. Thinking about it, Su Yan would have had difficulty even breathing in front of the Dragon King. If it was not for the existence of the Godslayer sword, he would have died at that time. But at this moment, His strength was so terrifying. With the support of an extremely powerful force, his aura was even more boundless, as if he was an omnipotent god. Of course, Su Yan would not be enchanted by this power. After all, he knew that he still had many things that he was lacking, but no matter what, this was a good sign. Nevertheless, this was a good sign. As long as he kept was translation, he would be able translation as was translation his was what was his translation of. Was translation translation? Was is was translation translation was translation 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 was translation 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 was translation? Translation translation translation? Was translation. But when he entered, he realized that Su Yan was actually a ferocious tiger. If he could, he would have let his main body react and kill Su Yan. Unfortunately, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, his will could not be transmitted. Unless his will was completely killed by Su Yan, he would only be able to find out when he lost contact with his own divine will. Otherwise, he would have no way of knowing. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him such a chance. The wonders of the most supreme power were displayed at this time. The power contained in the divine will had been completely extracted, including some laws and knowledge related to this place. At this time, the light in the sky was like a scorching sun. It was simply unbelievably bright. Such power was wavering little by little, and the boundless power was like a ray of light. His aura was rising little by little. Suddenly, Su Yan's aura disappeared, and he returned to the spirit channeling realm. At this time, Su Yan's gaze reappeared. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the real 8-armed demon god. So that's how it is. This is just a divine resentment. A divine resentment was the resentment of a divine spirit. After all, divine spirits were the greatest power in this world. Even if they died, they would not disappear. Their resentment was also an extremely terrifying existence. And in front of Su Yan was a divine resentment. The reason why he was teaching the heavenly voice and gathering so much power was because he wanted to condense his real body and be resurrected. Divine spirits were existences that surpassed holy venerables. They were also very special existences. They branded their mark in the world. As long as the world was not destroyed, the divine imprint would not disappear. Even if they died, the divine imprint would still leave them with a chance to live. They would either enter the cycle of reincarnation or appear as a divine resentment to find their true self. Once they could reappear, they would immediately become the most terrifying existence and return to this world. However, the divine spirits of this place had actually died a very long time ago. It could be as long as the era when the 5 counties were born. Although the information Su Yan had was incomplete, Su Yan could deduce that the existence of these fellows might be related to the extremely terrifying 5 kings. Regarding the 5 kings, it was really a mystery. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Even this god was filled with hatred and fear towards the 5 sovereign kings that he had a vague impression of. To be able to make a divine spirit act this way. Su Yan had seen the strength of a living divine spirit. Wasn't the dragon god the same? The dragon god was able to kill him with just a bit of divine consciousness from the sacrifice. How terrifying would his strength be? When he was alive, how terrifying would his prestige be? Although Su Yan did not know the strength of this divine spirit, since they were able to obtain a divine position, it meant that even if their strength could not be compared to the dragon god, it would not be too far off. However, compared to the 5 kings, there was clearly a sense of powerlessness in his anger. To him, this was an unimaginable pain. According to this deduction, the strength of the 5 kings was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, at least until now, the 5 kings did not have the most fundamental conflict with him. Therefore, Su Yan did not bother about it at this moment. At this moment, his strength started to gather bit by bit. It's really the evil god. At this moment, he released a wave of energy. That energy directly enveloped Wenza and Lu Wu. At this moment, the 2 of them were still immersed in the shock of the great Tao heavenly melody. To them, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as they could obtain this energy, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Therefore, they were naturally extremely grateful for this opportunity. They were even willing to exchange everything they had. However, at this moment, Su Yan's energy enveloped them and isolated the great Tao heavenly melody. What's going on? Why did the great Tao heavenly melody break? Lu Wu was immediately enraged. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and saw Su Yan. He Wenzo was the same. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about Su Yan's strength. Their first thought was that Su Yan had interrupted their opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, they directly soared into the sky and charged towards Su Yan fiercely. They wanted to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan said directly, "Why? Are you still unwilling to wake up from your dream? It seems that I still need to help you guys." As he spoke, he gathered his power again. That was his divine thought. His divine thought was like a gale that directly swept through their minds. With just this, the two of them were already awake from their anger. Then, they realized their current situation. Just now, they clearly wanted to kill Su Yan. At the thought of this, their hearts were simply filled with fear and dread. How could this be? Why did we attack this malefic? At this moment, the fear of being dominated by Su Yan appeared again. At this time, they almost directly knelt down. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Well, put away your emotions. You were just controlled by the evil god's emotions. Don't blame yourself. In fact, this is nothing." Su Yan said extremely calmly. Moreover, his smile was also very gentle. "Young master, what did you say? Controlled by the evil god?" The evil god. Hearing these two words, the two people's voices trembled. Even if it was the evil god, it was still a god. The fear of a god directly appeared in their hearts. Su Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, that's not a real god. It's just the resentment of a god. Well, there's no need to say any more. I'm going to kill the 8-armed demon god. As for you guys, I want you to do something for me." Although Su Yan said it calmly, in their hearts, they still felt extreme fear. This young master of theirs, what exactly was he going to do? He was going to kill the evil god. But young master, our strength, maybe. At this time, they were only in the spirit realm. How could they be the evil god's opponent? Moreover, even if they were in perfect condition, they still wouldn't dare to attack the evil god. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Well, do you remember what I said before? The spirit realm is the law of this world. In other words, your cultivation is in the spirit realm. Then this evil god is also in the spirit realm." The two people were actually very suspicious of Su Yan's words. After all, the aura emitted by the 8-armed demon god was too terrifying. That powerful aura constantly attacked their souls. How could they believe in Su Yan? "Don't you want to leave here? Don't you want the sky spirit grass?" Su Yan asked again. This time, however, it was a bribe. Chapter 12:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When they heard the words sky spirit grass and leave this place, their eyes lit up. Feng Yun Reading Network, leave this place. How could they not want to leave this place? However, they had already lost their courage and were intimidated by the majesty of the evil god. "Master, tell us, what do you want us to do?" He Wenza finally made up his mind and asked directly. Old he. Lu Wu was shocked. He felt that he Wenza was crazy. If he wanted to help Su Yan, wouldn't that mean that they were going against the gods? No matter what, he wouldn't dare to do so. However, he Wenza said, "I believe in Master's words. Old Lu, if you believe in me, then come with me. Think about it, if we can't leave this place for the rest of our lives, then even if the great Tao heavenly melody is real, what's the use of it?" He Wenza was calm at this moment. His simple words made Lu Wu speechless. Yes, if they couldn't leave this place, then even if the great Tao heavenly melody was real, what could they do? Gradually, perhaps they would become existences like those demonic beasts, treating the evil god as a god and making pilgrimages to him every time. That was to be muddle-headed and lose themselves completely. What was the point of living like that? They were experts. They didn't want to stay here and be ignorant idiots. They wanted to leave this place and become existences that could dominate the world. If they couldn't be happy, then even if they left this place, they wouldn't be happy. At this moment, a force descended from the sky. It was the light released by the evil god. Obviously, the 8-armed demon god had discovered that something was wrong here. Not good, it's the evil god's force. Lu Wu was taken aback. But at this moment, Su Yan had already bolted up into the sky. Following which, a burst of energy burst forth, repelling this horrifying attack. Su Yan said, "Well, what's there to be afraid of? I've already said that I will deal with this guy." At this time, seeing Su Yan actually repelling this power, the two people's confidence in Su Yan rose again. He Wenza said directly, "Tell us, young master, what do you want us to do?" Su Yan said, "It's very simple. Do what you want to do. Do you see the heavenly spirit grass? What you need to do is to pick the heavenly spirit grass. You can pick as many as you want." The two of them looked in the direction that Su Yan was pointing and saw that the heavenly spirit grass was exuding a luster. At this point, both of them were ready to make a move. That was the sky spirit grass that they had been longing for. All right. Wenza didn't waste any more words and headed straight ahead. In fact, between the two of them, Lu Wu was more impulsive. However, at this time, Lu Wu became timid. On the contrary, Wenza, who usually had a lot of worries, was so decisive. At this time, his power had reached its peak. Lu Wu saw Wenza acting like this and finally followed. In fact, many people were like this. In normal times, they were bold, but in the face of a real crisis, they were timid and didn't dare to move forward. Lu Wu was like this. Wenza was the opposite. Because he was very clear that at this time, he didn't have much of a way out. They could only trust Su Yan. If they didn't trust Su Yan, maybe they wouldn't be able to live. Even if they could live, they would be like walking corpses. He was very clear about his own strength. This was self-awareness. Since he was self-aware, he would put aside all his worries. Su Yan looked at Wenza's decisiveness and was surprised at first. However, he quickly smiled and said, "This old man is smart. Only smart people knew what to do at the right time." Since the two of them had already acted, he couldn't wait any longer. He headed straight for the demon god. At this moment, his speed had reached a terrifying level. He was almost like a ray of light. Didn't you want to kill me? Then here I come." At this time, he released his killing intent. When he released his killing intent, the monster horde was startled. The angry monster horde let out a roar. Although these monsters were just as Su Yan had predicted, equivalent to the spirit realm, such a large number of monsters was still very scary. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Taiji sword. In this place, Su Yan actually did not hesitate at all and directly took out one of his trump cards, the Taiji magic sword. The moment the divine sword was raised, it was born to kill. The sword chi swept across and a terrifying light fell. The monster horde at the front was directly killed. The sword chi swept out and directly killed a large number of monsters. Not even the corpses of the monsters killed by the divine sword were left behind. Su Yan's eyes flashed. As expected, he muttered to himself. At this time, he was muttering to himself. In fact, from the very beginning, he had already discovered that something was wrong. Although those demonic beasts were incomparably real, there was always a kind of indescribable feeling. They were clearly in front of him. So many demonic beasts passed by him, but Su Yan had a kind of feeling of nothingness. At this time, the power of the divine sword erupted. After the Taiji sword was destroyed, it returned to its origin. He immediately realized that the monsters were just the most basic source of power. If one had to describe them, they were actually similar to the heavenly resentment. When they listened to the great Tao of heaven's voice, they were offering their own source of power. The eight-armed demon god obviously knew this, which was why he acted like this at that time. The rolling aura was constantly changing at this time. Streaks of power manifested into an even more elusive power. When the monsters were killed, the power seemed to be falling into the earth. "Humph, don't even think about it," he said, and then activated his power again. That was the power of the Supreme. At this time, Su Yan had become a huge black D. The power that kept falling was directly devoured by him. "Humph, I want to snatch the source of power from you. I want to see what you can do to me." At this time, the eight-armed demon god finally couldn't wait any longer. "Destroy my spirit consciousness and snatch my food. Die." At this time, he directly pressed down with his palm. An extremely terrifying power fell directly. Such a radiance was simply terrifying. His power was rolling and unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be changing directly at this time. The most terrifying power began to condense to the extreme. In the face of the terrifying palm, Su Yan didn't dodge and directly went against the heavens. "Want to fight? Then come." His power directly swept out, and the most terrifying light flashed out at this moment. What kind of terrifying power was that? It seemed to suppress everything. That aura flickered boundlessly. Everything so terrifying moved at this time. Between heaven and earth, everything was completely obliterated. One hit. Boom, a terrifying sound was heard. Countless auras exploded, and the most terrifying power surged. In this one hit, countless monsters died directly. Su Yan's power of the Supreme was released again, directly plundering those powers. You can directly plunder vitality. The eight-armed demon god's eyes directly burst with the most terrifying light, and he seemed to be very surprised. He coveted these monsters that were transformed from vitality. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that he couldn't directly plunder, so he could only think of such a clumsy way. However, the guy in front of him was able to do it directly. "You're an outsider." His consciousness was released again, as if he was surprised by Su Yan's identity and origin. At this time, Su Yan said, "Haha, you're right. I am an outsider, but so what? What can you do to me?" Su Yan's words directly fell, and at this time, his aura was already rolling, and that most terrifying power at this time had reached the extreme. He leaped out and directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, the sky changed color, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. "Outsider, you will be the key to my change. You will never understand the true meaning of God." At this time, Su Yan said, "You finally can't hold it in anymore and want to show your true power?" At this time, his expression was indeed serious. After all, the power that was shown at this time was indeed extremely terrifying, and it made him feel a great threat. However, that was all there was to it. At this time, Su Yan's mind moved, and then a huge shadow appeared behind him. "God, my **s, you're just the resentment of a body. If even trash like you could be called a god, would have defied the heavens long ago." The shadow of the true demon. At this time, Su Yan finally no longer hid himself, and at this time, he directly released all of his power, and the real power directly burst out. The shadow of the true demon. The power of the highest was activated, and it directly offset the surrounding restrictive power. At this time, He Wenbin and Lu Wu finally arrived at the place where the sky spirit grass was planted, but at this time, they suddenly felt a huge movement behind them, and they instinctively turned around, only to see such an incredible scene. How is this possible? Young master, he. At this time, Lu Wu was so shocked that he could not speak. At this moment, He Wenbin said, as expected, "This young master's strength is truly unimaginable. In this place, it seems to be a law for one's strength to reach the spirit realm, but he can directly break the law. He is even stronger than the young master of my sect." He Wenbin was a member of the Xian Wei sect, and their young master was also an extremely terrifying task. Although the four heavenly kings of Tianji Elder did not have their young master, in the eyes of the Xian Wei sect, it was completely the Tianji Elder who was old and senile. Their young master was a great figure, and his power was even more terrifying. Chapter 12:18. After all, Yi Kongxing's strength had always been extremely terrifying. However, how could the others be qualified to be compared with the young master? No pop-up window. But at this moment, he realized that he was really blind. I don't know if this young master is the one I guessed, He Wenza said again. At this moment, Lu Wu asked, "Who are you talking about?" He Wenza said, "Didn't he say that he was Chang Wuxin from the Sound of Thunder sect?" It's just that the most famous person in the Sound of Thunder sect is actually Zhang Daqian, who is also a powerful genius. However, he's definitely not Zhang Daqian. Now imagine that the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization are in cahoots. Can't you guess who this person might be? At this moment, Lu Wu finally reacted. Are you saying that he's Su Yan, one of the future four heavenly kings of the human clan, Su Yan? Well, it's no longer important. I don't know if it's our fortune or misfortune to meet him. But now, it seems that the most important thing for us is the Sky Spirit Herb. He directly looked at the Sky Spirit Herb. Do you think he'll give us the Sky Spirit Herb? At this moment, Lu Wu's heart wavered again. He Wenbin said, "There's no need to doubt. He just said that the Sky Spirit Herb is no longer important to him. I believe him." While speaking, he had already walked forward. But after a few steps, a gust of Y wind suddenly blew past. On the ground, a dark gray aura of Y forest suddenly appeared. The moment the aura appeared this time, an extremely terrifying force directly rushed towards them. Oh no, this mission is really not simple. At this moment, he was extremely surprised because such a strange thing appeared at this time. What's that? Lu Wu was also surprised. Just as he was surprised, the gray fog had already manifested into an 8-armed demon god. Of course, this 8-armed demon god was much smaller than the one fighting with Su Yan. It was only about the size of a child. 8-armed demon god, it's that evil god. Old Lu, you and I will join hands to kill him, but be careful. The battle between Su Yan and the evil god began once again. At this time, they had completely let go of their strength. Such a battle was simply unimaginable. The terrifying power almost directly rushed to the sky at this time. That terrifying radiance was even more unimaginable. This was a battle where all of his strength was unleashed. As I expected, the power of the divine resentment isn't too strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for it. The reason why Su Yan decided to make a move was not because he was reckless, but because he had already estimated the extent of this fellow's strength, which was why he made a move. The reason why he was able to deduce it was because of that strand of divine will. At this moment, his sword chi became even more powerful. The true demon's shadow blocked it head-on, while he continued to attack from different angles. As such, even the powerful 8-armed demon god could not gain the upper hand. At this moment, the corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly. There was a look of realization in his eyes. I understand now. Evil god, you will definitely die today. At this time, his power erupted again. That terrifying power pressed down fiercely. That violent aura turned into a huge mountain and then directly pressed down. That boundless power was so strange and terrifying at this time. The aura between heaven and earth had become even stronger. He seemed to have grasped some key points. It was because of this that he was so confident in himself at this time. This time, I will definitely win. Extremely strong colors burst out in his eyes, because at this time, he had absolute confidence in himself. At this moment, his true demon shadow rushed towards his opponent without hesitation. Since he had a rough idea, he would definitely not lose. After the last time, the true demon's shadow had evolved. During the battle with the Eternal Dragon, Su Yan directly integrated the finger bone of the Great Demon God Lord into the true demon shadow, allowing the Great Demon God Lord's consciousness to descend. Although the Great Demon God Lord's consciousness had disappeared after the battle. However, the true demon's shadow seemed to have changed. Usually, no changes could be seen, but in fact, Su Yan knew that the true demon's shadow had undergone the most fundamental change. At this time, in the battle with the evil god, the true demon's shadow immediately displayed extremely terrifying strength. He even seemed to have an unimaginable desire for the eight-armed demon god. At this moment, that force slammed down fiercely. The raging power was constantly changing at this moment. Such a powerful force actually suppressed the eight-armed demon god in an instant. This was the world of the eight-armed demon god, but at this time, the eight-armed demon god did not have any advantage. Instead, he was directly suppressed. At this time, the eight-armed demon god seemed to have sensed an extremely familiar aura. Damn it, you really deserve to die. That kind of anger was extremely terrifying and intense. It was a kind of power that wanted to destroy everything. It was a crisis that wanted to completely destroy everything in this world. The terrifying aura was constantly attacking at this time. Such a power was indescribably terrifying and terrifying. At this time, the power was constantly changing, and the aura had reached an indescribable level. Between heaven and earth, everything had lost its color. The only thing that remained was the most terrifying radiance of heaven and earth. Su Yan's power was constantly moving at this time. The sword edge of his Taiji sword was constantly flashing. The sword edge was extremely powerful to begin with, and the sword light that was bursting out at this time was even more so. At this moment, Su Yan's power was already unimaginable. However, at this time, he suddenly realized that the pressure on him was increasing. The power of the highest is indeed not omnipotent. Although I can temporarily suppress this power, it seems that this is all I can do. I can't let my power continue to grow. At this time, Su Yan knew that there was not much time left for him to fight with his full strength. This was because at this time, there was already an extremely frightening pressure. After all, the rules of this world were as such. It was already very impressive that the power of the highest could be used as a shortcut. However, it was impossible for him to continue like this. Therefore, at this time, his power flickered, and the terrifying radiance changed at this time. Su Yan's power had become even more intense at this time, and the light was even more so at this time. His aura had begun to shrink. At this time, the eight-armed demon god seemed to have noticed the change in Su Yan. At this time, he began to laugh wildly. Outsider, although you can deceive this place, you can only succeed for a while. Now, it seems that you are going to reveal your true form. In this case, you are bound to lose. At this time, he was naturally full of confidence in himself. Su Yan's power was indeed terrifying. Whether it was him or the demonic shadow that appeared, both gave him great pressure. However, if the rules of heaven and earth could suppress Su Yan again, then Su Yan's power would not be able to compete with his. At this time, the victor would still be him. At that time, he would be able to directly take over Su Yan's body. He had already said before that Su Yan's body was very attractive to him. If he could succeed, then although he could not be resurrected immediately, he would have greater hope. For a person like him, the most frightening thing was that there was no hope. He had endless time. As the resentment of the gods, he would not die easily. However, if there was no hope and he was like this for the rest of his life, this was something that he could not bear. But now, he saw hope, and hope was right in front of him. The true demonic shadow once again blasted out with his blade. The terrifying blade directly exploded in the air. Su Yan used a sword, but the true demonic shadow's weapon was a long blade. The power of the blade's explosion was simply unimaginable. However, although the blade's power was strong, it could not kill the opponent in an instant. At this time, this existence was extremely terrifying. He seemed to have unimaginable vitality. Regardless of how terrifying Su Yan's sword chi was, it could not do anything to him. This was actually an extremely helpless matter. If it were someone else, perhaps they would have been depressed and dispirited at this time. However, Su Yan was not. He was clearly in an extremely dangerous situation, but he was not in a hurry at all. He slashed down with his sword as if none of this had anything to do with him. At this time, the eight-armed devil god was the more depressed one. Clearly, he was the one who had hopes of obtaining victory. But Su Yan's way of handling things made him scratch his head in confusion. Finally, his consciousness fell again. Human, you're about to lose, but you're not flustered at all. How interesting. Yes, in his opinion, Su Yan was about to lose. Therefore, Su Yan should be extremely flustered at this time, but Su Yan was not flustered at all. This kind of attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Yan said, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you flustered? If you think you're not my match, then just admit defeat. However, that's useless. I'm not afraid to tell you that I never thought of letting you live. This was indeed Su Yan's thought. The heavenly vengeance had to die. Only by dying would Su Yan have a chance to devour it directly and become even stronger. At this time, Su Yan clearly understood that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to disregard everything and use extraordinary methods. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to survive the great calamity. Chapter 12:19. This was not because of any other reason, but because he knew very well that there were too many strong people in this world. Although his strength was not bad, compared to those truly terrifying existences, he was still too far away. Read the full text. He wanted to live, and live well, so he had to do this. At this time, Su Yan had already lost too much and experienced too much. He really did not want to continue tasting defeat. He also did not want to see another farewell. Originally, he was already very aware of the danger, but at this time, Yun Wanqing disappeared again. If something happened to Yun Wanqing again, he did not know if he could take it. Maybe he would go crazy. Chu Linger, Lin Huatu, Lu Lan, each and every one of the women he liked, and his original family. Even if he never thought of himself as a member of the Su family, this body still had the blood of that family flowing in it. All of this was something he could not deny. Therefore, no matter what, he could not lose again. In order to not lose, he could only fight even harder. That was why he was like this at this time. His powerful strength rushed down again, and the true demon's shadow roared, fiercely pressing the eight-armed demon god to the ground. The eight-armed demon god was also stunned. Why was this true demon's shadow getting stronger the more it fought? Damn it, wasn't this thing summoned by that human? Why? He really did not understand. It was clearly a summoned creature, but it was completely out of sync with its master. At this time, Su Yan's strength should be getting weaker and weaker, but his strength was not like that. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. This was completely abnormal. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Su Yan's sword suddenly stopped. Then, he suddenly took a step back and said with a smile, "This is really tiring. I'm not going to fight anymore." After saying this, his aura disappeared. At this time, he had become a weakling with only a spirit realm cultivation. Yes, compared to before, he, who was only in the spirit realm, was now a weakling who couldn't be any weaker. He was clearly on the verge of victory, but he suddenly withdrew his strength. Outsider, are you admitting defeat? Since Su Yan had already reached the spirit realm, then he was no longer a threat to him. He could turn defeat into victory and make Su Yan die miserably. But at this time, he felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what exactly was wrong. I'm going to lose? You must be mistaken. The reason why I stopped was not because I was going to lose, but because I was already too lazy to fight with you. Su Yan spoke very casually, but the more he spoke, the more confused this existence became. Even now, he still didn't understand what the hell Su Yan was doing. Actually, you're just a strand of divine resentment. This isn't your true form, right? That's why you're able to unleash your power and fight me like this. The rules of this world actually exist, so even you can't really break those rules. Su Yan's words gave the eight-armed devil god a bad feeling. Because this is just an illusory body that gathers the so-called vitality you speak of, and then constructs an existence similar to a clone. That's why you can become a god. But what if your true form dies? Su Yan suddenly asked. The eight-armed devil god immediately roared, wanting to kill Su Yan, but Su Yan was unmoved. He only said, "It should be about time." Just as he was speaking, Lu Wu's Tianwu fist had already landed. The power of that fist was extremely strong, and it directly bombarded the body of the miniature eight-armed devil god. "Get lost, you damn thing. That's my heavenly soul grass." Lu Wu's eyes were filled with incomparable passion. For the sake of the heavenly spirit grass, he had already taken a huge risk. At this time, all the obstacles had disappeared. In front of him, there was only this little thing as a barrier. So, how could he bear it? Facing this little thing, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Therefore, he directly launched an attack with his strongest power. This little thing was actually not weak, but at this time, he was working together with Iwenza. Under such circumstances, no matter how capable this little thing was, it would be difficult for it to resist, and it was directly kicked away. After doing all this, he was finally satisfied. Ha ha ha, heavenly soul grass. At this time, Iwenza didn't stop. He directly shouted, "Old Lu, kill this thing." His aura increased at this time, and his killing intent became even stronger. The strong killing intent directly erupted, and the mysterious Y ruler appeared. Then, a force fell fiercely, directly hitting the body of this thing. As a result, the pitiful little thing was directly defeated. What they didn't know was that at this time, the eight-armed demon god, who was fighting fiercely with Su Yan, let out a painful roar, as if it had been greatly tortured. At this time, Su Yan began to laugh, and then said, "Do you think I don't know? You're just a fake existence in front of me, and the real existence is that little thing." But the strange thing is, maybe you've already forgotten. Therefore, the divine resentment is still the divine resentment after all. It's still an incomplete thing. After saying that, he directly grabbed at the little thing again. Following his movement, he then threw a punch fiercely, and an extremely strong force suddenly fell, turning into an extremely violent gale. How is this possible? This is impossible. I'm supposed to be invincible. How can I lose? Even at this time, he still refused to give up, and felt that he should be truly invincible in this place. Invincible? There's no such thing as invincible. At this time, you still refuse to recognize reality. This is really funny. Forget it, I don't want to continue wasting time with you. In that case, you can go to hell. While speaking, the true demon's shadow suddenly hugged the huge divine resentment, and at this time, Su Yan directly emerged with the power of the Tai Supreme. At this time, what Su Yan wanted to do was to directly devour this thing. The ferocious devouring power was like a frenzied dragon. It rushed out fiercely, wanting to devour everything he had. The terrifying power at this time was even more unimaginable, and at this time, the aura was constantly moving at this time. No, no. His roar was so mournful. Lu Wu and Iwenza did not know that they only wanted to get the sky spirit herb, but they actually helped Su Yan get rid of a terrifying existence. Previously, Su Yan did not tell them that they were dealing with the divine resentment at this time. This was because he knew very well that if he told them directly at this time, they might not dare to make a move because of fear. As long as they had a heart of fear, they would stop moving forward, and this way, they would not be able to pose a fatal threat to that terrifying existence. However, it was because of their ignorance and greed that they were fearless and defeated the divine resentment's main body. Su Yan had suddenly dissipated the power of the Tai Shang at the last moment, allowing himself to return to the realm of spirit channeling. This was because he had already seen the situation of the battle and knew that the most crucial part of the eight-armed demon god would not be able to survive. His opponent was just a powerful vitality condensed by the main body. However, because this place was special, even the divine resentment itself had been forgotten. The reason why the sky spirit herb could grow was because the bones of a powerful existence were buried here. Only by condensing the sky spirit herb could it become the sky spirit herb. This was Su Yan's judgment. It had to be said that Su Yan's judgment was extremely accurate. It could even be said to be incomparably exquisite. If it wasn't for his judgment, he probably wouldn't have been able to drag the battle to such a state. However, at this time, he still had to face a problem, and that was the true devil's shadow. At this time, the true devil's shadow also began to devour vitality, as if intending to compete with Su Yan for resources. As expected, the arrival of the great devil heaven lord has already affected the true devil's shadow. However, you are something created by me, and you are condensed by me, not the great devil heaven lord. You can only obtain it if I allow it. If I don't allow it, then you can stay here. Su Yan bellowed loudly. Then, an extremely powerful seal rushed out to suppress Yishiwen. Under such an impact, the huge true devil's shadow suddenly trembled, and he seemed to be in extreme pain. At this time, his instincts actually resisted Su Yan. However, this struggle quickly stopped. Just as Su Yan said, the true devil's shadow was created by his power. Without Su Yan's permission, he absolutely could not act independently. Even if the great devil heaven lord had descended, and there was the heavenly demon finger bone in his body, he still could not escape from Su Yan's control at this time. Su Yan's power was still circulating. Not long after, the powerful force was finally completely devoured by Su Yan. After devouring the huge divine resentment, Su Yan's supreme power began to spread again, and the vitality of the monsters that died in the battle was all devoured by him. And this vitality was what Su Yan wanted to devour. He didn't lie to Hewenza and Lu Wu. He really didn't care much about the sky spirit grass, because he didn't need it. The vitality could directly increase his strength, but the sky spirit grass couldn't because he was already strong enough. As for the vitality, Lu Wu and Hewenza couldn't absorb it. Su Yan walked to their side. At this time, Hewenza suddenly took out 2 sky spirit grass. "Young master, this is for you." Lu Wu was obviously very reluctant. This was the sky spirit grass, and he felt that the more he had, the better. However, Hewenza had already given it away, so he couldn't say anything. Chapter 12:20. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Wu couldn't bear to part with it, but how could Hewenza be willing to part with it? But at this time, even if he couldn't bear to part with it, what could he do? He still chose to give it to Su Yan. Although Su Yan did say that he wouldn't be calculative with them about the sky spirit grass, and if they really took it all, Su Yan wouldn't say anything. But now they were under Su Yan's protection, and as the saying goes, one has to bow under the eaves, and he still had this self-awareness. Su Yan smiled and took the sky spirit grass in his hand without any hesitation. He didn't need much of the sky spirit grass, but such a precious thing was better than nothing. Besides, he could also give the sky spirit grass to Yun Wanqing to eat. Besides, at this time, he also understood Hewenza's intention of giving it to him. He wanted to seek his protection. Hewenza was a smart person, and it was quite pleasant to work with him. Hewenza and Lu Wu had already gotten what they wanted. In fact, a divine item like the sky spirit grass could only be swallowed once, and the second one would be useless. Lu Wu couldn't bear to part with it purely because of his greed. So, in fact, he wasn't as smart as Hewenza. Of course, such a person would have his uses sometimes. Anyway, for Su Yan, they couldn't do anything at all. On the contrary, sometimes some inadvertent arrangements could help him achieve his goals. Just like this time, these 2 people were the ones who had contributed the most. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't say this out loud. After all, this was a kind of exploitation. The relationship between them hadn't reached the point where they could trust each other completely. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to gradually increase. The pressure that was released from his body even made the 2 of them take a few steps back. It was as if they were facing a terrifying monster. The 2 of them showed fear on their faces. They didn't know why Su Yan would suddenly display such power at this time. Su Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any other intentions. It's just that I just went through a battle, so I can't completely restrain my aura." In fact, this was because he suddenly swallowed a large amount of elemental energy, and the elemental energy couldn't be completely subdued in a short period of time, so it was like this. At this moment, the light in the sky was flickering, and the light was so dazzling that everything between heaven and earth was changing slightly. Those specks of light were actually origin energy. After going through the battle just now, Su Yan had already figured out many things, the most crucial of which was his understanding of this world. Many things in this world were constructed using origin energy, including the demonic beasts that they had just seen. In fact, they were all constructed using origin energy. The heavenly resentment devoured elemental energy to strengthen itself. When its power reached a certain level, it could defy the heavens and be resurrected. It was a pity that its goal was not achieved in the end. Perhaps it had fallen here, and its heavenly resentment was also limited by the laws of this world when it was born. This made it impossible for it to directly devour the elemental energy. Instead, it could only slowly devour the elemental energy through a method similar to faith. In fact, his plan was already very perfect, but it was a pity that he didn't have enough time. If he had enough time, then his power could be completely stimulated. At that time, his cultivation level would naturally recover. However, before he could achieve his goal, he was killed by Su Yan. And his elemental energy was also directly devoured by Su Yan. The elemental energy of the heavenly resentment was already extremely terrifying, and in addition to the elemental energy that Su Yan devoured from killing the elemental energy, it was equivalent to him devouring an emperor. In fact, this was already an extremely terrifying matter. One had to know how powerful an emperor's origin was, and how difficult it was for an emperor to cultivate. It was simply unimaginably difficult to take another step forward. However, Su Yan did it. Not only did he do it, but he did it very well. Therefore, at this time, the energy in his body was extremely strong. Even someone as strong as him couldn't directly harmonize this energy in a short time. If it weren't for the fact that his power of the exalted was extremely mysterious, he would have to sit down and adjust his energy at this time. For him, this was a huge opportunity. As for the brilliance in the sky, although he coveted it, he also knew that there was a saying that one couldn't go against what one did. If he continued like this, it would probably lead to other unforeseen events. Since this world was limited by his laws, it meant that this world had its own will. Although this will might not be very strong, Su Yan still knew that it was not appropriate for him to compete with this will with his current strength. Young master, you just said that we can leave here. How should we leave? He Wenza asked at this time. Lu Wu also pricked up his ears. He also didn't want to be trapped in this damned place for the rest of his life. Su Yan said, well, we can indeed leave here, but it's not easy to do so. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he had already begun to condense his energy, and an extremely dazzling light beam was released. At this moment, his powerful energy was released again. The dead have already decayed, and the existing will not hide. As his words fell, an extremely bright light suddenly flickered not far in front of him. An extremely sacred aura appeared, and a powerful repulsive force spread out in all directions. Apart from Su Yan, who could stand firmly in place, He Wenza and Lu Wu couldn't remain still at all. What's going on? Is something about to appear? Lu Wu was extremely shocked. The thing that suddenly appeared seemed to have extremely terrifying strength, which made him extremely uneasy. His strength was indeed powerful, but compared to this power, it was like heaven and earth. Moreover, at this time, their strength was still sealed. If a terrifying monster really appeared, it would be dangerous. He was not as calm as He Wenza, and he actually didn't trust Su Yan. At the very least, Su Yan had just taken away the heavenly spirit grass, which made him feel extremely relieved. Finally, all the auras calmed down. As I thought, is this a game? How interesting. After Su Yan finished talking to himself, he directly walked forward. Seeing that Su Yan was moving forward, He Wenza didn't hesitate and directly followed. However, at this time, Lu Wu pulled him back. Old He, are we really going? In the beginning, he could be said to be very excited about the Gate of God. He felt that he had discovered a treasure trove and could obtain something by entering it. However, after experiencing this, he was really afraid of the Gate of God. After all, in this world, his strength had been sealed, and he didn't have any strength to deal with it. Then, what would the next world be like? At this time, he had no confidence in his heart. Therefore, he was very hesitant. Old Lu, don't you understand? If we want to leave this place alive, we have to follow the young master. Not to mention what we can obtain by following the young master, is it not enough just to leave alive? Seeing Hewenza's determined expression, Lu Wu finally felt relieved. He and Hewenza were already good friends. Although perhaps in the deepest part of his heart, he was wary of everyone, at this time, he could only choose to believe Hewenza. Therefore, he also followed. Just as the two of them were talking, Su Yan had already stepped into the gate of God. Su Yan felt that it was a little funny because he thought of something. When he was still on Earth, the game he played seemed to have this kind of challenge mode. After defeating the boss of one level, one could enter the next level. It was very similar. Just now was considered the first level, and in fact, the first level was very difficult to pass. If the person who entered this level was not Su Yan, but his people, he was afraid that they would not be able to recover their cultivation directly. With their cultivation suppressed, how could they defeat the 8-armed demon god? Perhaps, there was always another way, but it would take a lot of time. That would not be worth the loss. Of course, they were not the only ones who entered this mysterious Middle-earth. Su Yan did not know whether the others had entered the Gate of God or what kind of world they were in after entering the Gate of God. This Middle-earth, such a vast land, was very strange and had unimaginable power. Even he could not figure out this place clearly. When he had just stepped into the Middle-earth, he had already felt it. It was an extremely terrifying aura. However, this aura seemed to be very weak, as if it was not there at all. As a result, Su Yan was unable to determine exactly how strong this aura was and where it came from. However, there was one thing that he was clear about, and that was that a monster with such strength was definitely not a simple character. The Gate of God's teleportation was activated again. This time, boundless light surrounded them. In such a dense light, they seemed to be holy people, with an indescribable divine aura. Interesting, it seems to be a completely different world. In the Gate of God, the suppression of their strength was still not lifted. However, their realms had increased a little. It was stronger than the spirit realm. Above the spirit realm was the celestial realm. Whether it was Lu Wu or Hewenza, their strength had already reached the Fate Soul realm. No matter what, at least their cultivation level had increased by one level, which made them very happy. Although the realm of life spirit was too weak for them, it was at least stronger than the spirit channeling realm. When they walked out of the Gate of God, the huge Gate of God behind them disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 12:21. At this moment, Lu Wu was overjoyed. He quickly thought of something, and that was the heavenly spirit grass. At this moment, he couldn't wait to devour the heavenly spirit grass. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "I advise you not to be in such a hurry." Hearing Su Yan's words, Lu Wu's expression changed. He subconsciously thought that Su Yan was going to go back on his word. But who would have thought that at this time, Su Yan said, "I think you should be very clear that this place is restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. If you take it here, will it allow you to reach a higher realm?" Hewen Bin understood Su Yan's meaning and said, "Young master, do you mean that consuming it here won't have any effect?" Su Yan said, "No, it's not that it won't have any effect, it's just that the effect won't be good. Your current realms are in the Fate Soul realm, right? Then, after your realms increase, will you become stronger venerables or even stronger Fate Souls?" Even if the two of them were stupid, they already understood Su Yan's meaning. Although Lu Wu was unwilling, he clearly didn't want such a precious heavenly spirit grass to go to waste. However, Lu Wu quickly discovered one thing. At this moment, Su Yan's aura seemed to be too weak. He felt a trace of joy in his heart, but he didn't show it. He then asked, "Young master, are you also in the Fate Soul realm?" Su Yan smiled lightly, then said, "No, not yet. I'm only at the peak of the spirit channeling realm." Regarding the matter of his cultivation not increasing, Su Yan did not hide anything and directly spoke about it. When Lu Wu heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. At this time, he seemed to have a different plan, but he quickly suppressed this thought. Because he thought of how powerful Su Yan was. In the previous world, Su Yan had used his original power for no reason. That terrifying aura made him feel hopeless. It was as if the person in front of him was the most powerful and terrifying existence in the world. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly at this moment. However, he remembered these words in his heart. After all, the Fate Soul realm was much stronger than the Spirit Channeling realm. Perhaps if he used it well, this could be an opportunity. Su Yan didn't seem to notice anything. He turned around and walked forward. This world was different from the previous world. In the previous world, there was yellow sand everywhere, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. However, it was different in this world. This place was full of vitality, and everything looked so beautiful in this place. Countless flowers bloomed in this place. That beautiful aura was even more unimaginable. The warm sunlight shone down, giving people an extremely intoxicated feeling. If it wasn't for the special environment here, this place was simply a paradise. It was intoxicating. Su Yan enjoyed the tranquility here. Even if he knew that everything in front of him was very likely illusory, he didn't care. After all, he was very clear that there were so many disturbances in this world. To be able to enjoy this moment of peace was enough. Of course, he wasn't just enjoying the environment here. He was also comprehending. He was comprehending what kind of laws this world had, what kind of existences there were, and what kind of situations would occur. At this moment, there were specks of light flickering in the sky. When he saw this light, Su Yan's first reaction was origin chi. At this moment, his eye of truth had already begun to be used. Under the eye of truth, everything began to return to its origin. Nothing could escape his eyes. In his eyes, everything was so clear. Yuanqi, this was indeed a world formed by Yuanqi. Unknowingly, Su Yan's power began to circulate. Bit by bit, origin chi gathered directly towards his body. At this time, his body had become a huge vortex. Everything was swallowed by him. This was an extremely strange process. During this process, his power began to manifest. The change in power was simply unimaginable. The power had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this time, between heaven and earth, such a change in power had reached the most terrifying level. In the sky, bit by bit, chi continued to gather towards this place. In the end, the change in chi was extremely powerful, and even began to cause a gale. Huanzi discovered something and gradually slowed down his footsteps. At this time, there was a sudden vibration in front of them. Su Yan stopped. "Young master, what's wrong?" Huanbin asked. At this time, he was already extremely respectful to Su Yan. As for whether this respect was sincere or not, Su Yan was not sure. He did not care. As long as this respect existed, it was enough for him. "Someone is coming," Su Yan said. "Someone?" Huanbin was surprised. In the previous world, they did not see a single person, but at this time, humans appeared. Who were those people? Were they similar to him, entering here from the outside world, or were they natives of this world? Although this place was strange, it could indeed be said to be an independent world. After all, this was the kingdom of the gods. Even if it was a kingdom that appeared after the fall of the gods, it still had extremely magical power that could not be underestimated. Not long after, those people had arrived in front of them. It was a team of knights. The knight in the lead was wearing shining armor and looked extraordinary. In fact, the long spear was extremely eye-catching. It was a weapon that was completely different from the infinite world. However, Su Yan was somewhat familiar with it because it seemed to be the long spear of the knights in the biographies of the Western countries on Earth. This team of knights was very imposing. Their terrifying power was simply unparalleled. Their aura directly suppressed the few of them. The knights stopped in front of them. The one in the lead was actually condescending. He looked at Su Yan and the others and said, "Where did you come from? What is your purpose in coming to the Great Sun Kingdom?" He was directly questioning Su Yan and the others without holding back at all. Moreover, as he spoke, his knight's long spear was directly pointed at Su Yan. It seemed that as long as Su Yan was unwilling to speak, his long spear would directly stab down and kill Su Yan and the others. At this time, Su Yan said, "Sun Kingdom? We are indeed outsiders. As for why we are here, I won't tell you." His attitude immediately infuriated the knight commander. Su Yan's uncooperative attitude made him extremely angry. "How dare you? Since you won't tell me, then don't blame me." His gaze turned cold. At this time, the knight's long spear was already pointed at Su Yan. At this time, Wenza said, "Old Lu, let's attack." As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan. "Young master, leave these guys to us." The auras emitted by these guys were not weak. They almost had the auras of the life soul realm. However, even so, he was not afraid. They were the elders of the Celestial sect and the Xianwei sect. Although it was difficult for them to advance after reaching the Venerable realm, it seemed that their aptitude was not strong. However, that was only compared to the top geniuses. Compared to ordinary people, they were already extremely powerful and terrifying existences. Even if their realms were the same, they were enough to dominate. Since they had received Su Yan's protection, they had to serve Su Yan sometimes. Therefore, at this time, he had already rushed out. Since he had already attacked, Lu Wu naturally would not be indifferent. In terms of battle prowess, Lu Wu was more powerful than Wenza. After all, the Celestial sect was based on the martial arts. Lu Wu's strength was extremely strong. Once he punched out, there was a terrifying force that immediately suppressed Wenza. Such a force could be said to be extremely powerful and terrifying at this time. At this moment, his strength directly exploded. The force of this punch was simply unimaginable. The knight clearly did not expect these guys in front of him to be so arrogant. Not only did they not surrender, but they also dared to attack first. However, he was not to be trifled with. The long spear in his hand swayed and then stabbed at Su Yan at an extremely fast speed. To be able to use it at such a speed, it was extremely terrifying. That power was so fast that it was unimaginable. However, he was up against Lu Wu. Along the way, Lu Wu was not in pain at all. This was because he was suppressed by Su Yan and could not even lift his head. At this time, this knight was simply a punching bag for him. Facing the knight's long spear that pierced through the air, he did not care at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, he broke through and appeared in front of Su Yan. At this time, the force of his fist was so strong that it directly grabbed the long spear in his hand. "Humph, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of your grandfather?" As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force and the knight was directly pulled down from his warhorse. The knight's body was still flying in the air. He had already moved forward again and then viciously kicked the knight's abdomen. The knight's entire body curled up as he felt an extremely intense pain. At this time, Wenza had also charged into the crowd. He was constantly using his strength. Attack after attack landed continuously. The terrifying force was incomparably strong at this time. The terrifying force of the reversal was simply unimaginable. In a short period of time, there were continuous screams. Facing these two people, the knights did not have the strength to resist at all. Chapter 1222. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. To those people, Wenza and Lu Wu were the most powerful and terrifying existences. No matter if they charged or attacked together, it was useless against the two of them. Their reaction speed was simply too terrifying. They were able to avoid all of this with ease. The strength of these two people was simply formidable to an extremely terrifying extent. That was not all. Whether it was speed or strength, they were so powerful that people could not react. Speed, strength, and reaction speed, they could not resist. Moreover, they even had the ability to float. This was simply a knight's nightmare. Damn it, where did these monsters come from? Why are they here? At this moment, they had already begun to tremble. They already had the deepest fear towards these two people. "All right, old Lu, hurry up and clean up. Don't waste time." At this moment, Wenza directly said to Lu Wu. He was already a little impatient. In fact, to them in the past, these people could not even be bothered to lift a finger. However, at this moment, they had to pay such a price. This made him very uncomfortable. Of course, there was no sense of accomplishment in dealing with these people. Dealing with them as soon as possible and then getting the information he wanted from them was the most important thing. All right. Lu Wu directly made his move. Screams rang out, and these people immediately collapsed on the ground. "Tell me, who are you people, and where is this place?" Wenza directly asked. At this moment, the night leader was stepped under his foot. He wanted to struggle, but he was completely unable to do so. His eyes were filled with deep resentment. "Hurry up and speak." Lu Wu directly added a kick. "This is the Sun Empire. You have offended the knights of the Great Sun Empire. You will die a horrible death." He directly cursed viciously. At this moment, Wenza said, How we will die is not something you need to worry about. You should worry about yourself." Wenza's smile was calm, but in his eyes, it was the smile of a demon. The leader of the knights simply closed his eyes. "Then, tell me, Mr. Great Knight. Apart from us, have you found other people similar to us?" At this time, Su Yan had already walked up. Su Yan's voice was much gentler. Perhaps it was because of this reason that it actually opened its eyes and looked at Su Yan. It was at this moment that his gaze froze. He quickly said, "Yes, there are invaders in the Sun Empire, invaders just like you. They are vainly trying to seize the great scepter of the Sun Empire." The knight did not expect that he would speak out so directly at this moment. "Tell me, when did this happen?" "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with us, I won't hurt you," Su Yan said again. "Just a few days ago, those people were like you, very powerful. No, those people were even more powerful than you. However, they still failed. The great Imperial Preceptor repelled them with his powerful magic. So, you guys should give up. Those guys are not a match for the Imperial Preceptor, you guys are even more so." He said fiercely, as if saying this would make him feel incomparably happy. Su Yan smiled faintly. He didn't really care about his cursing words. He only said, "The Emperor's Scepter? Seems like a good thing. I think I already know where we are going. Those few outsiders must be the experts from the various sects in the 5 counties who had entered the 9 continents in advance." This was interesting. Previously, they did not know that there were experts from other sections. "Let's go, I don't know which sect's experts came here." What was worth confirming was that it was not only the sects of the eastern lands that came to the Central Plains. There were experts from other places, such as the Southern Sea, the Northern region, and the Western Wasteland. After all, this involved the inheritance of the gods. There was no power that would not pay attention to it. The knight captain was in a daze. Apparently, he hadn't realized why he was so obedient and revealed everything. But at this point, no one cared about the reason anymore. Su Yan was not in a hurry. Instead, he walked forward slowly. While Su Yan was walking, Yun Wanxing was facing a tough battle. She used her cloud mist technique to restrict the resurrection power of the mysterious existence that had taken over her father. Without the help of the cloud mist technique, it would be extremely difficult for that fellow to use her own power to resurrect. In this case, she should be able to gain the upper hand by teaming up with Hanyu Daozuan. Originally, this was indeed the case. When the two of them worked together, their battle power was unleashed to the extreme. Although it was their first time teaming up, the two of them had great chemistry and worked together seamlessly. Hanyu Daozuan's Tao of Ice was very powerful, and Yun Wanxing's Cloud Mist technique was also very powerful. When the two of them worked together, the power that they could unleash was naturally even more powerful. As a result, the monster that had taken over her father's body was retreating in defeat. This fellow was once an expert, but unfortunately, he had gone through a great tribulation and was actually dead. Although he had used Yunhee to achieve a goal similar to resurrecting from the dead, it was not his own body. However, that wasn't his own body after all. No matter what, he couldn't control it as he wished. As a result, his power could not be used to its fullest. Therefore, he could not use it as he wished. Originally, he could use Yunhee's powerful cloud mist technique to continuously restore himself and increase his power. However, at this point, he could no longer do so. At this point, he should have been in a critical situation. In the end, he was even directly sealed in ice, and did not even have the strength to move. Yun Wanqing heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that she had finally trapped this fellow this time. Finally, I've trapped this fellow. Now, let me kill him. Hanyu Daozuan hated this fellow to the extreme, so he immediately wanted to attack. Only by completely killing this fellow could he vent the anger in his heart. However, Yun Wanqing directly stopped him. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? You should understand that this fellow is very powerful. Although my ice seal technique has suppressed him, it is only temporary. It can't trap him forever. Yun Wanqing said directly, fellow Daoist, to tell you the truth, he is actually my father. It's just that his body was taken over by an evil spirit. That's why he's like this, so I want to ask you to let him go. No matter what, Yun Wanqing could not watch her father die. She still had to think of a way to save her father. At this moment, the evil spirit's power that occupied Yunhee's body seemed to dissipate directly, and then he shouted, Wanqing, Wanqing, quickly save me. Father is in so much pain. In the past, Yunhee was filled with an invincible aura. At the very least, he was in existence with an extremely charismatic personality. This was something that even Su Yan had to admit. If not for this, Yunhee would not have been able to become the alliance leader at that time. And now, Yunhee was in such a miserable state. His entire person was like a wanderer, which made people feel extremely sad just by looking at him. As a child, she would always choose to remember her father's most handsome appearance. Compared to the past, her father was simply pitiful to the extreme. How could she bear to see him like this? She was on the verge of breaking down. Your father? At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan frowned. Hanyu Daozuan. She cultivated a cultivation technique passed down in the Heavenly Sage sect. This cultivation technique allowed her to circulate the ice laws, but it would also affect her state of mind. Although it was impossible for her to be inhumane, her personality was extremely cold. Therefore, at the very beginning, her first thought was to refuse. After all, it was this guy in front of her who had caused her to be so miserable. She had come to the central region with an important mission, which was to investigate this place and then report back to the sect. However, she did not expect to encounter the crazy Yunhee as soon as she arrived. This guy was really hateful. He had offended her time and time again. For someone like her, this was something that could not be tolerated. However, at this time, she finally hesitated. Although her heart was cold, she was not completely inhumane. At the very least, Yun Wanqing saved her. When she was injured, although she was often delirious, it wasn't like she didn't know anything. She had her own perception of everything in the outside world, so at this time, she still hesitated. In the end, she said, in that case, I will let him go for the time being. However, fellow Daoist, I will say this first. If in the end, I am unable to save your father and force this evil spirit out, then I will not let him go. After all, you should understand how terrifying this guy is. Hanyu Daozuan's words were very cold, but in the end, she relented. This allowed Yun Wanqing to breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was not willing to fight with Hanyu Daozuan. This was the best-case scenario. She said, don't worry, I will definitely do my best to force that evil spirit out. Once the evil spirit was forced out, it would be the beginning of a new battle. From just now, it could be seen that this evil spirit was not easy to deal with. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Of course, the best result would be to directly destroy the evil spirit in Yunhee's body. This would save a lot of trouble. She walked to Yunhee's side. Father, don't worry, I will definitely save you. I will directly destroy this evil spirit. Chapter 12:23. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Alright, quick, save me. That thing is injured now. He wants to devour me completely to heal his injuries. If you don't do anything, I won't be able to hold on any longer. The current Yunhe was simply unimaginable compared to when he was at his peak. At that time, he was so valiant. Even when he was defeated, he was still full of grace. His every move showed his grace. However, this was not the case now. At this moment, he was really in a sorry state. He could only be described as a stray dog. Under such circumstances, it was an extremely painful thing for him. However, at this moment, he had no other choice because the evil spirit had already broken into his sea of consciousness. That was the most fundamental part of a person. After all, not everyone was like Su Yan, who had an extremely terrifying defensive power in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the evil spirit seemed to have made up its mind to devour Yunhe's power completely. Only by doing so would it be able to recover some of its origin. Of course, there were also disadvantages to this. Originally, he could have slowly squeezed Yunhe dry, and then take away all the things he knew bit by bit. Then, it would have become his own. Other things aside, Yunhe's fog cloud technique was indeed extremely magical. Moreover, Yunhe seemed to have mastered many secret techniques. Those were the techniques passed down in the Devil's Sect. Even for him, they were of great reference value. Unfortunately, he could no longer do that at this moment. If he forcefully devoured Yunhe's soul, he would only be able to obtain the power within it. He would not be able to obtain the knowledge he knew. However, sometimes, things would not go according to his wishes. Just like now, his power began to explode. At this moment, all of his power exploded out, because he had already made up his mind to devour Yunhe's soul in an instant. Then, he would complete and strengthen the origin of his soul. Even if it was only a little, it would be enough. At this time, his power began to increase, and the endless aura was about to explode. In Yunhe's sea of consciousness, he had almost transformed into a terrifying evil spirit. Yunhe, do you think you can escape? I originally wanted you to cooperate with me so that you would suffer less. But you actually refused to cooperate. At this time, I have no other choice. I can only say that all of this is what you asked for. You can't blame me. At this moment, he directly pounced towards Yunhe. Yunhe couldn't care about anything else. This was a matter of life and death. He immediately focused his mind. Then, a powerful mind power blasted out. Over the years, his realm had actually improved a lot. Back then, he had inexplicably come here, and then met this guy. This guy had helped him a lot, so his strength was able to increase. Of course, if that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have fallen for the trap and led the wolf into the house. At this time, his power was constantly surging, trying to break free from the control. However, at this time, he was shocked to find that his enemy's power was far beyond his estimation. His power was so terrifying. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't break free. In this way, he was incomparably terrified. Impossible, how can your power be so strong? If that was the case, you could have defeated me long ago. Yunhe muttered. At this time, he was really panicking. After all, he didn't want to die, but now it was obvious that everything was out of his control. You're joking. Do you really think that's all my power? If it weren't for the fact that I wanted you to cooperate and squeeze out your value bit by bit, do you think you can escape from my grasp? But now, since you're so uncooperative, don't blame me for killing you directly. That dark power directly enveloped Yunhe. Although Yunhe tried his best to stop it, even he knew that he couldn't stop it for long. However, at this moment, his sea of consciousness shook again, and another power had entered. It was Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing's divine thought turned into an auspicious cloud and appeared directly. Demon, let go of my father. Then, a cloud sword directly formed and slashed toward him. This power was so fast that it was almost incomparably terrifying. That evil spirit was at the critical moment of devouring. Who would have thought that a sword light would suddenly appear? How dare you barge into my sea of consciousness? TSK, TSK, TSK. You're courting death. When the sword light arrived, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. His sharp laughter was extremely eerie, as if a ghost had descended. It was extremely terrifying. A gray power directly charged toward the cloud sword. In just an instant, the cloud sword directly disintegrated. His shadow floated gently, like the shadow of a demon. There was an extremely deep and indescribable aura in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you actually came in. That's great. With the nourishment of your divine souls, my power will be able to recover more. Just as he spoke, a pitch-black luster suddenly began to roll in Yunhee's sea of consciousness. It was as if puddles of mud had appeared. It was disgusting and extremely terrifying. Such power was simply indescribable. That murky power was even more indescribable. His voice rolled out at this moment, like a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. This was clearly Yunhee's sea of consciousness, but at this moment, it seemed to be his world. During this period of time, he had been compromising with Yunhee while secretly infiltrating. He had integrated his own power into it. This was simply terrifying. Even with Yunhee's strangeness, she didn't notice it. This showed how cunning this demon was. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's arrival didn't make him afraid. Instead, he directly released his great demonic power and wanted to devour everything. His aura was constantly changing and shrouded in light. It was simply unimaginable. Yun Wanqing was a Dao master. To be able to become a Dao master, her divine soul was already very powerful. Moreover, Su Yan had been helping her while she was cultivating, so her power was even more so. At this moment, his aura began to sink, as if he was revealing his true body. Wanqing, leave quickly. Originally, Yunhee still wanted Yun Wanqing to save him. However, at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. This guy was more powerful than he had imagined. Therefore, at this moment, he already knew that he had no hope of surviving. Since he was going to die, he absolutely didn't want to see his daughter lose her life for him. At this moment, he activated all of his source energy and directly charged toward the evil spirit. You evil spirit, you want to kill me and scheme against me. That's because I'm not as skilled as you. I, Yunhee, have nothing to say. However, I won't allow you to have any thoughts about my daughter. Perhaps it was a power called fatherly love that had awakened him. This time, he actually erupted with a power that was far stronger than usual. 1,000 miles of dry clouds. The cultivation techniques of the Heaven and Earth organization were not powerful in terms of combat. However, at this moment, Yunhee was actually a genius. If he hadn't been born at the wrong time in an era where spirit chi was suppressed, his power would definitely have been even more powerful. He actually forcibly created his own way of combat from the cultivation techniques of the Heaven and Earth organization. Moreover, after he joined the Limitless Demon sect, he gathered the essence of many demonic cultivation techniques and summarized them himself, making his power even more powerful. At this moment, his aura was surging. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, his body was almost burning with a golden flame. Originally, he was extremely afraid of the evil spirit and wanted to stay as far away as possible from it and not let it get close to him. However, at this moment, he actually rushed directly toward the evil spirit. This was because at this moment, he already had someone in his heart that he wanted to protect. This was also human nature. Everyone was like this. When there was someone in their heart that they wanted to protect, they would become incomparably powerful. Yunhee, what are you doing? Originally, the evil spirit didn't care at all. In his opinion, Yunhee was no match for him at all. For him to make such a choice at this time, he didn't care at all. He was just seeking his own death. However, at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. This guy, he didn't know what kind of madness he had. At this time, he actually began to burn his own origin. That was the origin power of life and the foundation of the soul. By doing so, he was digging a hole for himself, and it was completely hopeless. "You idiot, you're committing suicide, do you know that?" His voice had become extremely sharp. Such power was almost unimaginable. Originally, Yunhee's soul power was indeed incomparable to his. However, at this moment, it was different. He burned his own soul and offered everything he had. Then, in an instant, he directly turned into the most terrifying aura and directly burst out. Such power was enough to suppress him in a short period of time. "Wanqing, father is not a good person. Since you were young, I haven't cared enough for you. I just hope that you can forgive me." Yunhee's voice had already become low. When they parted last time, although he was a little reluctant in his heart. However, firstly, he had just experienced failure and was disheartened. Secondly, at that time, it wasn't the time to part with life and death. After all, as long as he didn't die, he always felt that there was still hope. However, at this time, he knew that this time, it was really a parting of life and death. The so-called parting of life and death meant that they would never have the chance to see each other again. There were many words that men would hide in the bottom of their hearts and not say out loud. After all, almost all men were deep. Chapter 12:24. "Father, don't." Yun Wanqing's power erupted once again. She desperately activated her aura in an attempt to suppress this power. Read the full text. She did not want her father to die. However, at this moment, her power could not be used. She could not even display it. This was Yunhee's sea of consciousness. Although her sea of consciousness had been controlled by that evil spirit earlier, Yunhee could regain control of her sea of consciousness when Yunhee threw caution to the wind. His power was moving bit by bit, and his power was also surging at this moment. Such power was simply unimaginable. The dark power that sealed off her sea of consciousness began to collapse bit by bit. "Wanqing, listen to me. Don't waste your power anymore. I'm very happy that you've reached the Tao Master Realm. You're more powerful than me and you have better foresight than me. Remember my words and live well." At this moment, his voice was very soft. After all, burning one's soul was an extremely painful thing. Even he could not bear it at this moment. At this moment, a power appeared from his body and directly enveloped Yun Wanqing. Even someone as powerful as Yun Wanqing could not resist this power at this moment. She wanted to stop her father from doing something foolish. Unfortunately, she could not do it. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was very weak. Her father clearly needed her very much, but she could not do it. Under the envelopment of that power, her divine thought finally began to gradually leave Yunhee's body. Yunhee used the last of her power to teleport her out. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. A dark palm appeared directly. What a deep father-daughter relationship. However, did I say that you could leave? This is simply hilarious. At this moment, his voice was so cold, and so despairing. "Yunhee, you old thing. Do you really think that you can burn me to death by burning your soul? What a joke. You're too lowly, and my strength is something you can't imagine. So, you can die now." His voice was filled with cruelty. "You really scared me to death. Just now, even I thought I was going to die. So I was just scaring myself." He chuckled, and indeed felt a sense of pleasure from escaping death. Just now, he really did think that he was going to die. Unfortunately, he didn't die in the end. Because at that time, he suddenly discovered that he actually had another treasure. That was the dark ink lotus. That thing was an ancient treasure, a lotus that was nurtured from the darkness. Back then, he should have been completely dead. However, he was able to survive until now because of this treasure. If it wasn't for the existence of this treasure, he would have been completely and utterly dead. This thing possessed supreme divine power. It was just that after such a long cycle of reincarnation, a lot of his divine power had already withered away. However, just earlier, when Yunhee burned his own soul and erupted with unprecedented power, wanting to kill him, he instead awakened this black lotus. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to awaken this dark ink lotus. So, Yunhee, don't worry. As repayment, I won't kill your daughter so easily. Instead, I will properly repay her and let her enjoy the ultimate happiness of the world before slowly dying. His voice was so cold, and his entire person exuded an unimaginably terrifying aura. Hearing those words, Yunhee was on the verge of collapsing. He had worked so hard for so long and paid such a huge price, yet he still couldn't kill this guy. This made him extremely unwilling to accept it. However, this wasn't the only thing that he was most unwilling to accept, nor was it because of this. His daughter. In the end, he still couldn't save his daughter. This was the thing that he was most unwilling to accept. It was only at this moment that he understood that his countless schemes were ultimately illusory, and his struggle for fame and fortune was also a passing cloud. What exactly was the thing that he was scheming for? Even he himself wasn't clear about it. When he just started cultivating, he was once a fleeting cloud, but in the end, he was actually blinded by fleeting clouds. This was the so-called irony. The human heart was ultimately too complicated. At this very moment, everything had already become an illusion. The only thing left was his daughter. Am I going to die just like this? No, absolutely not. I can't die just like this. My daughter is still waiting for me. If I die just like this, then what will happen to Wanqing? This might be the so-called obsession. At this point, everything was no longer important. The only thing that mattered was Yun Wanqing's life. At this time, in his eyes, Yun Wanqing was no longer a powerful Tao venerable, but rather a delicate woman. He knew that his daughter still needed his protection. If he were to lose him, then no one would be able to protect his daughter. You don't even think about hurting Wanqing. His voice had already begun to tremble. At this time, the power had begun to gradually dissipate, but his heart was still unwilling to give up. The wind is light and the clouds are scattered. Since I've already dissipated, then I'll turn into a cloud. This was his last obsession. At this moment, his body began to dissipate. The wind started to blow. This was clearly the sea of consciousness, so how could there be wind? However, in fact, the wind was blowing. The gentle breeze gave him a refreshing feeling. At this time, Yun Wanqing's face was already covered in tears. What could be crueler than watching her father gradually die? Wanqing, I'm useless. I can't save you anymore, but as your father, I still hope that you can live well. So, as your father, I'll give you my last source energy. This was the last thing he could do for Yun Wanqing. No, you old thing, your source energy is mine. The evil spirit shouted angrily. At this time, what he wanted was Yunhee's source energy, wasn't it? No one was allowed to touch it. Therefore, at this time, his power erupted and he wanted to keep Yunhee's source energy. However, even though his power was so strong, he couldn't keep Yunhee's source energy. The thing that he desperately wanted to keep slipped through his fingers like a cloud of smoke at this moment. This was simply unimaginable. Then, Yunhee's source energy rushed directly into Yun Wanqing's body. Yunhee and Yun Wanqing were father and daughter. Their source energy was the same and their cultivation techniques were the same. Therefore, at this time, he could directly instill his source energy into Yun Wanqing without any effort. After receiving her father's infusion, Yun Wanqing's power increased immediately. Her source energy started to strengthen, and her divine consciousness was also extremely powerful. As a result, she could break free from everything with a single move of her power. Evil spirit, you killed my father. I will definitely kill you. Yun Wanqing's killing intent had never been so heavy. However, at this time, her heart was truly dead. Because her heart was dead, she was furious. Don't even think about leaving. The evil spirit's power was directly unleashed. The black ink lotus released an extremely strange power. That power was both binding and devouring. It wanted to keep Yun Wanqing here and not let her leave. However, at this time, Yun Wanqing directly slashed with her hand. A cloud sword appeared once again. Qinkuan cloud sword, slash. This word was so heavy and so solemn. This sword was even more powerful than the one she used before. At this time, the rotating power was constantly rampaging. The terrifying radiance was simply unimaginable. The most terrifying thing was that it was simply boundless. When such a power erupted at this time, it was truly incomparably terrifying. The black ink lotus was already extremely powerful. However, at this time, it actually couldn't block it. The black power was directly severed. At this moment, Yun Wanqing directly broke free and left this place. At this moment, Yunhe's sea of consciousness started to collapse. D***mn, Yunhe, you deserve to die. At this moment, the evil spirit's fury was overflowing. Originally, he could directly devour Yunhe's soul and Yun Wanqing's soul. However, it was precisely because of Yunhe's interference that his plan failed. This made him extremely furious. If it weren't for this D***mn thing, how could he be in such a sorry state? At this time, his power was surging. He was clearly extremely furious with Yunhe. It's fine, Yunhe. You've protected your daughter here. It's useless to let him leave. Now that my black ink lotus has reappeared, I can use it to construct my sea of consciousness and then completely occupy your body. In a sense, I can be considered to have truly revived. He quickly calmed down. Although he had already let Yun Wanqing escape at this time, he wouldn't let this matter rest. However, he would not give up just like that. Just as he had said, he had come back to life to a certain extent. Since that was the case, how could he let Yun Wanqing go? And that Hanyu Daozuan, he was also a beauty. Speaking of which, my luck is really not bad. I can enjoy two beauties as soon as I revive, ha ha ha. Even his laughter was filled with dense evil. At this time, he directly broke through everything. His valiant and dense aura had simply reached an unimaginable level. At this time, Yun Wanqing's divine consciousness finally returned. Hanyu Daozuan was watching all this. He didn't know what exactly happened in Yunhe's sea of consciousness just now, so he could only wait for the final result. And at this time, Yun Wanqing finally returned. How was it? Did you succeed? She asked directly. And at this time, Yun Wanqing slightly adapted and then said, Daoist Hanyu, do it. Exterminate. After all, that was her father's body. However, she wanted to exterminate it at this time. To her, this was an extremely cruel thing. However, she understood that her father was already dead. He was truly and completely dead. Chapter 1225. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Hanyu Daozuan heard this, she knew that things were not going well. She condensed her power, and then a terrifying beam of light descended. Great ice shattering, kill. As soon as she finished speaking, the most terrifying cold light exploded. The terrifying power reached its peak at this moment. That thick aura was rolling at this moment, and endless power was rolling continuously. At this moment, his strength was truly terrifying. This was her most powerful attack. Now, even Yun Wanqing asked her to attack. This meant that the situation had reached the worst point. She had never been a procrastinating person. Even in her heart, she wanted to kill Yunhe. After all, Yunhe had offended her. No matter who was controlling the body, it was an offense to her. It was only because of Yun Wanqing that she could not attack. But at this time, she no longer had any scruples. The most powerful force fell directly at this moment. The terrifying power erupted at this moment, reaching an extreme level. She had used all her power in this attack. Yunhe's body was completely sealed by ice. At this time, the ice began to crack, layer by layer. When the ice completely shattered, this person's life and divine soul would die. This was the secret technique of the Heavenly Sage sect. It was extremely powerful, and there was no doubt about its terrifying killing power. However, right at that moment, the dense power directly exploded. That most frightening of ice was directly and completely shattered. However, Yunhee's body, which should have shattered along with the ice, was still unscathed. How is this possible? She was shocked. Clearly, she did not expect this. She had used all her power, but why was she still unable to kill Yunhee? No, it should be said that she could kill the evil spirit. At this time, a black light began to erupt from the evil spirit's body. Ha ha ha, how powerful. The power of this attack can already injure my source. It's a pity that my dark ink lotus has already awakened. Such power is still unable to injure me. That evil and roguish voice sounded. The black light continued to spin and then wrapped around his entire body. At this moment, an evil aura was born spontaneously, and it had reached an extreme level. I say, you want to kill me with just this little bit of power? That's not enough. Why don't you save your strength? We can also play. I can guarantee that it will be very enjoyable. At this moment, his aura had already reached such a terrifying level. The power of darkness continued to condense, and the terrifying aura was even more so at this moment. Then, his entire body began to change. It was originally Yunhee's body, but now it was not. Now, it was his evil spirit body. Such an old body. It's really unpleasant. But it doesn't matter. Since I've already woken up, I'll spend some effort to transform myself. Only then can I play with my little beauty properly. At this moment, his power had already become extremely powerful. That ray of light was even more so at this moment. The rich and powerful power was constantly changing. The terrifying power was constantly circulating. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had converged to the extreme. It was as if he was the center of this world. Thousand Cloud Chinkuan's sword. At this moment, Yun Wanxing had already recovered. She used all her power to condense a terrifying sword chi. Such a sword had unimaginable power. At this moment, Hanyu Daozun attacked again. The power of ice had already reached an unimaginable level. The aura of the power was even more so. The terrifying sword chi rolled at this moment. The power of ice was truly terrifying at this moment. The two powers erupted at the same time. Then, they converged midway, and the power became even more terrifying. Such sword chi had already reached the most terrifying level at this moment. The combination of ice and chi multiplied the power. Not bad. As expected of a Tao Lord. It's a pity that I'm even more powerful. He roared angrily. Then, a ray of power blasted out. This ray of power was extremely dense and had a powerful aura. The power of darkness was so profound. In the face of such an attack, he did not care at all. Then, he directly blasted out. The power of darkness and the power of ice and clouds collided violently. The power of the two female Tao Lords was already extremely terrifying. However, in the face of such an attack, it was blocked directly. You can't imagine how powerful the Dark Ink Lotus is. Even a divine weapon is only so-so. At this moment, his power condensed. At this moment, the aura of darkness directly expanded. That power was so terrifying that it actually completely neutralized the power of the two women. With your realm, how could you possibly imagine how powerful I am? You are no match for me at all. He was extremely arrogant. The Dark Ink Lotus was his life treasure. If it was not for the Dark Ink Lotus, perhaps he would have been killed by Yunhee just now. No, it should not be said like that. He should have been killed by Yunhee from the very beginning. No, it should be said that he would not have been able to survive back then. The Dark Ink Lotus could allow a remnant soul to survive for so long. It was obvious how powerful it was. And this evil spirit was also an extremely terrifying existence back then. At this moment, the power of the Dark Ink Lotus began to be stimulated again. Its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. The surging aura had already reached the most terrifying level. In an instant, the darkness became extremely dense. Then, it directly swallowed the two women. They were two Dao lords and possessed the most terrifying power. However, at this moment, they did not even have the power to resist and were directly swallowed by this power. This was simply unimaginable. They never thought that they would be so powerless at this moment. But at this moment, the terrifying evil spirit did not want to let them go at all. Two little beauties, slowly struggle in the darkness and wait for me. Don't worry, when my body is completed, I will come to pamper you. Don't worry, I will be very gentle to you. At this moment, his figure began to become more and more blurred. Hanyu Daozuan and Yun Wanxing looked at each other and saw the uneasiness and anger on each other's faces. Damn it, what is this guy? Why is he so difficult to deal with? Also, where is this place? Hanyu Daozuan was extremely angry. He clearly had a lot of battle strength, but at this moment, he could not exert it at all. This darkness seemed to have become a space of its own, swallowing everyone. For them, this was simply a disaster. And the sad thing was, at this moment, they were still powerless. They could not even struggle. Wait, we can only wait. At this moment, Yun Wanxing suddenly said. Hanyu Daozuan looked over and said, why? Do you think someone will come to save us? At this moment, her heart was already in despair. From the power of darkness just now, it could be seen that the dark ink lotus mentioned by that guy was indeed extremely powerful. To be able to have such heaven-defying power, it was naturally extremely powerful. Therefore, even if her senior brothers came, they would only have a few more sacrifices for nothing. This made her feel very unhappy. Perhaps at that time, she could only fight with her life. In short, even if she died, she would not let that guy touch her, not even once. This was the dignity of a female Dao master. I believe that he will come. He has never let me down. Of course, we can't just sit here and wait for death. I have now used the cloud technique to adjust our state to the best. Yun Wanxing said directly. Su Yan and the others took their time and finally arrived at the castle of the Sun Empire. It was a castle built on the peak of a huge mountain. In terms of architecture, it could be said to be extremely magnificent. This kind of power was truly incomparably great. Feeling the powerful aura, even Su Yan could not help but sigh in admiration. It was at this moment that rays of cold light were transmitted over. Who are you? Hurry up and tell us your name. At this moment, they had already been targeted by the city guards. The city guards used extremely terrifying and powerful crossbows. Su Yan could see the power of these crossbows with just a light sweep of his divine sense. The power contained within could only be described as terrifying. If these crossbows landed on the body of a spirit realm cultivator, then they would definitely die. Even for a fate soul realm cultivator, it was still a huge threat. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was that these things could hit them. Who are you people? Hurry up and release our knights. At this moment, a heavy voice came over. It was an old soldier. Under his armor, he looked very dignified. From his voice, it could be seen that he was not weak. Facing so many crossbows, Su Yan was not afraid. He only raised his head and said, "Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you, so tell your soldiers to put away their crossbows." Su Yan did not speak loudly, but his voice clearly spread to every corner of the city wall. If it was in the past, the people here would have found this laughable. Their crossbows were extremely powerful and were the pride of the Sun Empire. But now, there was actually someone who dared to say such words. But now, it was different. A few days ago, a few madmen appeared. Those madmen were simply too daring. They actually rushed into the palace and tried to steal the Emperor's scepter. Chapter 1226. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What was even more despicable was that those guys almost succeeded. The heavy weapons that they were so proud of were not worth mentioning in front of these guys. They were simply unscrupulous in their actions. They were simply unscrupulous, and they charged all the way here without any scruples. This made them feel even angrier. They felt like they were children in front of them. But fortunately, the imperial tutor was extremely powerful and repelled these guys. But even so, it was still a humiliation to them. At this moment, a ray of light fell from the sky and enveloped the entire city wall. And when this ray of light fell, the general immediately revealed an extremely pious and worshipful gaze. Su Yan looked at the ray of light that suddenly descended and revealed a surprised expression. Interesting. The power in this ray of light wasn't weak. At least according to their current situation, a figure slowly walked towards them from within the ray of light. Friend, you have come from afar. Why don't you enter the city to rest? It was a person wearing a white robe. His aura was filled with calmness and auspiciousness. It was an unimaginable feeling, as if he was incomparably amiable and had an exceptional charm. Su Yan smiled faintly. This was an interesting guy. Okay. Su Yan didn't refuse, and the city gates slowly opened. The general guarding the city seemed very unwilling and didn't want to let them in. But since the person in the ray of light had already spoken, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he wouldn't say anything. Because that person was the imperial tutor. He was the greatest expert in the entire Sun Empire. With his guidance, the Sun Empire was able to develop like this. At this moment, Huanza said to Su Yan, "Young master, this person gives me a strange feeling." He seemed to have felt something, but he couldn't tell what it was. At this moment, Su Yan smiled and said, a little. After they entered the city, naturally, someone came to lead them. It was a young man. From his appearance, he didn't seem to be very old, only in his early 20s. However, his aura was long, and his strength was clearly not weak. He was not very friendly towards the arrival of Su Yan and the others, but he was not so fearful. You all better behave yourselves. Otherwise, Master will let you all know what fear is, he spoke directly and boasted shamelessly. Ho-E didn't really care about his enmity. To him, this was nothing more than a child's mischief. It was not a big deal. As he walked, his divine consciousness had already spread out. The divine sense was melodious and deep, but it was extremely weak. Unless one's divine sense was much stronger than Su Yan's, it would be impossible to detect this divine sense fluctuation. Streaks of light and shadows lingered in the sky. Like water ripples, that mysterious power enveloped that extremely magnificent palace. He walked forward step by step, taking in everything with his eyes. Finally, they arrived at the palace. In the great hall, the emperor sat on his throne. This emperor was quite dignified, vaguely releasing a frightening aura. This was a powerful cultivator. Su Yan was able to tell at the first moment. How dare you not kneel when you see His Majesty? At this moment, a warrior in the palace directly shouted. Following this, a rumbling voice sounded, "Kneel, kneel." The voice directly swept towards them. Amidst this roar, a wave of pressure naturally rose, as if an invisible hand had appeared, wanting to directly press them down. Those guards were clearly not very powerful, but the aura they emitted at this moment was already extremely terrifying. It was simply terrifying. Such a method was not bad. It was apparent that after the last invasion, this place had been carefully set up. However, Su Yan only smiled faintly at the sight of this. As expected, you're quite capable to be able to use such strength to suppress. You've surprised me. He lightly clapped his hands. It was just a very ordinary clapping sound, but it was enough to directly disperse the pressure. Good method. At this moment, the emperor spoke. Su Yan smiled and did not say anything. Outsiders, tell me the purpose of your visit. At this moment, his gaze became cold, and a murderous aura directly condensed. The emperor's scepter, no, perhaps it should be the divine scepter. I'm here for that. Su Yan did not have the intention to beat around the bush and directly spoke his thoughts. Are all of you outsiders so direct? The group of people last time was like this, and so are you. However, do you really think that you can really obtain it? You must know that those people last time seemed to be more powerful than you, and they also had more people than you. Naturally, it was self-evident what he wanted to say. Even those people who were so powerful did not succeed. What makes you think that you can get what you want here? That was his confidence. In his opinion, the Imperial Preceptor, coupled with the mysterious power of the palace, could display an extremely powerful might that could directly defeat Su Yan and the others. Moreover, last time, it was because we were too hasty that they escaped. However, this time, it won't happen. As his words fell, his eyes looked straight at Su Yan. Your Majesty, do you mean to keep us here? He Wenza asked. No matter what, he was still a cultivator of the venerable realm. How could he put an emperor in his eyes? This was determined by his identity. Yes, I want you to stay. Of course, you don't have to worry. I won't put you under house arrest. I just hope that you can become the Imperial Preceptor of your country. His words were very straightforward. He hoped that they could become the Imperial Preceptor of their country. In that case, they would serve the Sun Empire. Ha ha ha, what big words. Do you think you can afford to use us? Lu Wu directly sneered. His temper was not good to begin with, and at this time, he was even more furious. A mere emperor actually said such words. If he still had his magic power, he would have directly killed this guy. Even at this time, he would not lower his head. In that case, there's really no other way. Originally, His Majesty sincerely invited you to become our Imperial Preceptor. At this time, the Imperial Preceptor walked out. Then, he gently waved his hand. In the palace, a ray of light immediately appeared. The light shone brightly, and a powerful and terrifying aura directly rushed into the sky. Then, the powerful aura descended once again. Pillars of light rose up one after another, turning this place into a cage. The power projected from within was simply unimaginable. Everyone, please believe that we will definitely have a way to trap you, or even kill you. In an instant, the cage of light had been formed. Everyone was shrouded in it. At this time, the power continued to spread, as if it was going to annihilate everything. The light became brighter and brighter. However, when the light reached Su Yan and the others, it did not take a step forward. How is it? How is this power? The Emperor asked directly. He was filled with pride and confidence towards this power. Clearly, he was extremely confident in this power. Su Yan nodded and said, "This power is extremely powerful. It can already cause damage to our bodies." Su Yan said very frankly. After the Emperor received Su Yan's answer, he immediately revealed a very satisfied smile. Ha ha ha, that's natural. This is a power created with the scepter as the core, and a huge price was paid to create. Even experts like you will be directly killed. Back then, that group of experts appeared and almost killed their way to him. It was only when the Imperial Preceptor took action that those people were stopped. At that time, he felt extremely sullen. But now, this power had finally taken shape and could immediately suppress them directly. Although they were not the same group of people, he knew that they came from the same place. Since this power could restrain these people in front of him, then the guy who appeared last time could also be restrained. The Sun Empire was a powerful empire. No matter where the enemy appeared, they could only choose to submit. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. In fact, the Sun Empire was already close to an invincible existence. To him, conquering the people of this world was meaningless. Instead, conquering the experts from the outside world would make him feel happy. The Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor were no longer ignorant like before. They also understood that there seemed to be another world outside of their own. Perhaps this was an inconceivable matter, but now, he understood that it was true. When a person stood at the peak of a world, he would feel lonely and would want to explore and find new stimuli to fill his soul. At this time, the door to that new world had opened. Of course, he didn't only want to capture Su Yan and the other experts and then work for the Sun Empire. He also wanted to know more about the outside world. Then, he would make his own power even stronger. And when his power was strong enough, then he would start his new ambition, which was to bring his Sun Empire and directly start an expedition to conquer the outside world. For an ambitious person, the concept of the outside world appeared to be very fortunate. Your Majesty, I have to remind you once again that I am here for your Emperor's scepter. I have no interest in becoming your subordinate, nor am I interested in becoming a tool for your ambitions. Now, I will ask you one more time. Are you willing to hand over your Emperor's scepter to me? Chapter 12:27. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, hee. I remember you said that this power is enough to hurt you. Since that's the case, why are you still boasting shamelessly in front of me? He asked Su Yan directly. Fengyun Reading Network. He was obviously very unhappy at this moment. The other party had directly rejected his suggestion. Moreover, it was so direct that there was no room for negotiation at all. No, it wasn't just a rejection, it was a threat and contempt. How dare he? Su Yan said, "All right, your Majesty has shown us his power. It's time for us to show our power too." As he spoke, Su Yan stepped forward. He took a step forward, and an extremely powerful force rushed out. The terrifying aura suddenly appeared at this time, and the energy beam with powerful destructive power was destroyed in an instant. That wasn't all. That terrifying force rushed out at this moment. Such a dense power was simply incomparably terrifying. The terrifying aura kept rising, and in the end, it turned into the heaviest spear. Boom! A dull sound was heard, and the entire hall shook violently. The appearance of that terrifying force seemed to be able to overturn everything. The Emperor's expression changed immediately, because he realized that the glory that he was so proud of just a moment ago had undergone such a huge change. What? Although he didn't panic, his expression had changed. After all, he originally thought that he had everything under control, but now he realized that the other party could actually shake his backing. However, Su Yan didn't break this light screen in the end. He, you're really powerful. To be able to shake my divine veil, it's really unimaginable. However, you still can't break this power. State Preceptor, upgrade the power of the divine veil. It seems that this expert of ours is much stronger than we thought. Although the divine veil wasn't destroyed this time, the tremor of the entire hall had already told him how powerful and terrifying Su Yan was. If he was still so careless, the previous tragedy might happen again. As expected, it's not the strongest power? Su Yan asked softly. He was not nervous at all. He was so calm that it was as if he was drinking tea. Of course not. To tell you the truth, the power just now was only half of the divine veil's power. This was also the reason why he could still be so shocked at this moment. At this moment, the Imperial Advisor had already displayed his power. Then, the scepter directly released an even more dazzling light. Under the illumination of this ray of light, the divine screen became even thicker. Then, the enormous oppressive force became even more powerful. Su Yan nodded. Not bad. This power is really not bad. Even for me, it has its merits. At this moment, his gaze landed on the Imperial Tutor. At this moment, the Imperial Master's body trembled slightly. He was not used to Su Yan's gaze. He was not used to seeing such a look in his opponent's eyes, which meant that he was not in control of everything. At this moment, he laughed coldly and said, "The power of the divine veil has become so powerful. Under such circumstances, you still don't panic? I have to praise your mental fortitude." In his opinion, Su Yan was just pretending to be calm at this time. At this moment, Su Yan smiled and said, "My mental fortitude has always been good. However, it's time to shatter your beautiful dream." At this moment, Su Yan stretched out his hand again. This made the Emperor and the Imperial Tutor's expression a little strange. This guy had clearly tried just now. He could not even break through half of the divine veil. Now, it was the full power of the divine veil. What was this guy trying to do? Soon, they knew the answer. Su Yan's hands suddenly emitted a gentle ray of light. This ray of light was really insignificant compared to the divine tomb. However, at this moment, after the power was released, a hole appeared in the divine veil. And this was only the beginning. In just a short while, the divine veil had become extremely thin. The divine veil was disappearing. How is this possible? The divine veil is disappearing. Why? At this moment, the emperor was finally shocked. He stood up directly. He clearly could not accept this reality. The divine veil was one of the biggest things he relied on. He thought that he could block these outsiders. However, at this moment, the divine veil actually began to disappear in front of Su Yan. Moreover, it was an extremely unusual disappearance. His entire body was trembling. This scene was simply unimaginable. The imperial tutor was the same. In fact, it was not just them. Even Lu Wu and He Wenze were surprised. When the divine veil appeared just now, he also felt a great pressure. He felt that the power had a huge pressure on him. They could imagine that Su Yan would definitely be able to break through this power. However, they never thought that Su Yan would do it in such a way. Lu Wu wanted to take advantage of this time when Su Yan's realm was not as high as his to launch a sneak attack and kill Su Yan. After all, he was extremely unwilling to be suppressed or even controlled by Su Yan. However, when he saw this scene, he immediately felt guilty. The means that Su Yan had mastered were truly terrifying. He thought to himself, damn it. This guy is actually so terrifying. It seems that if I want to deal with him, I can't be reckless. Su Yan did not care about them. The light in his palm became thicker. The thick light directly devoured everything. Alright, I think you need to seriously consider my suggestion now. His voice was still as calm as ever. The first attack just now was just a test of the divine veil. Of course, when he was testing, the power of the Taishang rushed into the divine veil. Su Yan just said that this power had a reference value, even for him. The power of the Taishang directly devoured this power. The power of the Taishang even analyzed the source of this power. Su Yan stepped forward step by step. At this moment, all the guards stood in front of the imperial tutor and the imperial tutor. They were warriors. When their master was in danger, they naturally had to protect their master with all their power. However, Su Yan did not care about them at all. His gaze only fell on the imperial tutor and the imperial tutor. Then he said, "What? At this point, you still think that your power is enough to stop me? No, I should say, do you still think that your ambition can be realized?" His smile was somewhat calm. However, his footsteps did not stop. The gentle footsteps were like a giant hammer that smashed into everyone's hearts. After a few more steps, the imperial tutor finally could not take it anymore. His hand landed on the scepter. "Mighty divine scepter, grant me the power to resist these invading sinners. Use your mighty power to purify all the evil in this world." His voice was loud and clear. This was the most devout prayer he could muster. At this moment, he knew that his divine veil had directly failed. Although he did not understand why his power was so strong, and the divine veil was so much more terrifying than that day, it dissipated when facing this enemy. However, this didn't matter. He still had absolute confidence in this battle because he knew that he would be able to obtain the protection of this great god. Su Yan closed his eyes. He did not interrupt this ceremony. It was as if he did not realize that this imperial tutor could obtain great power after completing this ceremony. At this moment, Lu Wu directly spoke. "Young master, quickly do something. We can't let him complete this ceremony." He already felt a huge pressure. This pressure made him feel powerless. A timid person would definitely not be willing to face such a situation. He hoped that he could control everything, but now he was in a situation that was beyond his control. However, at this moment, He Wenze directly said, "Old Lu, don't disturb young master. Young master will deal with this himself." Unlike Lu Wu's resentment and hatred towards Su Yan, he already approved of Su Yan, even to the point of worship. He was not like Lu Wu, who had other thoughts in his mind. Lu Wu glanced at He Wenza. He was actually not slow because this guy actually dared to berate him like this. However, he did not show it. At this moment, Su Yan's power directly fell. The terrifying radiance moved bit by bit. The power was like flowing water, giving people an extremely peaceful and beautiful feeling. At this moment, the power was like ripples, incomparably quiet. Su Yan seemed to be in a daze. He did not feel the arrival of this powerful power at all. At this moment, a black light suddenly appeared in the hand of the imperial tutor. Kill. As soon as the word was spoken, the black light directly slashed towards Su Yan. This black light appeared extremely suddenly. Just now, he was clearly begging for the power of the imperial tutor, but at this moment, he directly erupted with killing intent. Such an attack could be considered stunning. It was a typical fast and ruthless attack. At this moment, Su Yan lightly smiled and said, "As expected, you really do have a problem." When the black light arrived in front of Su Yan suddenly stretched out his hand. The power he displayed was still at the spirit realm. However, the strange thing was that this power was actually unable to break through Su Yan's defense. Su Yan's hand seemed to have a demonic power that could directly destroy this power. You're not a native of this world, right? Chapter 12:28. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan's every word was like a clap of thunder. It was sacred and could not be disobeyed. After he said that, a ray of light shot out from the imperial tutor's eyes. Su Yan was actually able to see through his origins. When Su Yan said that, he still did not have any hope in his heart. Because just as Su Yan had said, he was indeed not a native of this world. However, this was not the first time he had entered this world. It was a very long time ago. If one had to talk about it, he was somewhat similar to Yunhe. Because of an accident, he had come to this place. Of course, there were also differences between the two. Yunhe did not enter the world of the Divine Gate. Instead, she directly encountered the evil spirits. As for him, he entered the world of the Divine Gate. Why did the king know about the outside world? It was because of his contribution. He was the one who brought this news to the king. Of course, he would not be so kind as to assist the king and achieve his hegemony. This was just a way to use him. He needed to use the king's powerful strength to achieve his own ambitions. You actually covet this power, right? However, you realize that you can't seize this power at all. The god behind the Sun Empire seems to be much more powerful than you, so you know that if you try to seize this power yourself, you will be killed directly. Su Yan spoke again. At this time, he gently clenched his hand and shattered this power. At this time, the imperial tutor took 2 steps back. No matter who it was, when his secret was directly exposed by a person, he could no longer maintain his calm. How did you know? He asked directly. This secret was deeply hidden in his heart. Even the king had no way of knowing. However, Su Yan said it out loud. Could it be that this guy was a real god? Su Yan said, "How did I know?" Hee, it's very simple. Because I saw your soul, I can know everything in your heart. This is not strange. Alright, great king, your prayers should be over. At this time, Su Yan turned his head and said to the king. The emperor nodded and said, "I'm very happy that you can let me complete this ritual. But it's also very regretful because when the power of God falls on me, you will have to pay a huge price. The price is death." As he spoke, his power once again spread towards Su Yan. At this moment, his entire being was filled with an intense killing intent. The terror of this killing intent was simply unimaginable. Using the power of a god was not a simple matter. Not only did it mean that he was incompetent as an emperor, but it would also consume his life force. But sometimes, there was no other way. Because if he didn't use this power, he wouldn't be able to win. After all, he was now facing an extremely vicious enemy from the outside world. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be the extraterrestrial demons. This was already an irresistible power, but the gods would not sympathize with him. The gain and loss of power had always been equal. At this time, Su Yan said, "It's because you have to pay a huge price to obtain power, so you are angry in your heart. Am I right?" His words hit the nail on the head. The king's expression changed. Obviously, at this time, Su Yan was right again. He, the so-called god, is he really a god? If he is a real god, why didn't he appear to help you fight when you are in danger? Why did he need your life force to support him? Su Yan shook his head. The sarcasm was extremely obvious. Shut up. How can you criticize the great god? I will say one more thing. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly kill you. The king had already become extremely angry. To him, Su Yan's words were treason and heresy. This was shaking his faith. You are all self-deceivers, so pitiful and sad. At this time, Su Yan finally lost interest in continuing to entangle with them. If you are willing to pretend to be a god in the back, then I will first kill the pitiful ones you have fooled. You are only after vitality and want to revive. This has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, I need this power right now. I want to leave this illusory world of reincarnation. At this time, Su Yan looked up and said these words. In fact, at this time, he was no longer talking to the imperial tutor and the imperial king because it was meaningless. These two pitiful people were not qualified to talk to Su Yan. The only one who could barely talk to him was the so-called god behind him. True Devil Shadow, appear. I will allow you to fight to your heart's content. After Su Yan finished speaking, a terrifying figure appeared behind him. When this figure appeared, Lu Wu was immediately shocked. This time, he was so close to the true Devil Shadow. Last time, he saw the battle between the true Devil Shadow and the eight-armed devil god. Because of this, he was extremely shocked. At this time, this terrifying thing was standing behind him. Such power was simply unparalleled. Su Yan directly said, "Go find your enemy." After Su Yan's words, the true Devil Shadow suddenly turned into a ray of light and directly broke through the defense, then flew high into the sky. Afterward, it disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, the king asked in horror, where did he go? Just now, he felt how insignificant he was. That pitch-black yet incomparably tall existence, how great was his power? Such an existence was simply terrifying. If he attacked him, then perhaps he would be killed in the next moment. At this time, Su Yan said, "You don't need to worry. He won't attack you. His opponent is your god. Audacious, you dare to blaspheme the gods, you really deserve to die." When Su Yan finished this sentence, the king immediately became furious. This guy really had guts. He actually dared to blaspheme the gods. How could he dare to say such words? How could he say them? Su Yan laughed, "Idiot. So, die." He didn't let Huanzi or Lu Wu attack, but instead directly went in front of the king. He clearly only took a single step, but he was already in front of him. At this time, the two of them had already become extremely horrified. Just now, they didn't even see how Su Yan used his power. Wasn't he only able to use the power of the spirit realm? When did the spirit realm become so terrifying, so frightening? If every spirit realm cultivator was like this, then how could they survive? At this time, Su Yan didn't care about what they were thinking. To him, this was a very simple matter. Actually, to him at this time, cultivation was no longer important. Originally, he had seen the battle between the dragon god and the great devil dragon. At that time, the two of them had fought at the same cultivation level as him. But when facing these two people, he felt like he was a clown that could be killed instantly. How terrifying was that? Actually, this was all about the understanding of power. Cultivation level was indeed important, but the understanding of power was even more important. That was the understanding of the laws, the perception of all existences. At this time, his power was changing. So what if he was in the spirit realm? Even if he was in the spirit realm, he could still move the strings of the zither. In these two worlds, Su Yan had received a huge increase in power. This increase wasn't just because he had absorbed the origin of the eight-armed demon god, but also because his understanding of power had increased once again. After losing his original cultivation level, he could no longer use the enormous power that he could use as he pleased, but it allowed him to familiarize himself with his original cultivation level. This allowed him to know that when he was in the lower realms, he could actually do even better. That powerful and terrifying power was constantly changing at this time. At this time, his aura had increased to an unimaginable level. At this time, he was a powerful and terrifying demon god. When he got close, the emperor suddenly realized that he had stopped breathing. Everything that originally didn't exist should just dissipate. After Su Yan said this sentence, the emperor actually dissipated just like that. At this time, he was already completely dead. Su Yan had a smile on his face. This was a very peaceful smile, one that had nothing to do with victory or killing. Then, his gaze fell on the imperial teacher. When the imperial teacher saw Su Yan's power, he was completely shocked. Just what kind of technique did Su Yan use? No, that wasn't a technique, but a demonic technique. If it wasn't a demonic technique, why would a person disappear for no reason? Who exactly are you? Speak. At this time, his power began to rise, as if he wanted to make a final resistance. Alright, you don't have to pretend anymore. If you really only have such strength, how could you deceive that god? Imperial teacher, it's just a joke. Show your true body. If I'm not wrong, you should also be an expert from ancient times. After hearing Su Yan's words, the imperial tutor's expression turned calm. He looked at Su Yan and suddenly smiled. What a terrifying person. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. How terrifying. At this time, flames suddenly appeared outside his body. The flames were pitch black and extremely terrifying. However, there seemed to be a trace of blood red in the darkness. Interesting. Not bad flames. Su Yan said. At this time, his power began to condense. The two of them attacked almost at the same time and directly clashed with their palms. In an instant, the entire palace hall disappeared. Chapter 1229. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, what a domineering flame. Su Yan sighed. After such a blow, the Grand Master was not hurt at all. The two of them were actually evenly matched in this exchange. How could someone who could be evenly matched with him be simple? At this moment, the Grand Master laughed and said, "Same to you." What flame is this? Su Yan asked. He had mastered the law of flame, but when they exchanged blows, he realized that the flame was not under his control. A flame with such great power was naturally not simple. This is the sacrificial flame. By sacrificing one's life and using it to burn away, the sacrificial flame can become the most brilliant, he said indifferently. However, his tone was filled with pride towards this flame. At this moment, Huanza suddenly frowned. He seemed to have heard of this flame before. Suddenly, he recalled, Blood Fire Taoist. You are the infamous Blood Fire Taoist of that era. The flame of sacrifice, you once slaughtered nearly 1 million people to sacrifice your blood fire. Later, you were suppressed by the ancestor Buddha himself. In that era, there were many experts. Even so, the Blood Fire Taoist was infamous in that era. He was a top figure in the diabolism. Back then, he killed many geniuses from powerful sections. In order to cultivate his flame of sacrifice, he directly sacrificed a huge city with a population of 1 million people. At that time, more than half of the 1 million people were cultivators. Among them, there were many powerful figures, and there were even 10 Tao masters. Even so, they were all dead. He directly sacrificed their lives to cultivate his flame. It was also because of this that directly alarmed the ancestor Buddha. In that era, the Buddha sect was extremely powerful, more prosperous than the heavenly saint sect today. The ancestor Buddha was known as the #1 person in the righteous path. He personally took action and finally killed the Bloodfire Taoist. Of course, even so, the Bloodfire Taoist's terrifying battle record still left a deep mark in history. Originally, he thought that this guy was dead. Who would have thought that this guy was still alive? Furthermore, from the looks of it, he seemed to have recovered quite a bit of his cultivation. This was an extremely terrifying figure. Who would have thought that they would meet in such a place? This was not a good thing. Oh. There is actually someone who remembers me. Hee, what an honor. But by the way, how is that old thing, Ancestor Buter? At this time, as he spoke, his murderous aura had already risen. Su Yen said directly, "You don't have to worry. As far as I know, Ancestor Buter has fallen. Of course, I don't know if he can be resurrected. In fact, if someone like you can be resurrected, I think the possibility of that person being resurrected is higher." The Blood Flame Taoist laughed out loud. "Dead? He's still dead. This is really good news. As for his resurrection, I don't think it's possible. After all, once I get out, I'll sever all of his inheritance. As long as it's his plot, I'll destroy it. Humph, it's not that easy for him to resurrect." He was full of unimaginable hatred for Ancestor Buter. Back then, if it weren't for Ancestor Buter, he wouldn't have been so miserable. However, at this time, he had understood some things. That was, it didn't matter whether he won or lost. As long as he was still alive, there would always be a chance to make a comeback. This was his survival rule. "Leave? Do you think you can leave this place?" Su Yen asked. "Of course. Do you think I'm so stupid? Well, I might as well tell you that for so many years, I have been lurking here. I have experienced several reincarnations in the Divine Gate world and have mastered many secrets. Originally, I wanted to devour this god, but this god's strength was beyond my expectations, so I could only look for an opportunity. But now that you are here, it means that my opportunity has come." Su Yen said, "You have also discovered the secret of this world, and you seem to be able to master it. No wonder you are so confident to leave here and return to the outside world. But I am the same. Of course, at this time, you seem to have forgotten that you have to defeat me to achieve your goal." After Su Yen finished speaking, he had already made his move. I won't forget, but I am confident that I can defeat you. Burn, my flame of sacrifice. All the light, turn into the most fundamental power, and let the blood boil." At this moment, as he spoke, there was already an extremely heavy breath. This power was so terrifying, so powerful. The radiance that kept rising had reached a kind of extreme transformation. At this time, everything in the sky seemed to be affected by this power. The two of them directly engaged in a battle. While the two of them were fighting, a huge cloud of smoke had appeared above their heads. The most terrifying power had appeared. Lu Wu took a few steps back and then said in a daze, "These two guys, what are their realms? Can they use all of their power?" He was really unwilling. He was clearly able to use the power of his life spirit, but at this time, he was still so useless. Facing these two existences in front of him, it was as if he was a child. "Old Lu, don't you understand? This is no longer a matter of realms, but of the understanding of power. These two people can be said to have no realms at all. In other words, the so-called realms are meaningless to them." He Wenza said directly at this time. Lu Wu asked, "What do you mean?" He Wenza said, "All the laws are in the heart. Their understanding of power has already reached a level that surpasses our imaginations. Therefore, each and every one of their actions is able to display a terrifying amount of power at the smallest cost. Even if the young master were to fight you at the first level of the spirit realm, the one who would lose would still be you." He Wenza continued to sigh. That Bloodfire Taoist was originally a fierce and ruthless person in the archaic era who had killed countless people. Moreover, after being killed by Ancestor Buter, he had such an experience. I am not surprised that he could reach this level, but our young master is truly a genius among geniuses. He continued, "Originally, I thought that the young master of our Xian Wei sect was already a powerful freak, but now that I think about it, there is still a long way to go. Now, let's see what is so special about the other 4 heavenly kings like him, and whether they can catch up to our young master's footsteps. Lu Wu was unwilling to give up, and then said, Old he, why do you think so highly of him? Could it be that you already want to leave your Xian Wei sect and follow this Su Yan? In his opinion, this was a very stupid thing to do. Su Yan's strength was indeed powerful, but what about the Xian Wei sect? Just the power that was displayed in this world was already extremely terrifying, and in their small world, there was the existence of venerable sovereigns, and even saint-venerable ancestors. He Wenza said, Indeed, I have the same intention. If I can get out alive this time, then I will report to the sect and allow me to do so. Lu Wu's eyes widened. He never thought that his old friend would say such a thing. This was not a joke, he was serious. At this moment, the battle between the two had become even more intense. The dark and blood-red flames became more vigorous at this time. The terrifying power seemed to gradually form a domain, and then it wrapped Su Yan and himself in it. This was simply a ferocious power. Such power was really terrifying, and it made people's hearts tremble. At this time, Lu Wu said, no matter how powerful Su Yan is, it is impossible for him to be a match for the blood-fire Taoist. I think we should plan a way out early. Didn't they say that there are other outsiders? Why don't we go and have a look? Maybe it is also a sect from the eastern land. When Lu Wu saw the terrifying power of the sacrificial flames, he still felt that Su Yan did not have much hope. Therefore, it was better to find a backer at this time. However, at this time, He Wenza said, No, I believe that the one who will win in the end will definitely be young master. Lu Wu asked, How do you know? He Wenza's face was expressionless, just intuition. You idiot. Lu Wu found that he understood his old friend more and more. What was wrong with him? Could it be that Su Yan had brainwashed him? He actually worshipped Su Yan to such an extent. He Wenza did not care and just watched. Of course, he was not just watching, but comprehending. Witnessing a fight between experts was a kind of luck, because he might be able to comprehend a lot of things that he did not understand. At this time, the sacrificial flames were indeed extremely fierce, enveloping everything. It seemed that Su Yan did not have any hope of winning. However, after following Su Yan for these days, he had a certain understanding of Su Yan. In his opinion, Su Yan was a person who liked to have everything in his hands. If he was not confident, why would he fight with the blood-fire Taoist? There was also the terrifying power of the demonic shadow just now. If he wanted to attack the blood-fire Taoist, even the blood-fire Taoist would not be able to withstand it. However, Su Yan did not let the demonic shadow attack. Instead, he let the demonic shadow challenge the so-called god. Su Yan was not a stupid person. Since he did so, it could only mean one thing. He was confident in defeating the blood-fire Taoist. However, if young master is confident in defeating the blood-fire Taoist, why is he not faster? Instead, he seems to be stalling for time. He Wenza thought to himself. It had to be said that this He Wenza was indeed a smart person. He really understood Su Yan very well. Just as he thought, Su Yan was very confident in defeating the blood-fire Taoist. Chapter 1230. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, here it comes, the counterattack is about to begin. Su Yan immediately knew that the true devil's counterattack was about to begin. In an instant, the true devil's shadow soared into the sky, and a terrifying light burst forth. The powerful and terrifying energy turned into a vortex at this moment. No pop-up window. Before the 8-headed serpent could retreat, the true devil suddenly stretched out his arm and pressed on one of the serpent's heads. Roar! The 8-headed serpent roared again, but this time, it wasn't a roar of excitement, but of fear. Yes, at this moment, he finally felt incomparable fear. But it was too late. A black light suddenly appeared in his body. That was the devil power he devoured from the true devil. I understand now. The shadow of the true devil was actually pretending to be weak at the beginning, deliberately letting the 8-headed snake devour his strength. In an instant, Su Yan understood that the shadow of the true devil was actually using tactics. Sure enough, as expected of the great devil Heaven Lord, the means he left behind are really amazing. At this moment, the power continued to erupt, and then the aura continued to condense and attack. The violent aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Streaks of energy came crashing down at this moment. The terrifying pressure seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. That wasn't all, the true devil's power was rolling at this moment, and such a power was even more terrifying. In the sky, everything seemed to have stopped. The eight-headed serpent's powerful body was actually unable to move. The true devil slowly climbed up like a proud warrior. At the same time, his power erupted, and the eight-headed serpent was directly pulled to his side. At this moment, the true devil suddenly stretched out one of his hands, and then immediately penetrated the serpent's body through layers of obstacles. The eight-headed serpent's defense was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, in the face of the shadow of the true devil, all of its defensive power was so weak that it was not even worth mentioning. Its body was pierced directly. The eight-headed serpent let out a painful roar. But at this time, it seemed like it couldn't do anything other than roaring. The shadow of the true devil pounced on the eight-headed serpent and began to devour its power. To him, even if it was the power of God's resentment, it didn't matter. He didn't care about any power of darkness. He could directly devour it. He was a true devil. The so-called true devil was the most powerful and terrifying existence in the world. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Let's stop." Su Yan's words weren't heavy, but they made the true devil's figure freeze. Su Yan slowly floated to the true devil's side. At this time, he could clearly feel the true devil's struggle and anger, and even killing intent. As expected, your consciousness has been affected, and you even want to break free from my control? Su Yan softly muttered to himself. At this time, he discovered that this true devil's shadow was actually trying to break free from his control and produce an independent personality. This wasn't a good thing. If this thing really succeeded, then Su Yan's cultivation would be wasted. He would be working for the Great Devil Heaven Lord. Great Devil Heaven Lord, although your strength is terrifying and unparalleled in the world, at least at this time, I still have the initiative. At this time, Su Yan's eye of truth was operating. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Very soon, the situation in the shadow of the true devil's body became clear to him. At this moment, he discovered that the demonic finger bone had silently reached the shadow of the true devil's heart. This true devil's shadow was originally a terrifying projection condensed by Su Yan with his own power. It was impossible for it to have a heart. The meaning of its existence was to fight for Su Yan. But at this time, the heavenly demon finger bone wanted to steal and control the true devil's shadow. With the heavenly demon finger bone as the core, threads of power began to spread throughout the true devil's shadow's body. However, as Su Yan said, even at this level, Su Yan was still the leader. This was because the true devil's shadow was created by him. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for someone as powerful as the Great Devil Heaven Lord to completely seize and control the true devil's shadow. Of course, if Su Yan was unaware of all this, he might be able to achieve his goal with the passage of time. But now, none of this was a secret to Su Yan. He could see everything clearly with his eyes. Su Yan urged his will again, stopping the true devil's shadow. However, the true devil's shadow resisted again. He was resisting Su Yan's order. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Don't you think it's not good to be honest with me and resist me at this time? It's still too early." Su Yan's will erupted. A terrifying and powerful aura rushed into the true devil's shadow's body like thunder. Heavenly demon finger bone, do you still want to turn the tables? Countless thunder-like wills rushed in and attacked the heavenly demon finger bone. What a terrifying and mighty power! The terror of this power was almost unimaginable. At this moment, the violent power suppressed him so fiercely that he almost couldn't breathe. Su Yan's strength and terror could be imagined. A demonic will erupted from the heavenly demon finger bone. It was the will of the Great Devil Heaven Lord. Stupa, soul-suppressing seal. At this time, Su Yan directly urged the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. In the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to use it casually. However, later, Su Yan had been purifying it with the power of the Great Supreme and gradually washed away the mark of the Stupa sect. After becoming a Tao master, he used his powerful strength to completely erase everything in it. This mark no longer had anyone else's will, only his own. Therefore, at this time, he could freely use the soul-suppressing seal without any hindrance. In the heavenly demon finger bone, there was a wisp of the great devil Heaven Lord's will, which was the key to controlling the true devil's shadow. But now, Su Yan directly used the soul-suppressing seal. His purpose was to suppress this wisp of will. Not only that, but Su Yan also had a greater ambition. After controlling this wisp of will, he would refine the power of the heavenly demon fingerbone. He would really refine it and then turn it into his own. He would not let the heavenly demon fingerbone exist freely and help him at critical times. By doing so, he had already formed a karma with the extremely powerful and terrifying great devil Heaven Lord. But at this time, how could Su Yan be afraid? Because the karma between him and the great devil Heaven Lord had already been formed long ago. Of course, this was because the great devil Heaven Lord had taken the initiative to find him. He was the child of destiny and was destined to be schemed against by many experts. As the saying goes, too much debt does not weigh down one's body. Since he had already come to this point, he did not care anymore. The soul-suppressing seal fell, and the violent aura changed directly. The power surged at this time, like flames and thunder. At the same time, the decaying laws appeared. This power was constantly changing and finally began to suppress the power. The great devil Heaven Lord's will was furious and seemed to want to launch a counterattack. At this time, Su Yan said, "Hee, great devil Heaven Lord, if it were any other place, I would not dare to attack you. But this place is different. This place is the place where gods are buried. The power here is extremely terrifying. Do you dare to descend with your own consciousness?" Su Yan seemed to have him in his grasp. That's right, this was also the reason why he dared to attack here. This place was extremely special. The place where gods fell was extremely dangerous. Perhaps, in the depths of this place, there was a real god who was resurrecting. The great devil Heaven Lord would definitely be able to sense this place. If he really dared to descend with his own consciousness, it might trigger a counterattack from the gods in this place. There was even a possibility that his own consciousness would be left behind. Therefore, at this time, the will of the heavenly demon finger bone was isolated and helpless. It was also because of this that Su Yan dared to do so. He had already integrated all his strength into it. This was the best time to fight. At this time, Su Yan was extremely aggressive. His power continued to surge. He wanted to settle the world in an instant and settle everything. At this very moment, the terrifying power continued to soar. The terrifying power had reached its peak at this very moment. Endless aura was constantly erupting at this time. Everything in the sky had reached the most violent stage. Such a storm appeared directly in the body of the true devil shadow. Although the great devil Heaven Lord's consciousness could not enter, even the little bit of consciousness left in the finger bone was already extremely terrifying. He discovered Su Yan's intention and immediately launched the most violent counterattack. It seemed like he was going to go all out. Haha. Great devil Heaven Lord, I can already sense your will. However, it's useless. Your existence is a huge threat to me. Today, I'll definitely erase your will. Even if I have to destroy this true devil shadow, I won't hesitate to do so. This was Su Yan's determination. One had to know that the true devil shadow was extremely powerful and terrifying. In a battle, it was a good helper. If it were any other person, how could they bear to destroy this power? However, Su Yan dared to do so. If this power could not be completely controlled by him, then what was the point of its existence? If he were to betray him at the most critical moment, that would be a real scam. Since that was the case, it was better to destroy everything and let everything disappear completely. Chapter 1231. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was Su Yan's attitude, as well as the bottom line of his tolerance. Instead of letting this thing that doesn't listen to me exist, I'd rather destroy it completely and let it vanish into nothingness. At this moment, the change in his aura had reached the pinnacle. The battle between him and the great devil Heaven Lord was the real deal. As for the rest, Su Yan didn't care at all. The power continued to surge. Terrifying auras pressed down, as though they wanted to destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't care less. The power of the soul-subduing seal grew stronger and stronger, gradually gaining the upper hand. That wasn't all. Su Yan's Taiji sword had also begun to surge. The power of yin and yang exploded, and the terrifying aura had completely wrapped around the remnant consciousness of the great devil Heaven Lord. Alright, then at this moment, I'll let you be completely annihilated and then devour your power directly, Su Yan muttered to himself. After which, the power started to churn and the regal sword spirit appeared. The appearance of the regal sword spirit could be said to be the real deal. His power was so sacred and so mighty. The moment this power appeared, the great devil Heaven Lord was destined to lose. At this moment, the great devil Heaven Lord still wanted to make a final struggle. Unfortunately, Su Yan wouldn't give him the chance. His power surged like the ocean, and his terrifying aura continued to surge. Finally, all of this was completely obliterated and dissipated. Alright, have I finally succeeded? After an unknown amount of time, the process finally came to an end. Su Yan had finally eliminated the means left behind by the great devil Heaven Lord. At least for now, I've disrupted his plan a little. Every one of these powerful giants is incomparably terrifying. I can't be careless. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll fail miserably. Su Yan knew that such powerful existences had terrifying means. This time, although it seemed like he had won on the surface, it was still unknown whether it was a complete victory. He wanted to refine the heavenly demon finger bone and analyze the laws within it. But he had already discovered that this could not be done in a short amount of time. The sky demon finger bone's precepts were too strong. Even with the magic of the very high power, it could not be done in a short amount of time. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, at this time, he had a preliminary understanding of the divine consciousness and will within it. The heavenly demon finger bone was already an ownerless object. Therefore, he now had a lot of time to let the power of the utmost supreme continuously analyze it. Then, he could familiarize himself with the laws within the droplet stone and even decipher them. Once he succeeded, his strength would definitely increase even more. Finally, another one has been dealt with. There's also the power of the ancestor Buter and the heart of the demon god. In comparison, the power of the ancestor Buter is what I am most worried about. Su Yan muttered in his heart. At this moment, the power of Buddha covered the surface of his heart, forming a Buddha's heart. In the beginning, he had naively thought that the ancestor Buter was a saint who had fought to the death with those guys from the devil's sect in order to save the continent. However, with the improvement of his strength and his understanding of the world, he had already understood that for these powerhouses, all of this was just an illusion. The so-called saving of the world was just nonsense. At their level, all they cared about was themselves. They wanted to reach the true state of being free. If he still treated the ancestor Buter as a saint like before, it would be a big mistake. He might not be as ferocious as the great devil Heaven Lord, but he was definitely not someone who was easy to deal with. The heart of the demon god was also a hidden danger, but he was not so worried about it. Su Yan was confident that he could solve this hidden danger. However, Fuda's power was troublesome. Fuda had wrapped up his heart. In the beginning, Su Yan felt that he could protect his heart and prevent himself from being controlled by the great devil dragon's instincts. However, at this moment, it seemed that this was not the case. This was simply holding his heart hostage. It was not so easy for him to release this power because if he was not careful, he would destroy himself. The heart was the most important thing. Even at Su Yan's level, he would not treat it lightly. If his heart was not protected well, it was very likely that it would be destroyed directly. What should he do? His aura was so strong at this time, and the terrifying brilliance was simply terrifying to the extreme. With such power, the terrifying brilliance had reached an unimaginable level. It seemed that nothing in this world could be compared to this terrifying aura. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan would not target the power of the Buter. Well, the hidden danger of the great devil Heaven Lord has been removed. So, at this time, do you still want to struggle? At this time, Su Yan's eyes finally fell on the eight-headed serpent. The eight-headed serpent was suppressed by the shadow of the true devil and had lost the power to fight. However, just now, Su Yan and the great devil Heaven Lord's consciousness had started to conquer it, which gave it a slight chance. At this time, it had begun to gradually break free. However, it was also unlucky. Before it could completely break free, Su Yan had already ended the battle. When Su Yan looked at it, this terrifying existence immediately knew that it was not good. Su Yan ignored it and pointed out with his finger. The power of laws appeared directly. Raging fire, ice, and lightning. These power of laws appeared directly and then enveloped everything. Such a terrifying aura erupted at this time. The terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The power of darkness had also reached an unimaginable level. The violent power descended directly at this time and sealed the heavenly resentment directly. The heavenly resentment originally wanted to escape, but there was no way it could do so now. The laws were like chains that bound this power completely. The terror of such an aura was simply unimaginable. The heavenly resentment finally stopped struggling. It was not that it did not want to, but it did not have the power to resist. At this time, Su Yan's power of the zenith exploded and covered the heavenly resentment directly. The shadow of the true devil was not afraid of his power attribute, and neither was Su Yan. The power of the zenith had the power to return to the origin. Whether it was the power of darkness or other things, it was a kind of power. For the power of the zenith, it was all nourishment. Su Yan began to devour the power of the heavenly resentment. However, at this time, his eyebrows twitched. Because at this time, he felt that something had changed. Oh. These people actually came back. It turned out that when Su Yan was fighting with this terrifying heavenly resentment, a few more people appeared. He Wenza and Lu Wu were originally waiting for Su Yan's return. In front of them, the divine scepter stood quietly. Both of them could feel the power of this divine scepter. This divine scepter was not a gift from the heavenly resentment, but a condensation of the power of this divine gate world. It contained an extremely huge power. From another point of view, this divine scepter was actually a key to leave this place. If one could master this key, then the divine gate would appear again. Therefore, this was extremely precious. At this time, Lu Wu almost wanted to go up and take the divine scepter into his hands, but He stopped him. Old Lu, what are you trying to do? Faced with He question, Lu Wu frowned and said, Old He, do you really want to become that kid's dog? If Su Yan was here, of course, he would not dare to say it. However, at this time, Su Yan was not here. He knew that this might be an excellent opportunity. Well, old Lu, it turns out that you are not convinced by the young master. He had already seen some signs, but after all, they were good friends. Everyone had their own ambitions, so there was nothing to say. However, at this time, Lu Wu's actions were trapping Su Yan. He also understood that this divine scepter might be the key to leaving this divine gate world. At this time, Lu Wu clearly wanted to open the divine gate world directly and leave. Once he did so, Su Yan would not be able to leave. Old He, don't be stupid. What young master? You are a disciple of the Xianin sect. We, the people of ancient sects, are superior existences. This guy is just a little lucky. How can he be our young master? After saying that, he directly rushed toward the divine scepter. He immediately made a move and blocked him. Have you not thought about how you will explain to the young master if he comes back? Do you think the young master will die up there? He asked directly. Hearing He words, Lu Wu's expression changed. After all, the strength that Su Yan showed was too terrifying. His strength was simply unimaginable. Although he was full of hostility towards Su Yan, he had to admit that Su Yan was strong. The strength that Su Yan showed made him fear Su Yan to an extremely terrifying extent. Of course, it was also because of this that he was so angry. He was an elder of the celestial sect. His position was considered high, but at this time, he was full of fear towards such a person. This was what made him the most unhappy. Thinking of this, he said directly, "Old he, since you want to fight with me, then come. Anyway, we have not fought for a long time." But just when the two of them were about to fight, a voice sounded. "Lu Wu, Hewenza, what are you two doing? Why are you fighting at this time?" The voice sounded, and the two of them were stunned. At this time, Lu Wu suddenly shouted in surprise, "Martial uncle." Chapter 1232. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, he was truly surprised. Because the owner of this voice was his martial uncle, Wei Yan. Although he wanted to fight with Hewenza, he was still extremely wary of Su Yan. If Su Yan appeared at this moment, it would be equivalent to taking his life. But at this moment, his martial uncle appeared, which made him let go of all the fear in his heart. His martial uncle, Wei Yan, was the person in charge of the treasure hunt in the central region. He was extremely powerful, an expert at the peak of the Tao Master realm, perhaps even stronger than that. Now that this person had appeared, what was there to be afraid of? At this moment, a few existences appeared behind Wei Yan. One of them was filled with a dense dark aura, giving off an extremely gloomy feeling. While the other ones seemed to be filled with a terrifying majesty. This majesty almost made him unable to breathe. "Martial uncle, who are these two?" he asked directly. Wei Yan said, "This is the Dark Demon Sect's Great Si Ming, and this is the Dragon Island's judge." He said it indifferently, but Hewenza and Lu Wu were extremely shocked. The Dark Demon Sect's Great Si Ming was an extremely terrifying expert. His dark energy was extremely powerful, almost reaching the level of a one-step sovereign. There were experts in extremely large sects who were swallowed by his dark energy. The Dragon Tribe's judge was also extremely terrifying. Because he existed for the sake of killing. Killing those humans who had dragon blood on their hands. He did not care about why the Dragon Tribe was killed. Was it because they wanted to become heroes by slaying dragons, or was it because the evil dragons were killed because of their evil deeds? As long as he sensed the dragon's resentment from the other party, he would not hesitate to attack. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. "Martial uncle, why are you with them? Let's not talk about the Dragon Tribe's judge first, but shouldn't the Dark Demon Sect be their enemy? Many experts in the sect had died in his hands." Hewenza also said directly, "Senior Wei, this doesn't seem appropriate." This was a matter of standpoint, and it was difficult for him to accept. One of them was an expert from the southern sea god realm, while the other represented the western wilderness. What's wrong? Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Wei Yan asked softly. The two of them were immediately speechless. After all, Wei Yan was much stronger than them. At this time, when Wei Yan asked again, "Okay, tell me, what were you two doing just now?" Suddenly, he saw the divine scepter. What exactly happened here? Tell me, the emperor and the state preceptor seem to have disappeared. Could it be the two of you? However, the two of you shouldn't be that capable, he asked directly. He clearly knew that with the strength of these two juniors, it was impossible for them to reach such a level. Hewenza's face was somewhat gloomy. At this time, Wei Yan said, "Lu Wu, tell me everything. Don't leave anything out." When Lu Wu heard Wei Yan's words, he immediately said, "Yes, martial aunt." Then, he told Wei Yan everything, including how he met Su Yan and followed Su Yan to this place. Of course, when he was telling the story, he also directly described Su Yan's arrogance and exaggerated some of it. This was a good opportunity. Since his martial aunt was already here, he naturally didn't need to fear Su Yan. He could even vent his anger for himself. "Old Lu," Hewenza said instinctively. Lu Wu's words made him very unhappy. After all, Su Yan was actually good to them. He even gave them the heavenly spirit grass, which gave them hope of becoming a Tao master. However, at this time, according to Lu Wu, Su Yan was simply squeezing them dry and making them miserable. Alright, I know what happened. So, this friend of yours has already gone up to the heavens and fought with that god? Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect such a person to appear in the 5 counties continent. He smiled and walked towards the scepter. Obviously, he wanted to take the scepter in his hand. Senior Wei, this is not good. We are all Eastern sects and allies. What's more, old Lu actually distorted some things just now. Young Master Su Yan didn't treat us badly. Aren't you tricking him by doing this? He Wenza questioned directly. Wei Yan frowned and said, What? What do you mean? Are you blaming me for what I did? Huh, even the seniors of your Xianin sect don't dare to talk to me like this. You are really bold. As soon as he finished speaking, a qi power directly spread out. Although He Wenza was only in the life-soul realm at this time, as mentioned before, these people's understanding of power was different. In the same realm, even 100 He Wenza would not be a match for Wei Yan. His qi power spread out and suppressed He Wenza directly. This time, he did not hold back at all. After all, He Wenza questioned him like this, which made him lose face. Of course, as he said, even the person in charge of the Xianin sect this time would not dare to talk to him like this. This was determined by the status of each sect and the strength of both parties. Under the suppression of this power, He Wenza finally had no choice but to retreat. I thought that I would have to go through a big battle. Who would have thought that it would be so easy? The last time he came here, he was actually forced to retreat by the Emperor and the Imperial Advisor together with the Divine Scepter. This time, he combined forces with the Dark Great Sea Ming and the Dragon Tribe's judge and felt that they could defeat the other party. However, this time, they came here and obtained the Divine Scepter so easily, which made him feel good. As for Su Yan's life and death, it had nothing to do with him. He was the person in charge of the Celestial Sect. Since the disciples of his sect were so disgusted with Su Yan, of course he would not care about Su Yan. Moreover, he was not convinced by Su Yan's title as one of the 4 heavenly kings. His hand was about to touch the divine scepter, but at this time, the divine scepter burst out with a ray of light and bounced his hand away. Who is it? He never thought that his power would be bounced away at this time. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that someone was stopping him. At this time, a voice faintly sounded, No one stopped you just now. It's just that you don't understand the laws of this world, so you can't pick up the scepter. Wei Yan suddenly turned his head, and a ray of light burst out from his eyes, as if he wanted to see through everything. You're Su Yan? At this time, Su Yan had already landed. Yes, I'm Su Yan. What's your name? Facing the other party's aggressiveness, Su Yan did not care too much. At this time, Wei Yan's eyebrows twitched. Su Yan gave him a sense of danger. However, he still did not care and said directly, I'm Wei Yan of the Celestial Sect. I really didn't expect that a person like you would appear in the Heaven and Earth organization. It's really a surprise. Of course, the surprise was fake. If he could, he would have killed Su Yan at this time. At this time, Su Yan said, Surprise? I'm afraid it's fake. I see that you're not very polite to me. At this time, Su Yan's gaze fell on Lu Wu. I remember that I gave you the heavenly spirit grass. You're really greedy. You said that I bullied you? Well then, I'll bully you. Hand over the heavenly spirit grass. Su Yan seemed to ignore Wei Yan and said directly to Lu Wu. Lu Wu looked at Su Yan with a bit of fear. Su Yan seemed to have become a nightmare to him. However, at this time, his martial uncle was beside him, and he had his own backing. Why would he be afraid of Su Yan? Humph, you're really crazy. I think you're a devil. He shouted directly, as if he was righteous. Su Yan shook his head. Many times, some people would do inexplicable things. It seems that your martial uncle is here, so you're unscrupulous. As for the devil? It should be your martial uncle who's colluding with the devil now, right? Su Yan asked. At this time, Wei Yan had already said, Junior, don't be presumptuous. I know you still have the heavenly spirit grass. Take it out. Also, I'm cooperating with 2 fellow cultivators. It's not something you can say. At this moment, the Dragon Inquisitor had already walked up to them. You have the dragon's resentment on you. When he said the last 2 words, he was already murderous, as if he wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. At this time, Su Yan said, Dragon's resentment? Well, something like that. You killed a holy dragon and a guy who was about to become the Dragon King. Why? Are you going to avenge them? Su Yan's tone was relaxed, as if he didn't take all of this seriously at all. At this time, the Dragon Clan judge's eyes were full of murderous intent. However, he was also extremely solemn. He knew that what Su Yan said was probably not false. If that was the case, Su Yan's strength was already extremely terrifying. Indeed, the Dragon Clan's judge could never be judged by common sense. Their combat strength originated from the great dragon god. Even if they encountered a powerful enemy, they would not be afraid. At this time, the person from the Dark Demon sect also walked over. Su Yan? I seem to have heard of your name. I really didn't expect to meet you in this place. It seems that this place will be your burial ground today. Su Yan had once broken into the Dark Demon sect's place. Of course, the power of law at that time was still very strict. They had strength, but they couldn't use it. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan seemed to have fallen into a heavy encirclement and was extremely passive. Lu Wu was proud in his heart, as if he finally saw the hope of revenge. Chapter 1233. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yan was under immense pressure. Every single one of these enemies was extremely terrifying. They were even more powerful than the ones who tried to kidnap Yun Wanqing. Latest chapter to read. They were all at the peak of the Dao Master Realm, but they had the ability to break through the limits of the Dao Master Realm. At this moment, although they were all at the Life Soul Realm, it was no longer important. For experts at their level, even if they were only at the Life Soul Realm, they could still unleash great combat power. Your strength is really not bad. No wonder you are so arrogant. You can still be so calm when facing the 3 of us. Wei Yan spoke. At this moment, he had already used the aura of his superior numbers to suppress Su Yan. In such a battle between experts, even the slightest detail was extremely important. At this moment, he was so aggressive because he wanted to overwhelm Su Yan in terms of aura. This caused Su Yan to have misgivings in his heart. At this time, he would not dare to be too presumptuous and would hold back. And holding back often meant that he had scruples in his heart. This guy was well versed in the principles of battle. Su Yan looked at him and smiled. Then he said, if that's the case, are you going to rely on your superior numbers to kill me here? Of course, Su Yan was not so naive as to differentiate between good and evil. The so-called good and evil were all nonsense. If he died, who would know what happened today? He already knew that this guy's plan was vicious. At this moment, Su Yan continued, you have to understand that I like to take revenge. Wei Yan said, and then? His smile was full of mockery. So what if you like to take revenge? Would the powerful Celestial sect care about your revenge? The foundation of the Celestial sect was not something that people like you could imagine. If one had to say, people like Su Yan could only be considered as grassroots in his eyes. It was impressive for a grassroots to rise up, but that was all there was to it. If he wanted to go against a colossus like the Celestial sect, he would be digging his own grave. Moreover, in his opinion, Su Yan would not be able to leave alive today. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? At this moment, Su Yan's power was already gathered and he sent a palm towards him. How dare you attack me? His reaction speed was also extremely fast. Almost at the instant when Su Yan made his move, he had already dodged to the side. At this time, Su Yan shook his head and said, "Haha, don't tell me that I can't attack when the three of you want to kill me alone? Sometimes, I really wonder if there's something wrong with your brains. Do all the good things in this world have to be taken by you guys? Is this how it should be?" Translation. His translation. Martial fist essence. Wei Yan frowned. Logically speaking, his footwork should have been able to completely avoid Yi Shiwen's attack. However, at that moment, he found that he could not avoid it. It seemed that no matter how he used his footwork, he could not avoid the attack. This made him very uncomfortable. When Su Yan's attack landed, he saw that he could not continue to avoid it. Hence, he directly attacked Su Yan. This time, the collision was almost silent. However, Wei Yan actually retreated a lot of distance. He only managed to stabilize himself when his power was activated again. His expression changed. This made him lose face. Su Yan's strength was really beyond his expectations. It seems that this is the only way. Since you have already decided to attack me, I can only kill all of you. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed as a terrifying killing intent surged out from him. Previously, Su Yan seemed to be an ordinary person who was easy to talk to. However, at this moment, he immediately turned into a terrifying god of death. Dense killing intent surged out from him, causing the celestial sect's great elders' expression to change immediately. Not only him, but the great Si Ming of Dark Demon sect and the Dragon Tribe judge's expression also changed. This lad is really powerful. They were surprised. At this moment, they finally understood why Su Yan could achieve such a valiant battle record and kill their companions. His strength is really terrifying. No wonder he could kill the Holy Dragon and the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon directly. At first, I thought it was because the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon was too stupid. But now, it seems like that's not the case. Being able to become the Dragon Tribe judge, he was naturally an outstanding existence. One of the shortcomings of the Dragon Tribe was their arrogance. He simply looked down on those from the Dragon Tribe who had impure blood. However, at this moment, he realized that he might have been wrong. Such a terrifying power was really terrifying. When such power fell, even he would find it difficult to block it. However, at this moment, he did not make a move. The great Si Ming did the same too. They seemed to be watching a good show. After this attack, Wei Yan already knew how powerful Su Yan was. At this moment, he shouted, "My two friends, what are you waiting for? Why don't you make a move now?" He had already suffered a loss in the previous attack. Naturally, he did not want to face Su Yan alone. Therefore, he immediately wanted the two of them to make a move. However, at this moment, he realized that the great Si Ming and the Dragon Tribe judge were indifferent to this matter. He was extremely angry, but he knew the reason behind it. What these two fellows were thinking was that they wanted him to consume more of Su Yan's strength. Damn it, these two bastards are indeed unreliable. However, isn't this Su Yan a little too abnormal? Su Yan smiled and said, "It seems that your alliance is not very reliable. You are not in a bad situation yet, so your two companions are not willing to help you." As he spoke, he had already closed in on Wei Yan. At this moment, He Wenzo was watching the two parties fighting and lamented, "The people of Celestial Sect are really arrogant and brainless. They don't even know who to ally with. Forget it, everyone here is a peerless expert. I can't do anything. It's better to stay away from them." He Wenzo was a smart person. He clearly knew that with his strength, he was not even qualified to join in the fun in front of these people. Therefore, he directly left this place. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan was already beside Wei Yan. He didn't seem to have done anything, he just simply slammed his palm down. This palm contained an extremely terrifying strength. Such strength was simply incomparably terrifying. The powerful and terrifying strength suddenly exploded. It was simply unimaginable. Wei Yan once again punched out. He could already see that Su Yan's strength was extremely strong. Facing such strength, if he chose to dodge, he would only be courting death. He could only use all his strength to forcefully resist, only then would he be able to block such a strike. Su Yan seemed to be addicted to fighting. In the blink of an eye, he had already sent out more than 10 palm strikes. At this moment, Wei Yan was already complaining incessantly. Su Yan's strength had already invaded his body. If this continued, even if he could still defend, he was afraid that he would be injured. It seems that your strength is only at this level? Why don't you use your trump card? Su Yan said directly. He naturally saw that this Wei Yan dared to be so arrogant because it was not as simple as his own strength. He was afraid that he was still hiding a trump card. It was just that this guy had some scruples in his heart, so he did not dare to use this trump card. However, he did not want to use it, but Su Yan would not let him do as he wished. His power directly blasted out, and an extremely terrifying aura directly erupted. This power was simply unimaginable. When such a blow fell, it actually caused his body to begin to tremble directly. After this blow, Su Yan chuckled, "Haha, since you are not willing to use your trump card, and your friends are not willing to help you, then you can go to hell." At this time, Su Yan's killing intent was greatly aroused. In an instant, he grasped in the air, and a sword of laws appeared. This sword of laws condensed the power of several laws, and its power was simply unimaginable. The moment such a terrifying sword fell directly, it was as if the mountains and rivers were collapsing. At this moment, Wei Yan almost felt that he was going to suffocate. At this time, the expression of the Dragon Clan's judge changed, and then he said, "We can't let Wei Yan die." At this time, he directly let out a loud and clear dragon roar, and then directly attacked. At this time, he had already realized that Su Yan was more powerful than they had imagined. Although they wanted to watch the fire burning across the river and watch Wei Yan and Su Yan both be injured, if Wei Yan was killed, Wei Yan would be killed. However, if Wei Yan was directly killed by Su Yan, then they would have one less ally. In that case, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them in the battle. Although they expected that Wei Yan still had a trump card, there was always a possibility. What if he died before he could even use his trump card? Therefore, at this time, he finally directly attacked. His power was extremely domineering. After all, the Dragon Clan was known for their ferocity. The powerful dragon power directly bombarded Su Yan, and at the same time, a dragon sword burst out, wanting to directly cut Su Yan in half. However, at this time, Su Yan seemed to have expected this. When the dragon sword fell, it slashed on a phantom. That was not all. The dragon sword did not stop, and it almost directly fell on Wei Yan's body. Fortunately, Wei Yan reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the Dragon Clan's judge instead of Su Yan. "Hey, what do you want?" He was extremely angry. Being suppressed by Su Yan like this already made him feel extremely embarrassed, but at this time, he was threatened by his companion and almost died. Chapter 1234. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dragon Clan's Inquisitor had an ugly expression on his face. Even so, he did not manage to gain any advantage. Instead, he was being toyed with by Su Yan. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared and arrived directly at Su Yan's feet. The power of darkness was the most bizarre, and it was almost impossible to guard against it. That power spread out, wanting to envelop Su Yan within it. "Hee, Su Yan, it seems that you are indeed a powerful figure. However, it is precisely because you are so powerful that you must die today." A powerful figure like Su Yan would definitely become a top powerhouse if there were no accidents. Such an enemy was extremely terrifying and would make them unable to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, it was better for him to die as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Su Yan completely. Su Yan's gaze turned cold, but he still did not panic. Have you finally made your move? However, do you think that you can defeat me like this? At that moment, Su Yan's strength increased again. He released his aura and formed a domain that enveloped the three of them. I know that the three of you have trump cards that can allow you to reach the Emperor realm in a short time and possess powerful combat strength. I advise you to use them directly. Otherwise, don't be a monster and you won't even have a chance to use them. At that moment, Su Yan was simply violent to the extreme. He did not care about these people at all and directly pressured them. Even with the strength of these three people, they were still a little flustered at that moment. They never thought that Su Yan would be so ferocious and directly use such a terrifying method at that moment. He sealed them in his domain at the same time. Damn it. Could it be that you've already decided to kill all three of us from the very beginning? He asked directly. At that moment, his aura was so cold that it displayed his most powerful and terrifying strength. At this time, his aura directly pressed down on the three of them. Even they did not dare to have such ferocious thoughts. At this time, it was clearly 1 against 3, and they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. No matter how powerful he was, he should have killed one of them first before killing them one by one. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have such thoughts at all. He attacked like this to deal with 3 people at the same time. This was truly ferocious. At this time, Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. There was no need to say much about the strength of his power. Such a power was constantly changing, and that terrifying power had already suppressed the 3 of them. No, this can't go on. Wei Yan roared. He never thought that Su Yan's strength would actually reach such a terrifying level. This was completely different from what he had expected. In fact, there was no enmity between him and Su Yan. There was not even any conflict between them. It was purely out of greed. Of course, it was also because of jealousy in his heart that he wanted to kill such a genius first. However, at this time, he realized that his thoughts were simply wrong. Su Yan's strength was really too ferocious. With such power attacking in an instant, how terrifying was that? At this time, Su Yan's power rolled over. That extremely powerful aura almost made him unable to breathe. At this time, Su Yan was still unwilling to stop. His power directly fell, and at this time, 3 sword lights appeared at the same time. The appearance of these 3 sword lights seemed to have gathered all of the sword's will. Under such power, there was almost no way for them to hide. At this time, Su Yan's power had reached an extremely terrifying level, making the 3 of them feel extremely uncomfortable. At this time, they finally understood that their original strength was not enough to face Su Yan. Celestial Martial Saint, Martial Arts Transmission. The first one was Wei Yan. He immediately took out his sect's secret treasure. It was a talisman created by the first ancestor of the Celestial Sect, the Celestial Sect's holy sage. That talisman didn't have any offensive strength, but it did contain a powerful attack. That was to be able to infuse Celestial Martial Saint's martial arts realm into one's body in an instant. In this way, his strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. He would directly break through the shackles and be able to compete with an emperor. Originally, he did not think that he would use this power so early. However, at this time, he knew that he had to use it. Su Yan's strength was far beyond his imagination. At this time, if he did not use this power, he would be courting death. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed, almost more than 10 times stronger than before. He suddenly punched and immediately shattered Su Yan's sword intent. At this time, he looked up to the sky and roared. Regardless of whether he was willing to use this power or not, at this time, his realm had increased. He felt an unprecedented power. This was simply a feeling of being reborn. This made his heart feel extremely proud. In his opinion, Su Yan was nothing. Under his power, he would die. At this time, the power of the Dragon Clan's judge had also appeared. His body was burning with the fire of the Dragon King. At that time, the blood-winged dragon directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire in a moment of desperation. Then, it began to break through to reach the Dragon King realm and become a rising star of the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, at the last moment of its breakthrough, it was forcibly interrupted by Su Yan, stopping its breakthrough. Even its spirit was directly refined by Su Yan, becoming the dragon's soul that suppressed the four small worlds. At this time, the Dragon Clan's judge also used the same method. However, the Dragon King's fire that he used was much more powerful than the Dragon King's fire that the Blood-Winged Dragon used back then. After all, the Dragon King's fire that the Blood-Winged Dragon used that day was a mark left behind by the Fire Dragon King before it was killed by the Godslayer sword. Naturally, the power in it was not complete. However, the Dragon King's fire was left behind by a Dragon King who had died of old age before he died. His power was even more terrifying. Almost in an instant, he directly became a Dragon King. That terrifying power was simply unimaginable at this time. When the dragon might erupted, it was not inferior to Wei Yan's aura. In fact, it was even stronger. Of course, it was the same for the Dark Master Ming. A god of darkness appeared behind him and merged into his body. In an instant, his aura had broken through the barrier and reached the overlord level. Initially, Su Yan's power could still suppress these people. However, at this time, the three of them simultaneously unleashed their power to the maximum. That was the most terrifying level. Their willpower was simply unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan looked directly at them. The Dragon Clan's judge said directly, "You were still extremely ferocious earlier. However, I'm sure you've realized by now that your strength is nothing compared to us. Surrender obediently and perhaps we'll spare your life." Naturally, he would not spare Su Yan. Those who had the dragon's resentment on them must die. However, the reason he said that was to numb Su Yan's senses. Even a little bit of Wei shadow would be good enough. It was a psychological tactic. At this time, Wei Yan was doing the same. "That's right, Su Yan. Since we're all Eastern sects, I'll protect you. However, you'd better not put up any resistance." Under the influence of his immense power, his voice was like that of a deity, exerting immense and terrifying psychological pressure on others. However, no matter what they said, Su Yan only looked at them coldly. "Three idiots. If I didn't have enough confidence in suppressing you, would I let you break through your realm?" At this time, Su Yan's aura began to change again. The power of the heavenly resentment that was previously devoured was finally displayed at this time. Previously, when Su Yan had just become a Dao Lord, he was already able to contend with the Dragon King Bugadier. At this moment, his strength was naturally much more terrifying than before. Moreover, he had directly devoured the two great divine grudges. His power had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, he asked them to bring out their combat power in order to find a strong enough opponent. At this time, the three of them finally brought out all their trump cards. Su Yan naturally did not hold back. His power directly erupted, and the terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the terrifying brilliance was constantly moving. The terror of that power was simply indescribable. At this moment, such power directly rotated, as if there was no end to it, and directly expanded. At this time, the three of them frowned at the same time. At first, they thought that they had already brought out their trump cards. No matter how strong Su Yan was, it was impossible for him to compete with them. However, at this moment, they realized that Su Yan's power seemed to be more terrifying than they imagined. At this time, it was not a one-sided battle. Instead, Su Yan's power began to suppress them. This made them feel incomparably horrified. Reverse Dragon Kill. At this time, the Dragon Clan's Inquisitor directly made his move. He was a powerful dragon, but at this time, he was suppressed by a human. This was simply an insult to his proud dragon heart. Therefore, he could not continue to endure. Martial Saint Fist Technique. At this time, the one who made the move was Wei Yan. He followed closely behind and a mighty power erupted. The terrifying aura turned into a golden permetha and directly charged at Su Yan. He wanted Su Yan to pay the price for his arrogance. The dark great Sea Ming was always the coldest existence. At this time, he only existed in a corner and silently displayed his power. At this moment, Su Yan's aura burst out with the most terrifying majesty. When the three great forces attacked directly, Su Yan's aura burst out. Chapter 1235. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His power suddenly condensed. When he was in the Shura realm, he had already mastered his own power and formed a new kind of power. It was a terrifying power that used the power of the Supreme as its foundation and then combined all the power of this world. This power had an extremely terrifying lethality. At this time, he attacked again, just like the last time. At this time, his power erupted, and the terrifying aura was almost indescribable with ordinary words. Such power was so powerful that it almost completely drowned everything. That terrifying power was displayed at this moment, as if he was in a godlike state. Suppress! He suddenly shouted angrily, and then the power of law appeared at the same time. At this moment, they were shocked to find that what they were facing was actually such a rich power of laws. How is this possible? What realm are you at? How can you have so much power of law? At this time, they couldn't believe it because Su Yan had almost subverted their common sense. A person could actually display such a powerful and numerous power of law. Such a terrifying method was simply unimaginable. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth changed directly, but the aura changed not because of them, but because of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have become the core of heaven and earth, and he was the favored child of heaven and earth. All the vitality between heaven and earth changed according to his will. Such a surging power was simply incomparably terrifying. Even an emperor, a real emperor, would not be able to do this. But at this time, Su Yan did it. I've already said that all of you will die today. The current Su Yan was even more tyrannical than before. This was because he had become increasingly aware of the cruelty of this world. If you were unable to kill your enemy, then perhaps one day, they would ruthlessly bite you when you were weak. Of course, he was not afraid of offending them, because once karma started, it could no longer be stopped. Unless one side was annihilated, not to mention that the Dragon Clan's judge and the Dark Demon Sex fellow were almost irreconcilable enemies with him, even this Wei Yan. If he let him go today, this guy would definitely not be grateful to him. Instead, he would treat it as a humiliation and take the opportunity to take revenge. Su Yan's energy was limited, and his enemy was definitely not someone that could be compared to him. Since that was the case, he might as well make a move and completely obliterate him. Otherwise, if this dragged on for a long time, how long would it take? At that moment, his power was surging. That terrifying aura of his grew even more intense. He had just devoured the god's resentment, and the powerful and dark aura had not been completely digested. This was a good opportunity for him to directly erupt with this power to suppress these guys. Not good. Why is this power so terrifying, so brutal? At this time, they simply couldn't understand why Su Yan's sudden burst of power was so strong to such an extent. This kind of darkness was even more terrifying than the aura of the Dark Devil sect. The power of the Dark Demon God that the Dark Great Sea Ming had activated seemed to be nothing compared to this. How would they know that this was the aura of the god's resentment? What was the god's resentment? It was the fusion of the resentment and hostility of a god after his death. In terms of darkness, no one in this world could compare to it. And this power, under Su Yan's transformation and guidance, was even more so. The most terrifying deterrence and destructive power was displayed incisively and vividly. It was also because of this that they couldn't resist it easily. As soon as the reverse dragon kill was unleashed, it was directly destroyed by the flame demon. Under this power, the martial path sacred fist couldn't release any light. Instead, it was directly devoured and drowned. This kind of power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were on the verge of going crazy. This guy is actually so terrifying. We can't take it anymore. Let's fuse our power together. Otherwise, it's equivalent to giving him a chance to defeat us one by one. At this moment, the three of them had also realized the crisis of the situation. The power that Su Yan displayed was simply a disaster for them. If this continued, they would all die here. Therefore, at this time, they had to abandon the gap between them and completely fuse their power together. Only in this way would they have a chance to break through Su Yan's power. If it was at the beginning, they would never have agreed to it. However, at this time, it was no longer up to them. If they didn't take the opportunity to fuse their power together, they would only be killed by Su Yan. At this time, the power that Su Yan displayed already made them feel a great sense of oppression in their hearts. It even made them feel a deep sense of powerlessness. How could there be such a terrifying power in this world? The strength of this aura simply defied common sense. It even surpassed that of a true emperor expert. The three great experts were extremely powerful. In an instant, they had reached an agreement to fuse their power with the Dragon Clan's judge as the core. The Dragon Clan's body was the strongest. They were the favored children of the Creator. Therefore, even if the power of the three great experts fused together, his body could still withstand it. At this time, the Dragon Clan's judge directly revealed his true body. It was an incomparably huge divine dragon. From head to toe, there was an unimaginable dragon's aura. This terrifying dragon's aura was almost endless. Especially after being instilled by the two great experts, the Dragon Clan's aura became even more terrifying. It seemed that the most powerful and terrifying power in the world was nothing more than this. At this time, the aura that the three of them displayed was finally almost the same as Su Yan's. In fact, it seemed that they were even a little stronger than him. At this time, confidence reappeared in their hearts. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, we have no choice but to admit that you are indeed extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, you are not invincible. At this moment, we will join forces and link our strength together. We would like to see how you are going to resist. At this moment, their auras were increasing crazily. Such strength was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, their power was so strong that it seemed that nothing in this world could stop them. Sky Marshal Great Darkness Dragon King Sword. At this time, they directly burst out with a move. It was a move that fused their power and will together. The power of this move was immediately displayed. The dark aura that had previously suppressed them was swept away in an instant. Under the impact of such power, it seemed that Su Yan's power was about to be directly broken. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and praised, "Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect the three of you to have such a move and be able to stimulate your power to such an extent. This is something that I never expected." Just as he had said, he did not expect that the three of them would be able to fuse together and unleash such a heaven-defying attack. It was simply terrifying. Such power had already shattered all the attacks that he had just blasted out. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have any frustration or decadence. Instead, his eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Good, good, good. Being able to possess such power is what makes me excited. If you guys were killed so easily, it would give me hope instead. However, the current you guys are already qualified for me to train myself. At this moment, Su Yan's emotions were completely riled up. Su Yan was a person who liked to fight. If he wanted to become stronger, he needed to fight with more powerful experts. In Su Yan's subconscious mind, he almost wanted to find a real emperor-level master to fight, but at this time, in the 5 counties, a real emperor-level master could not leave. Even Bugadier's Dragon King was unable to exert all of its power, even though it was able to withstand most of the heavenly might with the power of the Dragon of Destruction. Therefore, Su Yan was almost in a state of invincibility. In this divine gate world, he had consecutively devoured 2 divine wraiths. Moreover, he had just comprehended a new sacrifice and sacrificial law from the battle with the Blood-Fire Taoist. This allowed his combat strength to improve further. However, he also knew that many times, it was not enough to just comprehend. What he needed was to integrate all of this. Only then could his power be strong enough. And at this time, he had finally reached this level. What he needed most now was a strong enemy to train himself. He thought that although these 3 guys were strong, they were only a so-so even if they used their final trump cards, which made him a little disappointed. However, at this time, these three guys suddenly merged with each other and could erupt with such power. This gave him a pleasant surprise. At this time, he had no scruples and directly erupted his power. Although the Sky Martial Darkness Dragon King sword gave him a lot of pressure and its destructive power was extraordinarily strong, he did not retreat. Instead, he pounced forward and directly activated his violent power. That terrifying power rolled out at this time. It was simply powerful to the extreme. Then, facing this sword, he directly blasted out with a punch. He was simply a madman. He did not use the divine sword for such a powerful move, nor did he use the power of law to form a powerful sword intent to fight it. Instead, he pounced forward with the power of his physical body. Chapter 1236. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Brat, you're courting death. At this moment, the terrifying giant dragon let out an extremely furious roar. After unleashing that attack, even they themselves were terrified. They did not expect to be able to erupt with such power. No pop-up window. However, at this moment, Su Yan charged forward so recklessly, vainly attempting to block it with his own physical strength. Wasn't this looking down on them? This made them extremely furious. No expert would be happy to be looked down on by their opponent. However, at this moment, they were already delighted. In their opinion, Su Yan was definitely going to die this time. This brat is so arrogant. He can't even feel the terror of the Sky Martial Great Darkness Dragon King sword. This time, we must let him know how powerful we are. Even if Su Yan did not die from this attack, he would definitely be severely injured. This was the unanimous judgment of the three of them. They had absolute confidence in the power of this attack. Woo woo woo, before this attack truly landed, it had already set off a terrifying wave. At this moment, the terrifying attack even erupted with an endless aura. At this moment, the power that erupted from the sky was simply terrifying. With such power surging, the terrifying aura was simply unbelievably powerful. At this moment, Su Yan was in the center of such a hurricane. He seemed to be powerless to block it. Facing such an attack, he seemed to have fallen into a true abyss of darkness. For him, this was simply something unimaginable. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had been completely concentrated on this point. This part of the divine gate seemed to have lost its color. Finally, Su Yan and this power finally collided. The terrifying aura manifested, it was simply endless. A terrifying storm vortex suddenly appeared. Within the vortex, there was already an intense spatial power, an extremely terrifying void lightning constantly flashing. Leave, we can't go near this vortex. At this moment, they immediately made such a judgment. This void vortex was simply too terrifying. If they directly approached it, even they would be swept away and even killed. That Su Yan must be dead. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to survive. The huge dragon wings kept flapping, and then let them far away from this terrifying void vortex. At this moment, they sensed that Su Yan's aura was becoming weaker and weaker. He seemed to be dead. No matter what, it was impossible for him to survive. They suddenly felt relieved in their hearts. After all, the pressure that Su Yan gave them was really too great. Before they took action, none of them thought that Su Yan's power was actually so terrifying. That would be ridiculously powerful. If they could not kill Su Yan with this attack, they might have to find a way to escape. Yes, we've finally killed that guy. They had to admit that Su Yan's that. At this moment, Lu Wu was overjoyed. During this period of time, Su Yan had almost become his inner demon. From the moment Su Yan threw him into the world of gods, he had an endless hatred for Su Yan. Of course, there was also endless fear. And now, Su Yan was finally dead. This made him feel relieved. At this moment, He-Wen's face was full of regret. Is he dead? Such a powerful genius of the human race actually died just like that? What a pity. At this moment, the world had changed. The 5 continents were the entire boundless world. They needed powerful geniuses to protect them. But now, this genius was dead. He died at the hands of the celestial sect. He suddenly felt disheartened. However, at this moment, changes occurred again. The terrifying void vortex did not disappear at this time. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. The terrifying power was constantly changing at this time. The endless aura was as if the whole world was beginning to be swallowed by this terrifying void vortex. What's going on? Why did the void vortex become so powerful? Shouldn't the void vortex disappear at this time? Their attack had already dissipated. Generally speaking, only when the 2 powers were extremely powerful would it cause fluctuations in space. And when the power dissipated, the space would gradually stabilize. They did not expect that their attack would be so powerful that it could cause such a terrifying void vortex. But at this moment, their power had already disappeared. Su Yan should have been killed by them. In this way, without the source of power, the void vortex should have disappeared. But at this moment, not only did the void vortex not disappear, it was still spinning. It even seemed like the void vortex had intensified. What's going on? I have a bad feeling. At this moment, Wei Yan suddenly spoke. Yes, the current situation was really too abnormal. According to the normal rhythm, the terrifying void vortex should have calmed down by now. However, not only did it not calm down, but it became even more intense. At this moment, the void vortex's power intensified again. The surrounding mountains and rivers began to be destroyed. Then, they turned into the most fundamental origin chi and flowed directly into the void vortex. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all die. At this moment, they no longer had any wishful thinking. They deeply understood that they would definitely die if they stayed here any longer. But just as they were about to leave, a force suddenly appeared. That force was like an invisible giant palm that directly imprisoned them. Their strength was already so strong. It should be known that at this time, they had not yet been released from that state. However, at this time, they were still directly imprisoned. This was simply inconceivable. How can this be? How can this be? At this moment, Wei Yan began to struggle. Dark Sea Ming also howled. Shut up, you 2 idiots. Quickly activate all your power and get out of this void vortex. At this moment, they were extremely terrified. They felt that they would die in the next second. It was not easy for them to defeat Su Yan. If they were to die in the void vortex, it would be an injustice. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Leave? Huh, you still want to leave this place? Impossible. Since I, Su Yan, have said that I'm going to keep you here today, then none of you can leave today. That was Su Yan's voice. However, Su Yan should have been killed by them. How could he still make a sound at this moment? No, impossible. You're not Su Yan. You're clearly dead. How can you still be alive? At this moment, they simply could not believe it. In their knowledge, Su Yan was clearly dead. However, Su Yan was still alive at this moment. This made them feel very helpless. No, this was not helplessness, but despair. They had tried so hard but still failed to kill him. What would happen to them if Su Yan completely unleashed his power now? It seemed to be something that was already beyond their imagination. Haha. Impossible. Forget it. There are many things that people like you will never understand. After all, what you are best at is living in your own world. I can't be bothered to argue with you. However, since you're here today, then you shall die here. At this moment, Su Yan displayed his overbearing nature. His face suddenly appeared in front of the giant dragon. To their horror, Su Yan's face was actually bigger than the giant dragon. It was as though Su Yan was the ruler of this world at this moment. That sword attack just now was indeed not bad. It was remarkable. Even I have to admire you for being able to stimulate such power. Of course, this attack of yours also brought me new inspiration and enlightenment. However, at this point, you are no longer of any use. Su Yan's voice became increasingly heavy. At this moment, he seemed to have become the will of the entire world. Now, it's time for you to die. At this moment, a golden thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit the giant dragon. 3 extremely miserable screams were heard. It was the screams of those 3 guys. At this moment, they were in extreme pain. They never thought that Su Yan's power would be so strong. However, this was not the end. Su Yan's power was still spinning. That violent and terrifying power was still rushing. It was like a huge wave. Such heavy and terrifying power turned into mountains and rivers at this moment. In an instant, these 3 existences separated again. Well, your time is over. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll keep you alive, but now you need to go to another place. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, his power was stimulated. The power was leisurely and finally turned into a light curtain. In the light curtain, a huge door appeared. It was the divine gate. They couldn't believe their eyes. This divine gate was supposed to be the embodiment of the will of this world, but now, Su Yan had condensed a divine gate with his own power. I've already said that I understand this world. Do you think you can fight with me? Now, not to mention that you only have the power of an overlord temporarily, even if a real overlord comes, so what? I can still defeat you. Chapter 1237. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan's words were extremely domineering and decisive. Fengyun Reading Network, however, none of the 3 could deny Su Yan's words, because they were nothing more than losers at this moment. In front of a proud victor, losers had no right to say anything else. Of course, in fact, what Su Yan said was also the truth. It had to be said that during this journey to the Gate of God, Su Yan had made unprecedented gains. His strength had increased by quite a bit this time. Not to mention other things, just his ability to devour origin chi had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Moreover, he had directly devoured the power of the 2 gods' wrath. It was unknown how much vitality the gods' wrath had condensed to reach its current scale, and there was an extremely powerful divinity in it. Although it was only the gods' wrath, there was divinity hidden within. Since Su Yan had already devoured it, he could slowly extract the divinity from it. In this way, his strength could increase again. Of course, even if he did not obtain the divinity, he was already powerful enough. His accumulation of power had reached a terrifying level. At this time, Su Yan could almost compete with the complete Brigadier. The power condensed by the 3 people just now was indeed extremely terrifying. Such a sword was almost a perfect fusion of the power of the dragon, the power of darkness, and the power of the celestial sex inheritance. This attack was similar to Su Yan's fusion of laws. However, it was also because of this that the terrifying power was a huge threat to Su Yan. Under the threat of such power, the vitality that Su Yan had just condensed started to condense. He was originally using the extremely strong pressure to increase his strength. The effect was also very obvious. Just now, Su Yan, under the pressure of the external force, finally managed to completely increase his strength. Actually, you probably got one thing wrong. This void vortex was not condensed by your power. When Su Yan's words fell, the 3 people were extremely shocked. Earlier, their strength had clearly been so frightening. However, at this moment, Su Yan said that it was his strength that had created the spatial vortex, and not their combined strength. This was simply unimaginable. Su Yan's power was actually so strong. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Could it be that this guy was a complete monster? Actually, at that time, Su Yan's attack was already out. His power was about the same power as that move. In terms of power, it was not so easy to destroy this power. However, Su Yan had a translation from translation in the battle. He had already familiarized himself with the laws of the world during the battle. At this time, he could directly activate the terrifying power of the laws. When this power was completely condensed, his power directly activated the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, at this time, he was able to unleash such an attack. This attack directly triggered the void vortex. That was not all. The berserk power swept everything in and started to devour the terrifying vitality. As a result, his power was naturally able to suppress the three people directly. Of course, that was not all. In the battle, Su Yan's power became even more terrifying. The appearance of the void vortex was, in fact, with Su Yan as the core, directly unleashing the most empty power to devour. The purpose of this power was to devour the surrounding vitality directly. This world of God was actually formed by the condensation of extremely dense vitality. Su Yan gradually familiarized himself with the essence of this world, and in the battle with Blood Fire Taoist, he grasped the essence of it. Therefore, he was able to unleash the most terrifying power just now. At this time, everything seemed to have been settled. That terrifying and berserk aura had already reached the most horrifying level. Such power was almost unimaginable. The three people were separated by Su Yan directly. Those streaks of radiance were almost the most fundamental will of this world. The strength and terror of that power was almost unimaginable. Now, the three of you, return to the most primitive seal. The most primitive seal referred to Su Yan's own world. Creating one's own world and then allowing it to grow was already the domain of God. Su Yan should not have had such an ability. However, he had a square small world. At this time, his power spread out and condensed. At that time, his power would become extremely terrifying and powerful. For Su Yan, this was a great opportunity. If he did not get the square seal, perhaps he would not have such power. Of course, speaking of this, one could not help but admire the ancestor Buter. Back then, he was so powerful. At the same time, his ambition was extremely huge. He actually wanted to create his own world. His purpose was self-evident, which was to become a god. As Su Yan's strength gradually increased, he also knew a lot of things. For example, a holy master was far from the end of power. On the contrary, in a certain sense, perhaps he was just a starting point. Above the holy master, there was God. This so-called God, what was it? Was it purely powerful and terrifying, or was it something else? In fact, he was still not completely sure. He only had a vague idea. Of course, even if it was just a concept, it was actually enough. After all, it gave him another direction. Most of the time, people's pain was not that they had no power. Instead, it was that they had power but did not know which direction to go. Confusion and ignorance were the root of fear. These three powerhouses were almost the top existence in their respective sections. However, at this time, under Su Yan's power, they did not have the power to resist at all. They were directly suppressed by Su Yan. Then, they were directly returned to the square small world. No matter how powerful they were, the square small world was Su Yan's own world. When they were suppressed in this world, they really did not have the power to resist. Their origin was almost directly taken away. For them, this was extremely terrifying, even frightening. It was a pity that at this time, they no longer had any power to resist. Become the origin, become a part of my world, and then live in another way. This is your destiny. Su Yan's voice reverberated like a deity, directly announcing their fates. Under such majesty, how could they resist? Everything was settled amidst such a powerful aura. Finally, they completely disappeared. This was Su Yan's incomparably powerful power. At this time, Su Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. There seemed to be the most brilliant light in the sky. That was a terrifying and mighty power. After Su Yan directly suppressed them, the world returned to calm again. Su Yan's body fell from the sky. At this time, there was an indescribable feeling in his eyes. It was a kind of enlightenment and also a kind of wisdom. A person's every experience was not made up, and he was increasingly convinced of this. He was also increasingly certain that in the journey of a person's life, every power was a specific reality. It was only because of the existence of such power that they would move forward. Perhaps the process of pursuing power was the meaning of life itself. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were so deep and distant. After understanding the essence of the divine gate world, he seemed to have a perception of the meaning of existence. The divine gate world itself was fake. Those empires and demonic beasts were just the condensation of Yuan Qi. But that was only to him. Perhaps they themselves were extremely real to the life that was constructed from primal Qi. Whether it was the resentment of the gods or those weak existences, they were also searching for the meaning of their lives. The reincarnation of the divine gate seems to have come to an end, because I no longer need to continue to experience it. Perhaps in the next world, I will obtain even more powerful power or extremely precious treasures. But these are illusory to me. The meaning of my coming here is not here. Su Yan's eye of truth purified almost everything at this time. However, before this, there was one thing that Su Yan would not forget. His eyes fell directly on Lu Wu. I won't kill you, because you are meaningless to me. But as I said before, hand over your sky soul herb. After Su Yan finished speaking, Lu Wu almost went limp on the ground. He did not expect that his martial uncle and two other terrifying experts would actually fail. This Su Yan was simply a monster. At this time, the sky soul herb suddenly appeared from his body. He could not forget the sky soul herb, because it could help him break through his current realm. However, he did not even have the courage to resist. He only hoped that Su Yan would spare his life and not kill him. At this time, Su Yan indeed did not want to kill him. Such a person was actually just a pitiful worm. However, he would not do that to He Wenza. Old He, since you have chosen to stand on my side, I will naturally not abandon you. Now, I will leave the divine gate world directly. What about you? Will you follow me or continue to reincarnate in the divine gate world and search for your own opportunities? Chapter 1238. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He Wenza did not hesitate and said with a chuckle, of course I'm leaving with you. As for himself, he was very clear that his strength was not strong. Even if he stayed in this gate of God world and obtained some opportunities, what could he do? He might die unknowingly. Even if he did not die, he might not be able to leave the next time. Anyway, he had already obtained the sky spirit herb. As long as he could consume it after leaving, he would have a chance to break through to the Tao Master realm. To him, this was already the best outcome. As for other things, he did not have any extravagant hopes. This was what it meant to know oneself well. If a person didn't even know his own position, then perhaps his ending would be death. He thinking of Lu Wu, He Wenza sighed. He and Lu Wu had been good friends for many years. However, at this point in time, they had to part ways. This was because they had chosen different paths. In fact, there was nothing between Lu Wu and Su Yan. It was just a resentment that could not be quelled. But speaking of which, who could be blamed? Su Yan did throw them into this world. However, at the very beginning, they were the ones who wanted to scheme against Su Yan. That was why they suffered retribution. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yan's cultivation level was low and they wanted him to scout the way for them, Su Yan might not have taken a fancy to them. Therefore, in this world, there was a law to everything. In this case, there was no need to say too much. Su Yan nodded and said, okay, let's leave. At this moment, Su Yan's attention was focused. He gently grasped with his hand and the scepter appeared in his hand. An extremely dazzling light appeared directly. Just now, that Wei Yan was unable to grab the scepter. It was not because he was not strong enough or because Su Yan had stopped him. In fact, it was because he did not understand this world and used the wrong method. It was also because of this that he was unable to succeed. However, at this moment, Su Yan had thoroughly understood the essence of this world. To him, everything was no longer a secret. Therefore, when his power burst out, the scepter naturally fell into his hand. At this moment, Su Yan directly crushed the scepter. After it was crushed, the scepter turned into golden powder. The powder drifted. Not long after, a divine gate appeared again. Su Yan said, "Okay, we can leave after entering this gate." To be honest, there were countless adventures in this world of divine gates. If Su Yan focused on exploring, he would definitely be able to obtain more. However, since Su Yan already had an understanding in his heart, he would not waste any more time here. He still had the most important person in his heart to save. At this moment, he felt that Yun Wanqing needed him. The terrifying dark power had become stronger and stronger. It had to be said that the dark inky lotus was really a powerful treasure. The dark space that he created had become extremely powerful at this time. With such a rolling power, Yun Wanqing and Water Moon Holy Woman did not even have the strength to resist. Although they could still continue to hold on at this time, they knew in their hearts that when the evil spirit completely stabilized his body, his power would definitely become stronger. At that time, they would not even have the slightest chance. Taoist friend Yun Wanqing, integrate your power directly into my Water Moon sword later. Let's have a final fight. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, this guy's condition will definitely become better and better. After a period of recuperation, their strength had more or less recovered. If they continued to delay, it would be meaningless for them. However, for that guy, his power would become even stronger. This evil spirit was already extremely terrifying to begin with. If its strength was allowed to reach an even more powerful level, how would they be able to withstand it? Therefore, Water Moon Holy Woman was determined to have a final fight at this time. Yun Wanqing nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." At this moment, she activated her fog of clouds spell and a stream of power rushed directly into Hanyu Daozuan's body. Her fog of clouds spell was really exquisite. Back then, their spiritual energy was not unsealed, so their power could not break through. This ingenuity had not been displayed yet. However, at this moment, the ingenuity of the fog of clouds spell was completely displayed. Although it did not seem very strong in a battle of magical powers. However, if it was used as a support, it had an extremely terrifying power. When Hanyu Daozuan fought with the evil spirit earlier, he was actually seriously injured several times. However, with the support of the fog of clouds spell, he recovered almost instantly. Even she had to admit that the fog of clouds spell was powerful. At this moment, the fog of clouds spell rushed into his body and seemed to complement his own power. His power increased sharply at this moment. Freezing moon ice, break through the greater world. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan's eyes opened completely. That terrifying aura immediately burst out, as if 1,000 miles of ice river had descended. Under such a strong icy power, even the extremely deep dark power seemed to be affected greatly. That terrifying aura changed directly at this moment. Such a display of power was simply indescribable at this moment. The dark space shattered bit by bit at this moment. Good, we can finally break through. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan was overjoyed. It seemed that the endurance just now was worth it. If not for the fact that he was healing his injuries, he would not have been able to break through in one go. At this moment, their power broke through the seal and broke through everything. The power of the ice seal was so strong that the darkness shattered and the two people finally broke free from the darkness. At this moment, the evil spirit suddenly opened his eyes. He was a little surprised because according to his estimation, the two of them could not have left the dark space. However, his heart quickly calmed down. Forget it. Anyway, I have recovered a lot of my power. So what if we leave the dark space? It seems that after so many years, my courage has also become small. But fortunately, he looked at the two people who had appeared in front of him and then said cheerfully, you're really amazing. You're actually able to break through my dark space. Two little beauties, don't worry, I'll reward you well. Originally, it was Yunhe's body. However, at this moment, there was a complete change in it. First, it was the height. Although Yunhee's body was considered tall and straight, at this moment, he was actually a whole head taller. That was not all. Next was his face. At this moment, his face had completely disappeared and he became a faceless person. Humph, you shameless thing, do you think you can defeat us? It's still unknown who will win. Hanyu Daozuan's sword flashed with a cold light at this moment. The most adorable power exploded at this moment. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. A sword light exploded and enveloped the entire world. This power was so dense that the power of ice had reached its peak at this moment. The most terrifying light appeared at this moment. The dense aura was simply unbelievably strong. At this moment, the cloudy mist technique also appeared. Cosmos Cloud Sword. Dozens of cloud swords fell directly. The most powerful aura flashed directly at this moment. Such power could be said to be extremely dense and had reached its peak. The two powers exploded at the same time. These two powers condensed at this moment and were simply incomparably dense. At this moment, the most violent power was simply incomparably terrifying. This kind of power was truly unimaginable. The evil spirit sneered. These two powers were indeed powerful, but why would he be afraid now? At this moment, he directly blasted out a palm and a violent aura blew towards the two of them. At this moment, he was connecting with the dark inky lotus and was already able to draw power from the dark inky lotus. Although this could not allow him to recover to his peak state, he thought that it was enough to deal with the two people in front of him. However, at this moment, the power of the Cosmos Cloud Sword and Hanyu Daozuan's attack directly merged together. This change was so sudden that even the evil spirit did not expect it. When this attack merged, the aura directly increased by more than 2 times. Kill, the two of them said in unison. Such power fell and destroyed everything. In this world, everything began to be annihilated. That aura was like a terrifying giant beast, completely destroying everything. The palm strike that he had unleashed had been directly dissipated without any resistance. This time, he was really surprised. His attack was actually so directly destroyed. The power of these two people was much stronger than he had imagined. However, at this moment, the dark inky lotus suddenly burst out with black light. Within the black light, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence that was about to break through. The terrifying aura fiercely rushed out and destroyed everything directly. The power of the two people was also directly dispersed. They were even blasted out by the impact. The power of the dark inky lotus was truly terrifying. If the evil spirit did not have the dark inky lotus, he would have died long ago. How could he have survived until now? However, at this moment, not only was he alive, but he also possessed the most powerful and terrifying power. Moreover, as the power of the dark inky lotus continued to be replenished, he became stronger and stronger. Hee, do you see that? Your power is still so weak in front of me. So, don't resist anymore. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me. I'll let you enjoy extreme pleasure and extreme power. Chapter 1239. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, he finally stood up. His power was surging at this moment. Such an aura was simply terrifying. Dao Master? No, he seems to be stronger than a Dao Master. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan's expression was somewhat solemn. This guy in front of her was simply extraordinary. At this moment, his power actually increased directly. That was simply terrifying. She even suspected that he would become an extremely terrifying sovereign at this moment. If that was the case, they probably wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, it didn't matter. His power had changed at this moment, and it was simply powerful to the most terrifying extent. His footsteps moved forward bit by bit, and a heavy pressure pressed down on the two of them. Alright, it seems like you've made your choice. In fact, I really don't like people like you who don't cooperate. However, there's no other way. You're probably all like this. You always think that you can escape by luck. If I don't let you understand your own weakness, I'm afraid you'll never give up. Even though his face had disappeared, his smile was still as clear as ever. At this moment, his power directly rushed out, and a powerful force pressed down on the two of them. They almost couldn't breathe. The divine gate appeared, and in an instant, it was as if thousands of worlds directly rotated at this moment. That was the most terrifying radiance, and it made people not dare to move forward. It was as if they took a wrong step, they would fall into endless reincarnation. This piece of land had too many secrets. The power of the god's graveyard was indeed magical and unparalleled. At this moment, Wenzel was standing behind Su Yan, and he saw the constantly changing scene around him. Even if his heart was always firm, he already felt extreme fear at this moment. That was too powerful and terrifying. It was even beyond his understanding. If he followed the original trajectory, he wouldn't be able to touch it even if he lived his entire life. Every fragment you see is the space of the world that the god's graveyard has evolved into. This god's graveyard is incomparably terrifying. Although the worlds it evolves are extremely fragile and can allow you and me to come and go freely, there are also worlds that have reached an extremely powerful level. It's not impossible to pass off the false as the real one. Su Yan's voice was still calm, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Sir, if we step into one of the fragments, will we be lost in that world? Wenzel asked. At this time, he had even changed the way he addressed Su Yan. He no longer called him young master, but Lord. Although it was only a change of 2 words, the chilling intent behind it was self-evident. This represented loyalty and submission. Su Yan said, "No, only when you are strong enough will you be qualified to get lost in it." Wenzel was shocked. Although Su Yan's words were simple, he naturally understood the meaning behind them. If you were strong enough, you would naturally be lost. However, if you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be lost. Instead, you would directly die. He knew very well that the reason why they were able to walk so slowly at this time was actually because of Su Yan's strength. Without Su Yan, he would immediately be buried here. The most important thing for a Tao master was to grasp the power of space. If you couldn't achieve this, it would be extremely difficult. But now, he was still far away from this point. It was not that as long as you were willing to work hard, you would be rewarded. Many times, even cultivators would be confused and fated. In their view, all of this seemed to be a joke played by fate. Because of this, they felt that all of this was so. I know that you are confused about the Tao Master realm. At the same time, you yearn for it. This is very normal. However, there is one thing you have to remember. There are many things that we can't rush to achieve. Every path you take now is related to your future. Su Yan continued, no one can know whether their future has been destined or not, and whether the future can't be changed. At least, our current strength can't reach the point where we can change the past and shape the future. In fact, in my opinion, no matter who it is, no matter how strong they are, they can't change the future. What we can do is to grasp the present. For you, now is actually a good opportunity. Don't you realize that this place is actually full of unimaginable space and time laws? If you can't comprehend it, then memorize it. Even if you can only remember a little, it's still a good thing. The things in your memory will gradually be comprehended after your realm is improved. And when you encounter it, it will help you more when you comprehend it. Wenzel was excited. He knew that at this time, it was Su Yan who was guiding his cultivation. This was an extremely magical journey. If it weren't for Su Yan's guidance, he wouldn't have had the chance to comprehend it at all. At this time and space changed. Originally, he didn't dare to memorize it at all, because every time he remembered it, he would feel very painful. When pain suddenly befell them, everyone would always subconsciously choose to escape. But after hearing Su Yan's words, he understood that some pain had to be faced. Because if you didn't face it, you wouldn't even have the chance to get it. He nodded. Then he forced himself to start memorizing it. In the pain, time was indifferent. At this time, Su Yan was actually comprehending it. He was comprehending the development of power and the changes in its trajectory. What he was comprehending was naturally not something Hyunza could imagine. He had even begun to analyze the space nodes one by one. At this time, he directly opened his eyes. The eye of truth directly swept away the countless mysteries. Every single existence had completely disappeared from this world. This was a terrifying and terrifying realm. Even a venerable sovereign might not be able to reach this step. This was all because he had the square small world. The evolution of the square small world was the development of space. From the evolution process, he saw the most real space mystery. Wanqing, wait for me. At this time, he spoke softly because he had already seen Yun Wanqing's location. Since he already knew where she was, he directly activated his power and then headed towards the destination. His power was really strong. Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan were actually not weak. Coupled with the fact that the two of them could perform a joint attack at this moment, they could unleash even greater power. However, at this time, their strength was directly suppressed. The existence of the dark inky lotus was simply a nightmare for them. My dark inky lotus is a top treasure. Under the suppression of the dark inky lotus, your power can't be completely unleashed. Moreover, even if you can fully unleash your power, so what? Compared to me, the two of you are still too far away. He had experienced such a difficult task. Although Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan were the best in the world, they still couldn't be compared to him. Two little beauties, I don't know why you are so insistent, but it doesn't matter anymore. Come, let us enjoy the greatest joy in this world. I think you will like it. Countless roots appeared from the dark inky lotus. Then, with incredible power, they rushed towards the two of them. Ice seal, heavenly moon. Cloud sword, kill. Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan attacked at the same time. Powerful power erupted at this time, directly rushing towards the roots. They wanted to cut off all the roots. However, in the midst of the laughter, the terrifying power had already entangled them. In fact, their power was already considered strong. However, the roots released by the dark inky lotus seemed to have their own spirituality. They were strong and tenacious. The power contained in them was domineering and terrifying. When this power was completely unleashed, the intensity of the aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, the power between heaven and earth suddenly flickered, as if something was about to descend. Of course, the flickering of the light wasn't obvious. Therefore, no one noticed it. You can't escape. This is really exciting. I really want to see what you will look like when I enjoy you. Ha ha ha. At this time, he was simply incomparably excited. Even he had forgotten how long it had been since he last enjoyed himself like this. All these years, he had been sealed in the boundless darkness. Even his life was constantly flowing away. For someone like him, this was simply a kind of torture. However, now, everything was finally over. After suffering, the sweetness came. He finally welcomed his new life. Furthermore, two beauties appeared before him right after his resurrection. How could he not be excited? Enjoying two women at the same time, this was truly exciting. The dark roots broke through the power of the two women, wanting to completely bind them. This was the rhythm he liked the most. However, just at this time, a cold snort sounded. You talk too much nonsense. Those few words turned into the most terrifying power at that moment. The powerful cyclone directly cut everything apart at that moment. The dark roots were clearly so powerful earlier. However, at this time, they were as weak as ordinary withered branches. His expression suddenly froze, and even his eyes revealed a look of surprise. This was the graveyard of the gods. Every place was an independent space. Who could directly break through to this place? Moreover, the moment that guy descended, he seemed to be able to directly lock on to this place. This greatly surprised him. However, just as he was feeling bewildered, a huge power directly suppressed him. That power seemed to be a monument. Chapter 1240. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, who is it? He was incomparably furious. At this time, he was clearly on the verge of success. He could control the thoughts in his heart and achieve what he wanted. Unfortunately, at this time, someone else suddenly appeared. No pop-up window. Heavens, speak, this made him extremely displeased. Moreover, this person who had suddenly appeared seemed to be extremely powerful. The power he displayed made even him feel waves of fear. Such a burst of power was almost fatal to him. At this moment, his body had already begun to tremble. Clearly, under such suppression, he found it difficult to deal with it freely. At this moment, the dark ink lotus was activated once again. An extremely powerful light directly rushed into the sky. Such a light flashed, and the rich power had even reached an extreme level. The dark roots were densely packed, and they rose up in defiance of the heavens, intending to destroy this power that was like a towering mountain. However, at this moment, Su Yan's power gently condensed, and the power of ice appeared. Hanyu Daozuan's power of ice was already extremely powerful, but it could do nothing against this terrifying power. However, at this moment, Su Yan's power of ice appeared. This won't do. Those mysterious roots don't seem to be afraid of the power of ice at all. Hanyu Daozuan was originally very surprised because just now, he already felt that he did not have much power to resist. He did not expect that at this most critical moment, someone would appear directly. Moreover, his attack was so decisive. That powerful and terrifying power was simply unimaginable. However, at this moment, he realized that this person who had suddenly appeared was actually using the power of ice to deal with it. This made him very nervous. His power of ice just now combined with Yun Wanqing's cloud mist technique had no effect on the dark roots at all. In fact, it was directly cut off and struggled free in an instant. Then, would the power of ice at this moment still be effective against this power? At the very least, he was extremely confident in his own way of ice. However, just as he was exclaiming in surprise, Su Yan's power of ice had already condensed. At this moment, the dark roots were directly sealed in ice. Deep blue ice crawled all over the thick branches. Such power was simply terrifying. The ice continued to flicker. That terrifying power was unimaginable. Such a strong aura had almost turned into a storm. The dense storm aura had reached an endless level at this time. How is this possible? Hanyu Daozuan and the evil spirit exclaimed at the same time. They never would have thought that the roots that were so powerful before would be so weak now. Su Yan's power was actually able to seal it in ice. Is this all you've got? This dark ink lotus is quite interesting. Su Yan's voice sounded again. The evil spirit abruptly turned around because he discovered that the voice had come from behind him. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Everything that had happened before was clearly under his control. However, at this moment, someone had suddenly appeared. This person's strength seemed to be completely beyond his imagination, which made him extremely flustered. Just as he turned around, Su Yan had already slapped him with his palm. This was an ordinary palm strike, just like a move that two ordinary people would use when they were fighting. However, it was precisely such a move that sent him flying with a single slap. His body was still flying in the air when he landed heavily on the ground. Su Yan looked at him and said directly, do you know? You deserve to die. At this moment, Su Yan's killing intent soared to the sky. That was because that damnable fellow had actually offended Yun Wanqing. Although Yun Wanqing seemed to be safe and sound at this moment, he saw sadness and pain in the depths of Yun Wanqing's heart. Wanqing, are you okay? Su Yan asked directly. At this moment, his voice was so gentle. Yun Wanqing shook her head and said, Su Yan, I'm fine. It's just that he killed my father. At this point, even a strong person like her could not control her tears. A woman would only show weakness in front of the person she loved because she knew that this person was her support. This was the only way to make her heart calm down. This was especially true for a woman like Yun Wanqing. Even at the moment of Yunhe's death, she did not cry because she knew that she could not show her weakness. At that time, she had no one to rely on and could only rely on herself. But now, she could because the person she could rely on was here. Hanyu Daozuan looked surprised. When Yun Wanxing joined hands with her just now, she thought that she was an extremely strong woman who had a strong heart like herself. However, she had never thought that such a person would actually cry. Who on earth is this man? How can he make her feel so assured? In fact, Hanyu Daozuan had reached this point. She had already disdained all men in the world. After all, she was already a Tao master with an extremely high cultivation. How could an ordinary person possibly enter her eyes? However, it was different at this moment. The sudden appearance of Su Yan aroused her curiosity. After all, Su Yan had done something that she could not do. Moreover, he made a woman whom she thought highly of rely on so confidently. Of course, Su Yan did not know what Hanyu Daozuan was thinking at this time. He just looked at that guy. Is this Yunhe's body? When Su Yan descended, he felt that something was strange. He felt that this body was somewhat familiar, but there was also a sense of unfamiliarity in this familiarity. At first, he could not figure out the situation. However, now that Yun Wanxing said this, everything became clear. The guy in front of him had actually done such a thing. In fact, Su Yan did not have any thoughts about Yunhe. He even defeated him with his own hands and crushed his ambition. Therefore, Su Yan did not care about his life or death. However, it was different now. After all, Yunhe was Yun Wanxing's father, and Yun Wanxing was already his woman. Yunhe's death would make Wanxing sad. Just this point alone was enough to infuriate him. Cough, 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 who are you? At this time, the evil spirit stood up again. He coughed heavily a few times to calm his breath. At the same time, he looked straight at Su Yan, trying to see through Su Yan's identity completely. However, when his gaze fell on Su Yan, there seemed to be a hazy light on Su Yan's body, making him unable to see clearly. This made him feel fear in his heart. He used to be a big shot, a peak Emperor realm master. Although his realm was no longer there at this time, his eyesight was still there. Moreover, Su Yan was able to directly block the power of his dark ink lotus with the law of ice just now. This showed how terrifying Su Yan was. That's not important. In the end, I want you dead. When he spoke, he was still so calm, without even the slightest aggressiveness. However, it was precisely because of this that people felt fear in their hearts. The killing intent hidden in the calmness was the most terrifying. Hey, we don't seem to have such a big grudge. Do you really want to do this? At this time, the evil spirit spoke directly. In fact, his words were already admitting defeat. He felt the terror of Su Yan and felt that he was not confident in defeating Su Yan. Even if he used his trump card, he was not very confident. At most, both sides would suffer. He had just been resurrected and did not want to return to that damn half-dead state again. Therefore, if he could avoid fighting such a powerhouse, it would naturally be for the best. As long as he could escape unscathed this time, he would not mind admitting defeat, even if he had to kneel down. When his strength was restored, he would let this guy know what true fear was. With the dark ink lotus in hand, he felt that he could quickly recover his strength. As a person who had experienced life and death, he knew very well that in fact, the so-called dignity had no meaning at all. Only being alive was real. If you feel offended by this, I can apologize for my actions just now. As for your friend's father, I can also reincarnate his soul. You have to believe that I have the ability to do so. He spoke again. This sentence was actually a threat. He was telling Su Yan that he had something to rely on. At this time, Yun Wanxing said, "No, Su Yan, don't believe his words. Just now, in order to save me, my father had already blown up his divine sense." Thinking of her father's appearance just now, she felt even more pain. A father would always be a father. He could sacrifice everything for his children. At this time, the evil spirit immediately said, "No, no, no. Although he has already blown up his divine sense, this is his body after all. It's impossible for his divine sense to dissipate like this. I think, at this realm, you must know that I'm not lying. Although it's impossible for him to be resurrected, I have the ability to reincarnate him. The implication was very obvious. If you insist, then I will make Yunhee's soul completely dissipate, not even giving her a chance to reincarnate. I believe that you do not wish to see his father completely disappear from this world, not leaving behind even the slightest trace, right? A faint smile appeared on his faceless face. At this time, Yun Wanqing was shocked. Her gaze fell on Su Yan, hoping that Su Yan would tell her the answer. Was what this guy said true? Su Yan nodded slowly, then said, well, you're right. I can indeed let this last divine sense enter the mysterious cycle of reincarnation and reincarnate. Chapter 1241. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, it's all just a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I'll let him reincarnate properly. How about we treat it as if we don't know each other? No pop-up window. Heavenly voice. It would be best if he could get through it safely. He didn't care about that bit of spiritual sense origin. Since the dark inky lotus had already awakened, he didn't need that bit of origin power to recover his strength. However, at this moment, Su Yan spoke, I've already said it. You have to die. The last 3 words were still indifferent and cold. This caused his smile to freeze. What did you say? You mean you want to kill me? He asked directly. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. This guy seemed to want to kill him. Su Yan nodded and said, yes, that's right. You made Wanqing suffer so much pain and sorrow. Naturally, you have to die. Don't you want her father to? The evil spirit wanted to say something, but Su Yan interrupted him. I can do what you can do. At this moment, Su Yan had already made his move. His power directly transformed into a cage, enveloping the evil spirit. It was still the power of ice. The ice looked extremely fragile, just thin pieces of ice, but the power that suddenly burst out was extremely terrifying. That extremely powerful light directly descended. The power was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. This power made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He realized that the body that he had modified with great difficulty seemed to be starting to stiffen. This guy actually attacked without any hesitation. Dark inky lotus, merge with my body. Absolute darkness, descend. He immediately roared. He used his trump card without hesitation. Back then, he was able to get through the darkest and most terrifying time because he relied on the power of the dark inky lotus. He merged with the dark inky lotus and was able to unleash the most powerful combat strength. In this way, his strength would become extremely terrifying. However, the price he had to pay was quite high. Because doing so would damage the dark inky lotus. Although it wouldn't hurt his foundation, it would still affect his recovery. The dark ink lotus was an extremely powerful treasure. If he could recover his fundamental strength soon, he could even use Mo Lien to attack the Holy Venerable Realm. This was his hope of proving his Tao, so he would rather kneel down and beg for mercy than use this move lightly. However, at this time, Su Yan had already made it clear that he wanted to kill him directly. In other words, no matter what he said or did, he would not let him go. Su Yan's strength was too strong, making him feel extremely pressured. Therefore, when Su Yan attacked, he directly used his most powerful ability. Damn it, since you won't let me live, then I won't let you have a good time either. At worst, we'll just die together. At this moment, his aura was revealed. At this moment, his pressure was extremely terrifying, as if he was a terrifying sovereign. Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan's expressions changed. Oh no, it looks like this guy is going to go all out. Fellow Wanqing, tell your friend to be careful. I estimate that this evil spirit will be able to reach the sovereign level in a short period of time. The sovereign level was a power that was completely beyond their abilities. Those 2 words were very heavy. Hearing this, even Yun Wanqing felt a bit uneasy. She had already lost her father. At this time, she didn't want to lose Su Yan as well. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. You two don't need to worry. Master can handle it. The two turned their heads and found Hewenza standing not far away. Hanyu Daozuan's gaze changed first, and then she recognized this person. You are Hewenza from the Xianin sect? The Xianin sect was also a hidden sect with its own small world. Although its ranking was not as high as that of the Heavenly Saint sect, it was one of the 5 Dao masters of the Heavenly Saint sect. She would not be arrogant and look down on other sections. Hewenza laughed and then said, I really didn't expect that Hanyu Daozuan would still remember me. He was just a venerable. In the eyes of others, he was already extremely powerful, but in the eyes of a Dao master, he was not worth mentioning. He didn't expect that this powerful female Dao master would remember him. This was a kind of honor. What did you just call him, master? Hanyu Daozuan asked. She naturally understood what this word meant. It meant loyalty. He was an elder of the Xianin sect. Although he couldn't be compared with an elder at the Dao master level, he was still in a high position. And he recognized Su Yan as master, which meant that he treated himself as a servant. There was no need to think about the difference in status. Yes, after returning this time, I will report to the sect master and then leave the Xianin sect to serve master. This was his decision because he saw hope in Su Yan. The Xianin sect was indeed powerful. There were even saint venerables in it. However, he didn't see hope in this sect. Instead, he saw something that he couldn't imagine in Su Yan. It was also because of this that he made this decision resolutely. One had to praise his courage. How could an ordinary person be as decisive as him? However, he didn't feel so emotional about all this. Some people were like this. Once they made an absolute decision, they would follow their own will and walk on unswervingly. However, Hanyu Daozuan obviously didn't pay too much attention to him at this time. After all, he was a powerful Dao master. It was rare for him to remember Hewenza's name. As for how he chose, she wouldn't care. At this time, she was more focused on the battle. No matter what, Hewenza's answer gave her confidence. She just wanted to see how Su Yan, Yun Wanqing's husband, would deal with such a terrible monster. The dark inky lotus directly entered the evil spirit's body. Immediately, an extremely heavy armor appeared on the evil spirit's body. The appearance of this terrible armor made his aura rise a lot. At this moment, his strength was simply unimaginably powerful. I really miss it. Although it still can't be compared with the original power, it already makes me feel good. At this moment, an extremely dazzling light appeared in his eyes. Such a terrifying power seemed to have compressed and distorted everything in the surroundings to the extreme. At this time, he regained control of the power of a sovereign master. Although he didn't want to use it, since he had already displayed this power, it didn't matter. Did you know? Originally, I was planning to let this go, but you're forcing me to do so. That's why I'm so annoyed. Now, I'm truly angry. So, in your words, you must die. At that moment, he sneered and slammed his palm forward. A brilliance directly turned into a dark inky lotus and directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's hand condensed into a sword finger and immediately slashed it down. Such a power directly burst out and turned into the most intense light. This attack was so strong. Su Yan was originally good at sword principle, and at this time, his sword principle had reached the most intense level. When this sword slashed out, the space directly separated at this time, like ripples of water. In the silence, there was a murderous aura all over the sky. At this time, the evil spirit directly shouted, "Shatter, explode." The dark inky lotus directly exploded before it came into contact with Su Yan's sword chi. The terrifying power directly spread out and directly enveloped Su Yan. At the same time, he directly sneered, "Do you really think I will fight with you?" At this time, he directly spread out his power, and directly in front of him, a crack appeared. It turned out that he didn't want to fight with Su Yan at all. For now, to be able to survive was the most important thing. He, who had been resurrected with great difficulty, was not willing to fight to the death with Su Yan. Everything that had happened before was just a show for Su Yan to see. The moment Su Yan directly used the sword chi, he directly detonated this power of his and then disturbed this space. At this moment, he could directly and calmly leave. This was his plan. Of course, at this time, he didn't just simply want to leave. You damn thing, since you are so desperate, I won't let you have an easy time. I don't know if you will be in pain after losing your woman. The corner of his mouth revealed an extremely cruel smile, and then he directly grabbed Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing was originally not his opponent, and at this time, he was in the form of an overlord. Yun Wanqing didn't even have the strength to resist at all. Therefore, this wouldn't take up too much of his time. His palm directly descended, and he wanted to grab Yun Wanqing in his hand. This was the method of creating a diversion. From this, it could be seen that he was also an extremely cunning person. However, just as his power was about to envelop Yun Wanqing, a ray of sword chi suddenly appeared in front of him out of nowhere. That sword chi was so resolute that it caused his entire soul to tremble. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying, and it made him extremely shocked. How is this possible? He was shocked. The ray of power that Su Yan had just slashed out had clearly been destroyed by the power of his dark ink lotus, and even Su Yan himself had been enveloped by his power. It shouldn't be that easy to break through. However, at this moment, Su Yan appeared in front of him so easily. Creating a diversion? Humph, do you think that you are the only smart person in this world? Su Yan sneered. At the same time that ray of sword chi descended, another ray of power also appeared at this time. Chapter 1242. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, idiot. So what if you've seen through my plan? Let's have a real battle. The evil spirit had been unwilling to fight with Su Yan because he was afraid of consuming too much of his power. Fengyun Reading Network had just come back from the dead. He cherished his power very much and hoped to preserve it so that he could recover to his strongest state. But at this time, Su Yan was continuously pressuring him step by step. This made him extremely annoyed. At this time, he was already angry. Since Su Yan was forcing him like this, then he would not take even half a step back. His power erupted at this moment. That terrifying radiance condensed at this moment. The powerful power exploded at this time and darkness rolled over. The power of the dark inky lotus was truly revealed at this time. The aura was extremely evil, as if a real demon god had come back to life. The power of the demon god? Such a dark power was even more evil than the power of the divine resentment from before. Even Su Yan frowned. Because he knew that the essence of this power was extremely terrifying. Even if he was strong, if he did not deal with it well, he might be hurt. For Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan, this power was even more fatal. Even if it was just the power that leaked out, it would probably put their lives in danger. Therefore, at this time, he definitely could not let this guy use it here. I'll make you regret it. You shouldn't have forced me. Don't you know the principle of leaving a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future? He asked directly. Then, he stretched out his big hand and charged towards Su Yan. The power of the dark inky lotus had been activated. No matter what, the origin of the dark inky lotus would be damaged. This made him extremely unhappy. In order to let him vent his anger, he decided to kill Su Yan completely. However, just as he attacked, a huge divine gate appeared directly. The moment the divine gate appeared, it exploded with an extremely terrifying suction force and swallowed that guy directly. Such a power surged. At this time, the heavy power was simply unstoppable and extremely terrifying. The power of that radiance was almost the only thing in the world. What? He never thought that such a change would occur at this time. Before he had time to think, he was swallowed whole. I hope you can display enough strength and not disappoint me. At this moment, Su Yan's fighting spirit was surging. It had to be said that this guy had indeed become extremely terrifying after unleashing Mo Lian's power. Even though his cultivation was on par with Wei Yan, the trial dragon, and Great Sea Ming, this guy was definitely stronger. Su Yan had already sensed it, because he could clearly sense it. This guy's level of strength was extremely terrifying. Even compared to others, he seemed to be a little lacking. In other words, if this guy's combat strength was on par with his, then he might not be a match for him. Such a person was extremely dangerous. Su Yan was not stupid enough to let him go. At this time, the great crisis of the entire world was about to arrive. At this time, Su Yan could feel the oppressive feeling, and it was precisely because of this that an increasingly terrifying aura appeared at this time. It was also because of this that the mysterious divine gate world of the Central Plains had awakened. Those who did not have a strong cultivation were fine, but as long as their cultivation was strong enough, they would be able to feel the oppressive feeling. It was as if a huge saber had been placed on their necks. The impact of such power was the most violent and terrifying power. No one could tell when this huge saber would fall. If one's power was not strong enough, then they could only die in this great catastrophe. Therefore, Su Yan had to increase his strength at all costs. At this time, Su Yan directly unfolded his square small world and suppressed the evil spirit into his small world. The evil spirit was indeed extraordinary. After the initial panic, he immediately calmed down, and then his eyes burst out with an unbelievable brilliance. It's actually a small world. It's really unbelievable that you can condense a small world at your level. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. His level was actually higher than Su Yan's, and he used to be a figure who was almost at the peak. Therefore, there were many things that Su Yan might not know, but he already had an idea in his heart. The significance of a small world was actually very important, as it was the prerequisite to becoming a sacred venerate. Generally speaking, not all paths in this world were fixed. Even if one did not condense a small world, as long as one was strong enough, one could become a sacred venerate. However, if one could achieve Tao with a small world, then the difficulty of becoming a sacred venerate would be much lower. However, it was extremely difficult to condense a small world. In ancient times, there had been so many sacred venerates, but almost none of them had achieved Tao with a small world. This was because it required a huge opportunity. However, at this time, Su Yan actually had his own small world. This was unimaginable. At this time, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Just now, I didn't want to fight with him because this guy is also a powerhouse. It's not worth it to fight with him for nothing. However, now it seems that I have a reason to fight with him. At this moment, his heart could no longer calm down. Just as he had said, he already had a reason to fight with Su Yan at this moment. This was because if he could kill Su Yan, then he might be able to take over this small world. Once he obtained this small world. At this time, even he felt a rush of excitement. Once he obtained this small world, not to mention restoring his previous level, even becoming a sacred venerate would not be a problem. He might even be able to use this small world to break through to a higher level and become a god. God, I want to become a god too. At this moment, his eyes immediately became like a flame, as if his whole body was about to burn. Originally, he was just passively accepting the challenge. However, he had been pulled into this small world by Su Yan, so he had no choice but to fight. However, at this time, he had already cast aside all his thoughts. Passively accepting the challenge? No, absolutely not. At this time, he had to actively prepare for the battle and make himself the most powerful and terrifying. Because only then would he be able to defeat Su Yan. At this time, he was already going to fight with Su Yan regardless of the consequences. Originally, he wanted to play it safe and let himself recover his strength before fighting with Su Yan. However, it was different now. What he wanted now was to gather everything and then erupt into the ultimate battle. As long as he killed Su Yan, his harvest would be too great. In the face of great benefits, even a god would lose himself, let alone him. At this time, Su Yan's body had already descended. At this time, Su Yan's eyes immediately fell on him, and then he said directly, "Well, just now, you didn't have any fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. You probably didn't want to waste your power source and wait for a comeback. However, at this time, you actually showed such a fighting spirit. It seems that your intentions have changed. Su Yan stood still and then said, "Let me guess. You want to plot against my small world, right? I'm not very clear about the secrets of the small world, but it seems that you know a lot." The evil spirit laughed and said, "You're really interesting. You really don't know that you have a mountain of treasures. However, don't worry, I will inherit this huge treasure. I will accept everything. With this small world, I can evolve it and lay the foundation for me to become a god." At this time, he was extremely arrogant, as if he had already regarded this small world as his own. Su Yan laughed coldly and said, "What an arrogant tone. You are now in my small world. I have the advantage of time and place. Are you really sure that you can win?" When the evil spirit heard Su Yan's words, he immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha, how interesting. At this point, you still don't understand that in the face of absolute strength, everything is illusory. The so-called time and place are simply nonsense. Now, I'll let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Dark Ink Lotus, unparalleled war god, dark war god, descend." At this time, his entire body directly changed. At this moment, he actually turned into a terrifying dark war god. At this time, his aura was so deep that an extremely terrifying power directly descended at this time. Even Su Yan's expression was extremely solemn at this time. "You think that the small world is absolutely invincible? Let me tell you, the power of the Dark War God is unparalleled. He can even penetrate your small world." At this time, his aura skyrocketed again. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already given everything and won't hold anything back. I must obtain your small world. In fact, pulling me into your small world was your biggest mistake. If I hadn't seen this small world, I would still have some scruples and wouldn't have dared to fight you. But now, no matter what, I must obtain this small world." At this time, he was simply incomparably arrogant. The power of the Dark War God was indeed extremely terrifying. He could actually increase his aura to such a level. Chapter 1243. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Do you know how terrifying that battle was? At that time, the whole world was about to collapse, but even in such a battle, I managed to survive. It's all thanks to the Dark God of War. When the Dark God of War's power fell, he immediately changed. Such an aura was almost unimaginable. It was as if everything in the world had been condensed into this power. His strength had risen to such a level. At this point, the scenes from back then once again appeared before his eyes. Even now, when he recalled it, he still felt a sense of fear. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle was. However, he was still very proud because no matter what, he still survived. In this world, a temporary victory or defeat was not so important. Only survival was real. Back then, there were countless powerful existences, but now, they were all dead. They should have completely fallen in this world. And now, he was still alive. Being alive was a kind of victory, and also the capital he was proud of. Su Yan sneered softly. He naturally saw this and said, "What, do you think my thinking is very cowardly? Ha, you idiot, you didn't experience that era at all. It was an extremely terrifying era. In the world, no matter how powerful you are, you can't avoid fighting. Even the powerful gods have fallen. Of course, it's an extremely amazing thing that I can survive." His eyes flickered again, and his most powerful aura erupted to the extreme at this time. Such power at this time was simply inexhaustible. Feeling his own powerful aura, even he himself was intoxicated. "Alright, let's not talk nonsense. I can't wait to get your power." At this time, he gently grasped with both hands, and a huge axe directly appeared. The axe was engraved with dark ink lotuses, which seemed to be the pattern of death. At this time, his power became extremely condensed. Such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely fiendish aura. Su Yan thought that he had experienced a lot of battles, and his killing intent was extremely heavy. But at this time, compared to the evil spirit in front of him, it seemed that he was still lacking. At this time, his heart had truly calmed down. He knew that the evil spirit in front of him was very likely one of the most terrifying enemies he had ever encountered. If he could not defeat it, then he might be killed here. However, no matter what, he would not allow himself to die here. Facing such a powerful enemy, Su Yan would not choose to be afraid. Instead, he pushed his strength to the limit. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he would be. At this moment, the Taiji sword appeared. He knew that he couldn't hold back when facing this evil spirit, and there was no need to hold back. Only with the death of this evil spirit could he obtain victory. Between heaven and earth, all the auras condensed at this moment. The primordial chi of the small world was directly mobilized by him. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. A ray of sword chi fell, and that violent sword attack directly rushed out. The most terrifying aura flickered at this time. With such power, the aura of the small world was completely mobilized at this time. Such power fell directly on him. That kind of momentum was simply incomparably terrifying. But at this time, the evil spirit was not afraid at all. He said with a smile, "I'll let you see the power of the Dark War God." Chop! As soon as he said that word, the dark giant axe released the most violent aura, and a terrifying trace directly rushed into the sky. The appearance of this trace immediately caused the world to be in the most chaotic state, as if it was going to directly break the aura of the small world. Su Yan had to admit that such a terrifying aura had already brought him a great threat. He knew that at this time, he could no longer hesitate. Supreme Sword Pinnacle, Annihilation. At this time, he did not dare to hold back any of his strength. That terrifying radiance directly erupted, and the dense sword attack was simply terrifying. Such power turned into the most fundamental of everything. At this time, the endless power directly poured down at this time. In an instant, the two forces finally collided, and that dignified aura burst out, as if it was going to directly open up a world. Su Yan's supreme sword flight was displayed, and in an instant, he was already beside the evil spirit. "Ha ha ha, good boy, you actually dare to fight with me in close quarters. Not to mention other things, your courage has already amazed me." At this time, the evil spirit's power changed. At this time, everything that was dignified had reached the most violent point at this time. After this exchange, Su Yan's brows furrowed because he discovered that he was actually at a disadvantage after this exchange. At this time, he had experienced many battles, but in so many battles, he almost always grasped the situation and took the initiative. From the beginning, he was confident, and then he put his own calculations and plans to defeat the enemy step by step and get what he wanted. However, this time around, he was actually already at a disadvantage in their first clash. His utmost extermination sword was actually only capable of blocking that frightening axe strike. "Huh, boy, how do you feel? Is it very exciting?" At this time, the evil spirit was simply incomparably terrifying. In the state of the dark god of war, he was so powerful. A feeling of invincibility arose spontaneously. At this time, as long as he thought about how he would be able to obtain this small world after killing Su Yan, it made him even more excited. This way, he had absolute motivation. That power was so powerful that it was as if everything was condensing at this time. Such an aura was even more violent and terrifying. Then, the evil spirit continued to drop the axe. Every move was extremely simple and wide, showing his extremely powerful aura. Under this situation, Su Yan could only be forced to defend. "This won't do. If this continues, I'll be completely suppressed." Su Yan knew that if he was completely suppressed when fighting against such a person, then he would really lose. No matter what, he could not let himself be like that. Therefore, at this time, he suddenly made a grabbing motion, and several auras of laws directly condensed at this time. Between the laws, Sword of Annihilation, kill. At this moment, his power erupted once again. When this move appeared, it directly turned into the most terrifying storm. The aura swept, boundless and boundless. At this time, he really threw everything aside. There was only one thought left in his mind, which was to condense the most powerful power and directly defeat the evil spirit. At this time, the power of laws condensed and then directly gathered in the Taiji sword. At this time, the rich aura kept rolling at this time, and the violent power also appeared at this time. At this time, all the power directly condensed. Su Yan's eyes directly erupted with the most determined aura. At this time, the sword light emerged with the most terrifying brilliance. Su Yan directly exploded with this attack. He wanted to directly disintegrate the evil spirit's violent aura with this attack. After being possessed by the dark god of war, he was really too powerful. If the evil spirit's aura was allowed to condense again, then there might be no need for him to continue fighting. Therefore, Su Yan directly attacked at this time. The mighty power of this sword was indeed terrifying. That boundless axe shadow was actually directly broken apart. Therefore, at this time, everything completely disappeared at this time, and the most terrifying power immediately became illusory. At this time, Su Yan was finally able to free himself from the axe. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to be able to interrupt my chain of attacks. You're a pretty good genius. Unfortunately, there are many geniuses in this world, but how many of them can survive until the end? Yi Shiwen laughed. Yi Shiwen was a bit surprised. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to interrupt my chain of attacks. He was really surprised that Su Yan was able to kill his attack. However, at this time, he did not panic, because at this time, his power directly erupted to the extreme. That terrifying aura moved directly. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. Not only did the power of darkness not decrease, but it also became denser at this time. At this time, his eyes burst out, turned into a dark dragon, and swept towards Su Yan. However, you can't use such a powerful sword at will, right? Otherwise, you might really be able to defeat me. He was very proud because at this time, he had seen through Su Yan. Su Yan did not deny it, and only said, well, you're right. I can't use that move at will, otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. That strike just now was a combination of the power of the Sword of Laws and his most terrifying and violent sword chi. How terrifying was that? Even his chain of slashes was directly broken. At this time, the dark dragon had directly rushed towards Su Yan. Hee, kid, your name is Su Yan, right? Not bad, I will remember your name, so. It's an honor for you. At this time, his aura had become even denser. At this time, the dark dragon was constantly surging, as if to directly trap Su Yan in it. At this time, Su Yan felt a huge pressure,